Stop there. Thank you. No further towards the start. Stop this time, don't worry. So I'm going to say two. One more lane over. That's it, now you can ride it.
345, please wait. Main event 345.
Okay, girls, paddle up when you're ready. Keep going over. You see number 3, yeah? Keep going over. Weybridge lane 2, please. And Corn lane 3.
Okay, lane 1. Lane 2. further quicker. As soon as you're in lane 1, you make up forward, start, then stop. Okay, go cross now. Hold on to 30, stop. I wait for 3, come across, stop. Okay, that's the stop time. So once that's in, come over. Hey, what is pushing up over lane 3, please? See the number there. Go, come straight towards the start. Lane 1 is a 358. Go, pull on the front, come across in front of us. Lane 12. Coxus, lane 3.
Where was the main issue? Oh, can you just hold this for nice and snug in, thank you.
Right, thank you, see you later.
Okay. Come on. No, it's for this one. It does. That is the other one.
I'll keep hold of that. This is a line out to stake boat, check, 1, 2, 3. This is a line out to stake boat, check, 1, 2, 3, out. Right. Did you hear me?
Yeah.
Right. I saw it move, but there was no...
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yes.
This is a line into stake boat check, 1, 2, 3.
Very liner. Steering. Whatever. Everyone kind of one. So there's on the stairs.
One of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
most successful Paralympic programme in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Most successful Paralympic program in the world.
You want it for yourself, but you've also got to want it for everyone else. All boats came home with a medal, 3 of them were gold, 1 of them silver.
I crossed that line, I looked to the crowd, it was euphoric.
And you have to be a bit of a fighter. Like, it doesn't come easy when you get to the top of the world.
one of those sports where you push yourself to the limit.
People in the community here is amazing.
There's a balance between this purity in the technique and the actual determination in the power of the stroke.
We're here to make Olympians. Driven, hardworking, passionate.
The ultimate goal is Olympic gold.
Like, we're here to make friends, but we're also here to work hard.
Welcome to the National Water Sports Centre here in Nottingham. This is Champs Live 25 and we will be bringing you full coverage of the British Rowing Club Championships. This year's competition is shaping up to be bigger and better than ever before, with 162 clubs represented, 1,576 crews and almost 3,000 athletes racing over the next 4 days. My name's Megan Chester and I'll be here to guide you through our jam-packed schedule along with our wonderful commentary team. And I'm delighted to say that one of the members of that commentary team is here with me now. We've got Sasha Castelbranco. Nice to see you.
Lovely to see you. Great to be here.
Well, it's good to have you here. And so we've had the time trials. We're heading into the heats and preliminaries. Then we'll go on to the semis and the finals. What are your thoughts and feelings ahead of the day?
Well, it's a big day for small boats. We've got lots of singles, doubles, pairs. You know, there are a few larger categories. We've got, I think, Open J16, Coxed fours, Women's Club Coxless fours. But yeah, with a lot of beginner events and junior events, it's just really exciting because you get to see loads of athletes kind of at the start of what can sometimes be a really long and prosperous career.
And are there any particular athletes or particular races that you're especially excited for today?
Well, in the Open J18 single sculls, you've got Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Rowing Club. Now, I rowed at Durham, so I have an affinity for the boat club anyway, but he has just come off the back of a fantastic set of races. He came first in the J16 GB trials. He won by 8 seconds in the A final and then won the J16 single sculls event, GB versus France. So he's clearly one to watch, but he's here racing in the J18 category. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares against athletes who are slightly older than him.
So like you say, we've got the whole range here. We've got it all. And you've raced here yourself. What's it like having a different hat on this time around?
It's a lot less scary, I have to say. I'm a lot less stressed and I can eat and drink whenever I want, which is quite nice, especially on a slightly muggy day like today. But it's such a beautiful place to race. It's a wonderful course, and I think there's something quite special about having just that straight line to power down to. You know when the finish is, you can feel it coming, and actually you get a lot of support as you come down. So it's, yeah, I'm a big fan of the National Water Sports Centre.
It is an amazing venue, isn't it? And a lot of these crews will be used to the kind of side-by-side, just head-to-head two crews, and now we've got this multi-lane setup. Does that change things, do you think?
I think it does. I want to say it almost takes off some of the pressure and builds some of the motivation, because when you're just two crews side by side, especially in a smaller boat class where sometimes you're just on your own in a boat, once you lose sight of your competitor in a two-lane race, it sometimes feels like you've lost your gusto. But when there are 5 other crews next to you, you do still have that motivation, and there's less of a pressure to keep that touch point with one crew, because you know you have people on all sides to deal with. And I think that it makes for slightly more exciting racing sometimes.
And you have got the best seat in the house to see that exciting racing up at the top of the commentary tower. So as a commentator, what specific things are you looking out for from that seat way up in the clouds?
Well, I have to say I am always a huge fan of those really, really tight races when you can see 4, sometimes all 6 boats just powering down to the finish line, where there is maybe a canvas in between them all. That is when you're really on the edge of your seat, and from right up there you can see each move that the crew makes, and so you really feel like you are in the race, especially when you're commentating. It can get quite exciting sometimes, even when you just sit down.
Well, we better get started. There's so much action ahead by the sounds of it, and so we best let you run up to said commentary tower as the heats and preliminaries get underway.
Of today.
Flags down at the finish are just the windsocks just hanging there, not doing very much at all. In different circumstances, you want to be in the favoured lane as the fastest crew. But these girls are just getting onto their pontoons and will follow the start process.
Yeah, that's quite unusual, isn't it? I mean, we've had even this year alone, I think it was one day of Nat Schools was cancelled because of the winds that you do get here. Now, I think some of the law for Home Pier Point is that this was initially supposed to be an airstrip, and they said that they couldn't do that because it was going to be too windy, so why not put a lake so that we can do water sports instead, because wind will not affect that. So yes, it can make for some very exciting racing sometimes. So when there are more crews contending and the conditions are slightly more intense, that lane assignment can mean a lot more to people.
Indeed, you can just see these fours getting onto the stake boats now. There's somebody on the stake boat that is just going to lie there holding their stern canvas in position. There will be a liner on the side who'll get their bow balls all perfectly aligned so that every boat is racing 2,000 metres. And that's what the delay is, often just getting them aligned. Some boats are longer than others, some boats are shorter, so there's a bit of manoeuvring there. But we probably won't see it, but once the aligner's happy, he'll put up his white flag. The starter, the start marshal, will see this and will go through the start procedure. The crews will have already been told the progression. They all know they'll be going through to the final and they're racing basically for the preference in lane. And ideally, conditions like this, Sasha, you want to be in the middle, don't you?
You do. I mean, not only does it create a lovely picture for the drone when you have a nice V coming down the course, but I mean, look at that. That is such a beautiful picture on the screens. And if you are down by the start, you can see just nice, calm water, which, especially as a beginner, is what you really want. You don't want to be contending with any other conditions. You just want to be contending with the other boats.
Absolutely, and you're sitting there, you've got the Cox telling you what to do. These crews look quite relaxed, quite chilled, and these conditions will help just getting you chilled. It's easy to get onto the start pontoons. It's easy just to go through the process, sitting, taking the deep breaths and getting relaxed and ready to take that first stroke. If you've got a chance and you feel like a walk, I would recommend going up to the start to see some of these 6-boat races, because it's always great excitement.
I always think that the start is my favourite part of the race. It's so exciting, and you've had that adrenaline just building within you, and that is the moment where you can get a bit of it out. And obviously you need that adrenaline across the race, but that jittery, nervous feeling that you inevitably get when you're sat on the start line, that is the moment where you can just power it through the footplate and really settle then into your race mode rather than your nerves. And so you can see up there in lane 2 we've got Derby Rowing Club, lane 3 Oxford University Boat Club, and lane 4 Leeds University. So that being up there signals that
and there they go.
There
First
they
stroke.
go.
I was just about to say they're all sitting at attention, bodies folded over, getting off to a nice start. No dramas on the start. You don't want a drama on the start. You just want to have a nice, smooth, controlled set off and then you can power it on. First 3-4 strokes, you just want to get the boat moving, and then you start bringing in the legs, the bodies, more power goes in, the boat speed comes up, and then you can carry on down the course.
I mean, often when people who aren't very familiar with rowing watch a start, they do think that it starts quite slowly. But again, it's, as you said, you're there to put power down to build the boat speed first, and then you can build your own speed. Because otherwise, it's power wasted.
Well, often if people put too much power down too soon, you see the boat going backwards towards the pontoons. Totally counterproductive. So you really want to put enough power down so you're moving the boat forward and not going backwards.
Yeah, so those boats are...
We can just see the next race, the doubles coming onto the pontoons, and they'll be being told which lane they're going to be in, and they're just coming across the course and making their way onto the pontoons. The four is probably about 350 metres in now. We've got one race every 5 minutes, so it's busy up at the start area for keeping these umpires on their toes, getting the start marshals and the stakeboat personnel, you know, all run by volunteers, so thank you very much.
Yeah, everyone who has volunteered their time to be here today. Events like this just wouldn't happen without them, so it's really fantastic. Also, just to have so many people show up, it really shows you, I think, the community of the rowing world, especially in the UK. And this is a slightly unusual regatta in that the broadcast commentary and the site commentary are the same today, so it's a bit more of a personal feel for the people on the bank, and potentially a slightly different feel for those on broadcast. You might get a little bit of information ahead of time, because we'll be talking to you about what we can see out of our window up here in the clouds, as Megan said. But also we'll have the stuff on the screen. So if we say that something is happening and you can't see it, that is why. But it's a little sneak peek.
Well, hopefully if you're sitting at home watching this, you'll feel more engaged with us, knowing that what we are saying here is the same as the spectators on the bank are hearing. So I'm hoping if you are watching at home, you do feel a bit more involved in the whole sport. And as Megan said, we are up in the clouds. The clouds are quite a distance above us. So it's a beautiful day here at Nottingham.
Yes, quite unusually, as we've said. It's the weather is looking a little tentative, I would say, over the next few days. But at least for day one of the British Rowing Championships 2025, or Champs Live 2025 as we're calling it, it is a lovely day. And I think those beginner fours are probably really feeling that, again, not having to contend with weather, actually also not having to contend with that many other crews. This is a real chance for them to get to grips with this course, where if they're beginners, they may have never rowed here before. So it gives them a really nice practice.
Yes, indeed. It is an iconic course. It is one of these beautiful courses. I've got a very soft spot in my heart for Nottingham. I've raced here in all sorts of conditions. Never quite so clement as this, I will have to say. But I do enjoy coming here and spectating at Nottingham, because it is a very welcoming course, I feel. And I think seeing all the boats across the other side of the course and the bank there just at the finish, we can see these fours now and the umpires launch following them. Each race followed by an umpire, just making sure that nobody impedes any progress. The umpire's there to ensure safe and fair racing, and they just don't want any of these boats to slew into each other, just to make sure that everybody gets a fair race. So it's Derby, Oxford University and University of Leeds. Can't quite see the colours on the screen there, but to my eye I think it's Oxford University in the middle, lane 3, right in front.
Yeah, so I've just got some times in from the 500 metre mark. It is Oxford University Boat Club who are coming down the course there in the first position, so they will, if they maintain this course, probably stay in that lane for their final. Following them, it is Leeds University and then Derby. There's about a 10-second difference between Oxford and Leeds, and then about, I'd say, 15 between Leeds and Derby. So we'll see how this race pans out. That is only the first 500 metres. There is still 3/4 of the race to go. So at 500 metres, you know, you've settled into your race pace. What is your plan now, especially as a four coming into this middle stage of the race?
It's the middle stage, you know, this is where you want to settle. You want to just settle into that nice rhythm, that nice routine where you're just tapping that boat along. It's maybe looking effortless, but you are working very, very hard. The coxswain will be telling the crew where the other boats are, telling them what they need to do, but just keeping them calm. I would expect them to put in a push around about 1,000 metres, just 20 on the legs, or just do something different just to keep the focus, the attention in the boat.
Absolutely. And actually, one of the things about racing a completely straight course, which is set up entirely for water sports events, is obviously you do have the markers, but you know, if you compare this to something like the Eights Head course, there are lots of markers there that you can kind of hit and go past, whereas here you're kind of just you're rowing for 500 meters, there's a marker, 500 meters, there's a marker. So it's actually really lovely to have a cox when racing down here, because they can really keep you on your toes. And you're right, you get that push when it gets to that halfway point, just to kind of keep you on top of your game.
The best will in the world, rowers' concentrations tends to drift a bit in the middle of a race, and it's really important. Cox's job, I think coxes are seriously underrated. You get a good cox worth more than their weight in gold. But the cox is there to just keep them on point, keep them focused, keep the technique sharp, keep the timing sharp, just make sure that everybody is doing what they should be together. And that Oxford crew is looking pretty commanding now. Coming into about 250 metres to go, the boys are going to change colour for them shortly. You know, most of the boys are yellow up the course. The last 200 metres, I think they go to this orangey red boys, and that gives the crew and the cox a hint that this is it. The last 200 metres, this is where we need to make an impact, if we have to make an impact. But I would say that Oxford University are looking very comfortable there, just as they are coming in. I think they'll just take the time to relax, get this race under their belts, and think, yes, we've done that, let's go and do the same again later.
Absolutely. And when you have a commanding lead like that, especially in an earlier race, you do want to conserve some energy, keep your legs safe for the next round, especially when that is then your final. When you're racing several times in a day, you want to have that commanding lead initially so that you can settle into your pace and kind of treat it as just a calm run of the course, a practice run for later. And both on the course and on the screen, you can see that Oxford University Boat Club Women's Beginner 4 crossing the finish line, quite a ways ahead of their competitors from Derby and Leeds.
Yeah, these ladies did very well, and it's over in lane 4. It's going to be Leeds taking that second place. Derby closer to us on the commentary tower side, just having to settle for third. As I said, they're racing for lane. I'm sure they'll be delighted to get this first race of the whole weekend out of the way, and just then they can chill and just know what they have to do for the next one.
Absolutely, and I think Leeds are having a similar situation of just using this as a practice run down the course. They might be having a look at what it was that Oxford did when Oxford made their move. When you have a bow-loaded boat with the cox, you know, essentially with the rowers behind them, it gives them a bit of a chance to suss out the competition. And when you have a few rounds, you can do that. So they might have gone, okay, well, we know we're in the final. We know we're going to medal either way. Let's use this as a chance to rest our legs, to suss out what Oxford are going to do. Let them tire themselves out, yes. And then we will come in the next round strong.
Absolutely, and we've just got Derby coming towards the line now. You can just see them. The cox in this boat is at the stern. And in a beginner's boat, it's often handy having the cox at the stern, because he can also do a bit of coaching of the crew as they come down the course. Derby just getting the beeper there from the umpires, saying that their race is finished. But if we look up the course, we can see the second race, the open beginner double sculls, underway. In lane 1, we have Warwick. Lane 2, Derby. Lane 3, Millfield School, I do apologise. Lane 4, University of Leeds. Lane 5, Nottingham. And in Lane 6, the University of Birmingham. And this is yet another race for the lane preference.
Now we have those times from race 13 on your program, the Open Beginner Doubles. We have Warwick, Millfield School, University of Leeds, Nottingham Rowing Club and Birmingham. It looks like Derby are not in the mix.
Ah.
So it is that, I think, Leeds University boat that is...
It's very close at the front end, I would say. Just looking up the course, not necessarily on my screen, trying to get the parallax. First few races of the day I always find quite tricky to get my eye in for the angles across the course. But to my eye, it is lanes 3 and 4, Millfield School, University of Leeds. And it is... just got to change the lanes here. So it is Nottingham Leeds having a good old fight there with Millfield School in that third place at present.
Now, I'm sure Nottingham and Leeds are quite familiar with each other. Nottingham especially, this is their home ground, so they will be very familiar with all of the markers. They will know exactly what moves to make at which particular trees on the course.
Oh, bit of a stoppage there in that. It was the Nottingham boat that just had a stop. Leeds took advantage of that. Of course, they're all going into the final. This is a sort of race for lane speed, as in the previous one. Just trying to keep things going smooth.
Yeah, so that's Millfield School in lane 2 that have just crossed the finish line ahead of Nottingham Rowing Club. And the scullers from Warwick seem to be trailing a bit more behind the rest of the field. I wonder where our boat from Birmingham has gone.
I was just trying to spot that, and this is where sometimes what you get printed in front of you is not necessarily what you're seeing, so Sasha and I are having to wing it on our toes here, so I do apologise.
It's very good to make sure you can think on your feet, isn't it? Our jobs up here.
Yeah, it's not all plain sailing, but never mind. I'm sure these double sculls will be nice to get that race under your belt. Sometimes waiting for your race to happen just brings all these nerves really much to the fore. You need a bit of nervousness before racing, but too much is not necessarily a good thing either.
On the screen and now coming down the course is the heat one of the Women's Championship Lightweight Singles. In lane 3 we have Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, lane 4 is Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club and lane 5 is Newark Rowing Club. Now we have some times from the 500 metre mark. It was the sculler from Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, Leanna Daniels, who is out in front, followed closely by Kay Corley from Newark and Heidi Taylor from the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Now, it looks like those positions have been held at the 1,000 metre mark.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember. I'm sure I've seen Daniels from Hollingworth Lake earlier in the season, and I'm just trying to refresh my memory. I think it possibly was Henley Women's.
It
And just looking at
absolutely
Sasha
was.
here, we're both trying to sort of dredge our brains just to try and figure out. She did very well, as I seem to recall. Very nice, comfortable sculler. Hollingworth Lake, we had a discussion about where it was earlier, and it's up in the moors north of Manchester. I'm sure she'll be relishing these lovely conditions. I've heard it's very blustery, breezy, windy up at Hollingworth Lake.
Positively tropical down here. Yeah, so Liana Daniels, she has had quite a good season this year. She raced this year at the Scottish Spring Regatta. She's raced at Nottingham City Met Regatta, and she came 4th in the Henley Women's Aspirational Lightweight Single in the semi-final last year and in 2022. Now, she is coming fresh off, as we said earlier, 2-lane racing. Now, she only has 3-lane racing today, but I'm sure we'll be looking forward to her final later on when she maybe has a few more competitors to go up against. It will be, I think, a combination of maybe a few of those from her heat, and then we have Derby, City of Oxford, Worcester and Dart Totnes scullers in the next heat of the Women's Championship Lightweight Single Sculls.
She's done a great job. She's got herself into this strong position. She's in the middle of the field. She can see what Kate Crawley of Newark's doing on her outside, and she's probably closest to her. The Taylor of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association is just a bit behind. 2 into the final. At the moment, it looks as though those 2 places are with Hollingworth Lake and Notts County. But as a single sculler, it's nice to be sitting out in front so you can see that chevron behind you, and then you can gauge where the strengths are just behind you.
Yeah, I think it's especially nice to have a few more people on the water with you when you are a single sculler, because it can feel quite lonely, can't it? I think that Liana Daniels will be quite familiar with Kay Cordy. She was also at Henley Women's this year. This season she's won gold at British Masters in the B age category and made the C final of the single scull at Met.
Yeah, it's great to see these championship lightweight single sculls. They just make it look so relaxed, so nice and easy. I think they'll be conserving their strength for the final later on today. Just doing enough to get those cherished positions in the middle of the field if conditions remain as they are.
So Liana Daniels, I actually have just seen, she was definitely in the semi-final of the Fiona Dennis Trophy at Henley Women's this year. So she is a real sculler to watch.
A sculler to watch because of speed and also her style on the water. She's looking very relaxed, looking very comfortable there. Just getting a really nice long stroke in the water, lovely glide on the boat, just getting the most distance for the effort that she's putting in.
I think when you watch a sculler, especially in a single, that is that smooth, it's just a real pleasure. It looks so relaxed even when they are probably rating quite highly.
And working very hard. So that's Kate Cawley of Newark just going through, and it's just Taylor of Notts County Rowing Association, just some distance behind to finish her course. And rapidly coming down the course, just looking up the course, we've got this second heat of the Women's Championship lightweight singles. Gummo of Derby in lane 2, Wake of City of Oxford in lane 3, Jackson of Worcester in lane 4, and Beatty of Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 5.
So in this category there are 7 scullers overall, which means that the first 2 from this final, that being Liana Daniels and Kay Cawley, will go through to the A final, and then out of this next set that are coming down, the top 2 will go and meet them, I think.
Indeed. And I'm sure once they get back to base camp they'll be looking at times.
Yes, absolutely.
It's always very interesting.
Sussing out their competition. making sure that they know exactly what they will be up against in their next round.
So Catherine Jackson of Worcester there looks quite comfortable in that pole position, just in the middle of the field. And then I think the battle is on for that second place in the final between Manning of Dart Totnes and Wake of City of Oxford. And I think it's City of Oxford's got my money at the moment, just maybe by about a length.
I'll be interested to see what their times are when they come past 1,500 metres, because at the halfway point it was the City of Oxford sculler Hazel Wake who was out in front by about 4 seconds actually in front of Dart Totnes. But you never know, they have a real push. I mean, Dart Totnes have kind of come out of the blue a little bit. I know they had an 8 that they weren't expecting to qualify for the Thames Cup at Henley, and they ended up beating the Vesta B boat and went on to the Wednesday. And I had a friend in that crew who just couldn't believe it, and he didn't really know what to do because he hadn't booked any accommodation. But they have a really lovely programme. They row on the Dart down in Devon. It's quite a hefty river to row on, I think. So once you've rowed on there, a nice straight course like this is quite simple. But yes, as they come down, they're in the Red Boys now. It is the Worcester Rowing Club sculler Catherine Jackson who is powering out ahead. Another lovely, smooth, relaxed looking scull as she comes down towards the finish line.
Absolutely, doing enough just to maintain that advantage she has. And then, as I said, this race is on for that second place, but to my eye it's Hazel Wake City of Oxford has just pulled herself into the second place for that assured place in the final.
Yeah, that is Hazel Wake across the line, followed by the Dart Totnes sculler Louise Manning.
What I like about this event, I was just thinking in the last quite a few races we've had a lot of Derby athletes appearing, and for a while Derby didn't seem to be doing very much on the national scene. In the last couple of years, Derby as a club seemed to be poking their noses into the national scene, the national championships. Always lovely to see clubs from different parts of the country making an appearance.
And I think for a course as wonderful as this and a regatta as prestigious as this, people do really want to make that trip, don't they? And so you get everyone. You've got people, as we've said, from Dart Totnes down in Devon making the long journey up, and then you've got people making the long journey down from the northern reaches of Scotland.
Yeah, I'm laughing here. It's always northern reaches of Scotland. Well, that's northern reaches of Scotland. They're still much further north than Aberdeen, but never mind. So we've got the Open Junior 18-4s on screen. You've had a glimpse of them already. I caught a glimpse of them at the corner of my eye. Really looking forward to this boat class because it's one I really enjoy watching. So in this race we have Windsor Boys School in lane 2, Wallingford in lane 3, St George's College in lane 4, Queen Elizabeth High School in lane 5.
So, I mean, going back to the geography, that's quite a range of different, I think, journey times that people have made probably last night. So it's wonderful to still see the level of rowing that we do here when you have probably athletes who are a little tired from a long drive. I mean, Queen Elizabeth is coming from up in the northeast of England. That is round Hexham and the Durham area.
Windsor Boys School, from down south, and Wallingford on the Thames as well. Yeah, it's nice to see so many places. And I've been watching Windsor Boys School this year, and they've been going really well in various events that I've seen them at. And I think they're doing very well here. But I think they're having a fight with Wallingford and St George's College. And I think they've dropped Windsor Boys School into that third place. Queen Elizabeth High School just trailing them at the back of the field over in lane 5. But great performance for Wallingford Rowing Club in this Open Junior 18 Coxless 4. Now, we were talking about Coxes earlier. Coxless 4, the calls have to come from within the boat, and there's a bit of a steering issue there from Wallingford. There's a bit of a chicane in their lane. But usually in a Coxless boat, the sort of jobs are passed out between the crew. Somebody steers and somebody will make the calls, and stroke does what stroke does, and the rest of you are supposed to follow him. So yeah, it's a different sort of boat class to be able to row successfully.
It absolutely is. And, you know, even on a straight course, sometimes you get so invested in the rowing that the steering can go. And so there's a lot to be said for people who can row a Coxless boat successfully. Now, it is Wallingford that I think are starting to really move away from their competitors in lane 4, St George's College Boat Club, and they have crossed the line with, I'd say that's about a length advantage, but it was a real fight there for a second. I mean, in lane 2 there, the Windsor Boys School boat is coming down thick and fast. You can see how much energy they are putting down. They are exhausted as they cross the line, but that's a lovely view on the screen of Wallingford Rowing Club. And if you are down in the finish area, you can see them rowing back to the pontoons quite serenely for having just won what was a little bit of a fight in the middle section of that race.
I think it was, and I think they got themselves out in front, and then I think into the Orange Boys they thought, right, we're going to show these other crews what we can actually do, and just put in a sprint for the line just to sort of pull themselves apart from them and just, you know, maybe give the other crews a surprise. You know, when you're holding on to somebody's coattails for most of the race and for them suddenly to disappear in the last 50 metres, it comes as a bit of a surprise, and then you have to sort of gauge what you're going to do in the next round.
Well, it's as you said, sometimes you do have to show them, because the what you give up in your legs, you gain from maybe rattling your competition ever so slightly. If they know what you can do when they're up against you again in the A final, then you might have given yourself an advantage there.
Absolutely. So 2 of these boats into the A final, and the rest we'll see later. But we've got the second heat of this Open Junior 18 Coxless 4s. We've got a composite from Tideway Scullers School and Tyne in lane 2, Clare's Court School in lane 3, Nottingham and Union in lane 4, Peterborough City in lane 5. You just see the Clare's Court School there in the middle of the screen. They look pretty even across the course at the moment, as in the previous heat, 2 straight into the final. And in this heat you want to have one of these 2 protected places, because you don't want to have to race more than you have to in a day like today. And the action yet again happening in the middle of the course between Clare's Court, Nottingham and Union.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting composite there in lane 2 from Tideway Scullers and Tyne. It's a partnership cross country. I mean, Tyne is again up in the northeast, and Tideway is based on the Thames, of course, and so it's lovely to see the partnerships that can form. I think across these different events, you know, a club will spot someone that they know is the missing link for a boat that they've been trying to put together for a while. So it's lovely to see there. I think that is Archie Walton from Tyne there in that Tideway Scullers boat. So a slight difference in kit as well. You've got the lovely bright yellow and red of Tideway, very noticeable, and then I think it's the black and white of Tyne.
Yeah, I think pretty much so, yeah. With a stripe up the side, as I recall.
Absolutely.
A good performance from Nottingham and Union there in the bright red kit over on the far side of the course. I think they've snapped the elastic between themselves and Clare's Court School. Clare's Court School having to fight off this challenge from Tideway Scullers and Tyne. But I don't think they've got enough water left to overhaul Clare's Court there. And then over on the far side, the blue and yellow of Peterborough City.
Absolutely. And if you are watching on your screen, you can see the times from the 1500 metres mark, but for those on the course, it is Nottingham Union coming in about 5 seconds ahead of Clare's Court School, and then about 10 seconds ahead behind them comes the Tideway Scullers Composite, followed by Peterborough City, and it will be Nottingham Union powering down through those red boys that match their uniforms very lovely.
I think they've done the same as Wallingford did in the previous heat. Just came into the orange boys and just thought, let's just put a marker down here and just show them what we can do. We're not under any pressure, but just let's get some adrenaline out the system and just blast it for the last 50 metres or so. And they certainly snapped that elastic between themselves and Clare's Court, who are in second place. And then there was a good push there from Tideway Scullers and Tyne just to come into that third place.
Yeah, I think that when you give that real push at the end of a race, especially when you're ahead, it can sometimes be one of two things. It's either that you know that you are ahead, so you can practice a potential finish that you want to have for a race should it be really close. It gives you the chance to do it without maybe the pressure, so that you can, the Cox can practice their calls, and you have that feeling that you associate them with those red boys coming through them. You really get that nice. Oh, you can see the edge of our commentary tower there, up high. But yeah, I think the second thing there can also be that
putting in a push for the finish.
Yeah, just putting in a push for the finish.
And sometimes it's just, you can do your race and you think, actually I just want to get a wee bit more adrenaline out the system. I just want to expend more energy in the legs. I want to feel as though I've had a race.
Yes, absolutely. It's quite sportsmanlike as well, isn't it? It's that, especially when your league's ahead, if you slow down a little bit and make sure that you still do come in as that cohort that you are. You are competitors, obviously, with the boats on the course with you, but you're all there for the same thing. There is the race against each other, but it's also a race down to the line first. It's how fast can you get down there, and I think the really nice thing is that rowing is a team sport, both within the boat and across the water.
Yes, I know exactly what you're saying. Yes, because you see watch some master scullers who go off like sort of scalded rabbits out of the trap, and they take off and they get themselves about 2 lengths in front. They're quite happy to sit those 2 lengths in front. They could go much further, much faster, but they just think it's more sportsmanlike behaviour, as you already said, just to sit at 2 lengths. They know they can control the race because they know they've got the boat speed, but just to make it more of a race.
Yeah.
And here on the screen we have the next race.
It's Women's Club Coxless Fours. I'll actually bring your attention, for those of you tuning in on the broadcast, there in the stroke seat of that Warwick boat is Lauren Maguire. I know Lauren Maguire quite well. She was in my very first boat that I ever rowed in, so she sat behind me and very kindly gave me many pointers that I needed. So she learnt to row at Hatfield College in Durham, and then I think came to Bucks as a beginner in a 4, and went on to be the bow seat of the top 4 of that crew, of that boat club. And then she did a short stint at Oriel Kensington, AK on the Tideway, and is now at Warwick. And she does a fantastic job of balancing a quite full-on rowing schedule with a really fun job as an engineer on the Alpine Formula 1 team.
Oh, wow.
So she's got her name on several cars out there, and is, I think, got her name cemented in that boat because they're doing quite a good job.
Wow, that's an exciting job indeed, and producing fast cars and fast in the water. Wonderful. So in this race we have, we got digressed, we have Hexham in lane 2, Warwick in lane 3, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 4, and Sir William Perkins School in lane 5. And to my eye, it is honours at the moment with Nottingham Rowing Club. Just as before, 2 of these boats going into the final, and sometimes you get one boat out in front and then the good race is on for that second place in the final. I think we're going to see that in this race because, to my eye, there's certainly 2, if not 3 boats contending for that second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Nottingham Rowing Club are doing a fantastic job of leading the pack. They have led from the get-go at 500, 1,000 and 1,500 metres. Again, I think the familiarity that they have with this course is probably aiding them ever so slightly, but you see there Warwick is in second place at the moment, about 20 or so seconds behind Nottingham, followed by Sir William Perkins and then Hexham.
Just checking that, yes, these are Coxless 4s still. So, yeah, I would just looking at the Nottingham boat, looking very controlled there. Very, very comfortable in their position. They've obviously decided they're going to put this marker out and just go for this time to scare everybody else in the next heat, which is also the same event, Women's Club Coxless 4s.
I mean, it's a mind game, rowing, isn't it? You lose sight of your competitors, and some people see that as a real challenge, but some people, that removes the motivation. If you don't have someone battling, if you can't hear, you know, not in this race, but if you can't hear the Cox, or in a Coxless race, if you can't hear those blades entering the water, then it can be a little bit demotivating. And when you say breaking the elastic, that's really
well and truly broken there.
Absolutely.
But, you know, credit where credit's due. Great performance from Nottingham Rowing Club there. Really putting a marker out for this event. Just showing them other clubs what they can do and what they have to do to overcome them in the final. So second place is with... Oh gosh, I've lost...
Oh, that's Warwick.
Warwick there.
Coming across the line, looking a little tired, but maybe less so than they thought they'd be. They might have gone for the different tactic of conserving their energy. They know that they're out in that second place. They know they'll be going through to the A final. And
Sir William Parkins just coming through in third place with Hexham, bright blue and yellow kit in fourth.
It's always lovely when a rowing club has distinctive colouring, because it just means that you see them and you know.
Yes, as a commentator, you love distinctive kit because you can spot them coming from quite a distance, and you think, so it's Hexham, so we've got a bright blue and yellow, different from Peterborough, so we've got a different blue and yellow, different from Warrington, we've got a different blue and yellow because different bits on their kit, but they're still distinctive.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you have to think about the standouts that, regardless of where you are, everyone kind of remembers them. For example, Lee in their bright orange, which is always a joy to see, especially on a slightly less sunny day. I think they're a warm welcome during head races.
Absolutely, and yeah, I would raise you. I think it's the only club in the land that has polka dots on their kits. Strathclyde University, distinctive from anywhere, which is lovely to see. But anyway, we digress.
We digress, and we take you to the second heat of the Women's Club Coxless 4s in Lane 2, Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club, Lane 4, Newark Rowing Club, and Lane 5 is York City.
Now this is a much tighter race, this one, between Wallingford and Notts County on this side, and then also in contention we have York City, and York's just slightly behind them at the moment, but still overlap between those boats.
Yeah, I mean, at the 1500 metre mark, which is when they will start kind of gearing themselves up, they might not bring the rate up, but they'll start putting down more power. And once they get to the Red Buoys, if there is a tight race going on, that is when they'll really pick up the pace. And with... So between Wallingford Rowing Club and Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, it's less than a second at the moment. So we will see probably both of them making a move in due course. You can see them on the screen and on the course. Very tight now.
And I would, as you said, I would expect somebody to start making a move there. Okay,
and it looks like Nottinghamshire County are potentially making that move. It looks like they might be pulling out slightly ahead, and it was Wallingford that were in front at the 3/4 mark. And so, yes, I think it might be Nottingham coming out. They know this water, so they might have just been waiting for that moment, conserving their energy so they can really power out in front.
In a Coxless boat, it's always good to have your next closest competitors in the lane side by side with you, because then you know exactly what you need to do. Wallingford trying to pick it up, come back on Nottinghamshire County, and they're really pushing on there. Wallingford coming back on them, but I think Nottinghamshire County have done enough to take that first place. Okay, to be confirmed by the Finnish judges. I'm just giving my opinion. With Wallingford in that second place, and then York City, and then it's going to be Newark.
Ooh, York City, who seem to have had a slight steering issue as they came into the final section of that race, but did a stellar job of crossing the line in that third place. It was a battle that unfortunately Wallingford lost against Notts, but they did a stellar job. I think there was about a length in it. It will be interesting to see how they fare against each other in the final.
Welcome back to Champs Live 25. We have had an amazing morning of racing, and if you want to catch up on any of the results from this morning, head over to britishrowing.org. All the information you need will be there. It's almost time for the semi-finals, so we're going to hand back to the commentary team.
Guys, when the names of the winning crew come up, it's repeat.
Yeah, TB1, the names that...
Well done, confident, come on!
So we're moving on to our first A-B semi-finals. These results from the time trials we had earlier this morning, and these athletes were out on the water at 8 o'clock this morning. Lots of athletes putting in their time trials, and we've got the fastest 12 of the women's club singles now in front of us.
This is a quite exciting race because, so if we take you through the scullers, we'll then give you a bit of background. In lane 1 we have Ursula Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Veronika Vonikova from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. We've got Louise Brooks from Leeds University, Flora Turnbull from Rob Roy, Emily Baker from Leeds Rowing Club, and Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton Rowing Club. Now, Ursula Fleming from Nottingham Rowing Club and Louise Brooks from Leeds are both part of the GB Performance Development Academy composite that raced at Henley Women's. So they have swapped out the quad for singles and will be very familiar with each other, not only in terms of their technique and their rowing style, but they'll probably know the kind of moves that they'll make. So they might be quite fierce competitors against each other. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out.
And I also have my eye on Veronika Vonikova from Clydesdale, because she also raced in the quad at Henley Women's, and that Clydesdale quad did very well indeed, so I'll be interested. And I know she's a very accomplished single sculler because she used to race at Strathclyde University, doing very, very well indeed, so I'll be really interested in this race.
I mean, as you expect, this semi-final of the top 6 qualifiers from the time trial is very exciting, but you've got some real talent in there. You've got Emily Baker from Leeds, who actually rowed in the US at Texas Southern Methodist University from 2020 to 2024, so she's got a lot of international experience already. And she represented England at the home country's regatta in the women's Coxed 4 in 2023. You've got Rebecca in that last lane from Lambton. She, I think, also rose for Newcastle University Boat Club. She unfortunately missed out on a Henley campaign after quite devastatingly having a car crash. So it's fantastic that so soon after that she is able to come out and not only race at all, but have such a successful race.
So these are the first two semi-finals. The first, I can see a real race developing here between lanes 1, 2 and 3. Ursula Fleming, Veronika Vonikova, Louise Brooks. They seem to have just pulled themselves marginally out in front of the rest of the field, but we can't discuss Turnbull nor Baker. I think Wearmouth is maybe just slightly behind the pace of the rest of the field there. But cracking race. Louise Brooks just pulling herself out in front now. I think she's a bit of length in front of Vonikova of Clydesdale.
I think you might be right. I mean, at 1,500 metres, it was Louise Brooks, followed closely by Veronica, and then Ursula Fleming bringing up that little pack at the start. And then it's a fairly close race between Flora from Rob Roy and Emily Baker of Leeds. Rebecca is, as you said, bringing up the pack but doing a stellar job. She's actually coached by her sister, Natasha. So it's lovely. You often see rowing running in the family, don't you?
Oh, absolutely. You see rowing dynasties developing, and it's just really nice. Just nice to see these names appear generation after generation. The stellar performance from Louise Brooks there. Just, you get together in a quad, but you obviously spend a lot of time in a single, and she looks very comfortable indeed in that single. University of Leeds going through that first place. Vonikova of Clydesdale taking second. Oh, look at this battle for third.
Flora Turnbull from Rob Roy really pulled it out of the bag. Now that is someone making a move in that final 250 metres of the race. She really gave Ursula Fleming a run for her money. It was Ursula that crossed over in that third position. But wow, Flora seems to be one to watch. We'll have a look at what happens there in the B final. I think that she looks like an exciting watch for the day.
So from that first semi-final, AB semi-final, we move on to the second one. And in this one, we have McGee of Norwich in lane 1, Stanhope of Warrington in lane 2, Webster of Leicester in lane 3, Titterington of Newark in lane 4, Weeks of Nottingham in lane 5, and Granger of Vesta in lane 6. We had some excitement in that one. Great race going for third and fourth, and you don't want to be in that fourth position, but sadly Flora Turnbull had to settle for that, despite that amazing push she put in those last few strokes.
I mean, someone has to be, don't they? And it's, I think, quite an interesting thing about rowing as a sport is that you often do have these days where you race multiple times, and often weekends like this where you race in multiple categories. So athletes really have to be on their best game, and there is only one first place, and luckily at regattas like this you do get 1, 2 and 3, but more often than not in rowing you get first place or you don't.
I know, side by side, and it's the best will in the world. You could be physically, mentally prepared, but some days it's not going to happen for you, and for no real reason. It just doesn't gel. You just don't feel comfortable. Something's not set up right with the boat. You've had a rubbish journey. You've got all these obstacles to account, and sadly there's been no sort of warm-ups in the lake or that for most of these athletes, so they've come off long journeys, jumped into their boat and gone and done their time trial. So their time trial's been their warm-up.
Yeah, and actually as you look down at the river you can see it on the screen and on the course. You have these little bays of wind, areas of kind of slightly calmer water, and it gets a little bit easier as you come down towards the finish line. You have a bit of protection from the wind because you've got a lot of tents on one side, and then you've got the trees and the centre on the other, and so it gets a little bit protected. But that middle section is quite brutal.
Not so much today, I wouldn't say, because the wind is minimal at the best. There's just a lonely bit in that middle section. A lonely bit is a single sculler, because in these 2K races you got your start and you sort of cool drop off the start, and then you got this lonely middle 1K, which is where mentally you have to be on top of yourself and mentally preparing yourself You're putting in the pushes, following your race plan. And then you come into the finish, and then that's a whole different part of the race. This is, all or nothing stuff at the finish. But gosh, what a race we got here again. It's all happening in the middle between Leicester and Newark.
Yeah,
Titterington and Webster. I think they're matching each other stroke for stroke in the middle of that field. I wouldn't count out Stanhope of Warrington either yet at the moment. And then Weeks of Nottingham Rowing Club. Yeah, on a whole water, she could pull out the bag.
I was going to say, if you were watching on the screen, you could see the times at that 1500 metre mark. And there was half a second between the two crews in lane 3 and 4. And then I think maybe 0.2 of a second between the crews in 4th and 5th place, in 3rd and 4th place, excuse me. And so it looks like it'll be quite an exciting race, especially for that 3rd spot. Yeah.
Here we go again, this 3rd and 4th positions. These are the ones where it's always really tight. And, none of these two scullers in the middle of the field, Webster nor Titterington, Leicester or Newark, want to be caught napping, because I think the two on their outside have started flying. Stanhope of Warrington and Weeks of Nottingham Rowing Club. And it looks as though it's Stanhope of Warrington just pushing herself on just a bit more.
Gosh.
Oh, gosh.
Look at that. I think it was initially, it looked like it was going to be the Newark sculler, Jennifer Titterington, that was going to come across. She had a canvas lead against that sculler from Leicester, Lizzie Webster. But as they were coming down, I want to say maybe the last 50 metres of that race, it was Lizzie Webster who managed to push herself out in front again by just a canvas. But my gosh, what a fantastic finish there.
I think Lizzie Webster was being pushed on by Stanhope of Warrington because she made a big move there as well. And sometimes if there's somebody on your right side pushing you along, that just gives you that encouragement to just lift your game. Granger of Vesta just going through 5th, McGee of Norwich settling for 6th.
That looks like it will be a really exciting final for the women's club singles sculls. Tune in for that later. It looks like it will be exciting. I mean, we know at least the first 3 that are going through are quite well matched to each other.
Absolutely. Just wonder how much they've got left in the tank or what they want to.
Well, it's all about recovery in these multi-race days, isn't it? You get off the water, and especially when it's slightly hotter than normal as it is today, you want to get off the water. You need to drink as much water as possible, rehydrate from the race, get some sugar in so that you don't crash at all, and you want to sometimes even just hop in a cold shower so that you can bring down that core temperature so that your recovery can start and you can make sure that you've got as much energy and strength for the races that are to come.
Yeah, like performance cyclists, get off your feet, get in the shade, to get people to run around after you because you don't want to waste any energy in these situations. Sometimes I think a damp cotton t-shirt is really my favourite way of cooling down.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And sometimes you need that when you're rowing up as well. You get into the boat and you just dip a t-shirt into the water and pop it on so that you can make sure that
you're cool.
By the time you get to the start for your race, you're obviously going to be warm, but you don't want to be overheated because that's a recipe for disaster. But it is not a disaster out on the water today. We've got some fantastic races that have just happened, and now we are on to the semi-final of the Open Clubs Single Sculls. We have in lane 1 Nottingham Rowing Club, that's Adrian Biddle. In lane 2 we've got Archie Norton of Bath University Boat Club. In lane 3, Teddy Sherman of Leicester Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Barney Evans of York City. David Smith from Nottingham Rowing Club, and then Alan Sinclair from Inverness. How do you feel about this lineup, Carol?
Well, I can honestly say I saw Inverness and I saw Sinclair and I thought, I wonder if that's Alan. And then I thought, it is Alan. And I am thrilled beyond belief to see him here racing this weekend. Yes, Alan, I've known Alan for a very long time. Graduate of Aberdeen University, rowed at Leander for many years, became a coach at St Andrews, University of St Andrews, and is now coaching online. So,
wow.
So yes, so it's nice to see him flying the Inverness colours. And for those who don't know Inverness, bright red and green.
Fantastic. It's like the northern counterpart for AK, which is that bright pink and green that you see on the Tideway.
So yes, good, but fantastic to see Alan racing here. I hadn't appreciated that he'd enter, but back to the middle of the field. It's Sherman of Leicester. It's another Leicester sculler in the middle of the field. I thought I'd misread the same lines, but here we go. Another Leicester sculler in the middle of the field, leading with York City in his outside, and yet again, this phenomenal race for 3rd and 4th place. Where do you think the money is going to go this time?
Well, if we look back to the 1500 metre times, it was Leicester, York, and then Bath. I think it's definitely going to be that Leicester Rowing Club sculler, Teddy Sherman, who crosses the line first. He is flying away from the field. In lane 4, we have York City Rowing Club powering it down, and I think that the sculler from Nottingham Rowing Club is going to run out of water. It was the Bath University Boat Club sculler, Archie Norton, who crossed over in that 3rd position to get himself into the A final for Open Club single sculls. And Alan just crossed the finish line looking wonderful and calm, although he is, I think, has had a bit of a tough race there. You know, he came across the line last, but wow, what a fantastic race. We have the second semi-final now in progress. About halfway down the course, we have Marlow Rowing Club in lane 1. Ben Dyer is the sculler from Marlow. Harvey Lunn from Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 2. In lane 3, we've got James Coombs from Hereford. In lane 4, we've got Max Raymond Barker from Lee Rowing Club. Lane 5 is Harry Hetherington from the American School in London. And in lane 6 from Bath University is Gear Barmer. Now, up at that halfway point, it was the Hereford sculler James Coombs who was in the 1st position, followed closely by Max from Lee in 3rd place. Then we had Nottingham just a few seconds behind, followed closely by the American School in London sculler Harry Hetherington. So again, it looks like there's not too much of a difference between the scullers out on that field. And as they're only just past the halfway point, I will be very excited to see how they fare in the later stages of their race. I think as the day goes on, as people are slightly more awake for their races, especially when you get to these semi-finals that people have time trialled for, it gets all a little bit more exciting. I think some of these single sculls events have an inordinate number of entries. I think it might be the Open J18 singles has 96 entries in it. So to make your way into a semi-final or a final at all for that category, I think is absolutely phenomenal work from the boys out there.
A lot of people, when time trials were started to be introduced, a lot of people didn't like them. But most commentators did, because it gave you really exciting racing at the end of the day, because you are matching people with similar boat speeds in the finals. And you know, for these AB finals, they have similar boat speeds in the top 12, pretty close together, but then we're separating the fastest 6 and putting them into the A final. And then all these other minor finals, you can get some fantastic racing in the minor finals later on. So don't write them off. There is still some great racing out there.
As a staunch supporter and enterer of minor finals on this course, I highly recommend that you engage with them. You can get some really, really exciting stuff. I was in the E final for women's 8s at Bucks a couple of years ago, and the top 5 came within a second of each other. It was such an exciting race to rewatch, but also just to be part of. I think that, you know, obviously a 2-lane race is quite personal. It feels almost like a grudge match with the person in the lane next to you. But when you have so many competitors for a single event and then 5 other people
and weeding them out, so there's similar boat speeds. But talking of boat speeds, the boat speed at present seems to be with James Coombs of Hereford, Max Raymond Barker of Leeds, just on his outside. Those two places look to be fairly comfortable. I think there's free water between them and the rest of the field, and yet again we're on this battle for 3 and 4 between Harry Lunn of Nottingham and Harvey Lunn of Nottingham and Harry Hetherington of the American School.
And it's quite fun to watch because you get that sandwich of, you know, the two vying for first position in the middle and then the two vying for third, I guess.
But the Hereford Scullers just picked it up there and just thought, no, I'm not going to settle for being side by side. I just want to be in front. And that's what he's doing, and he's just...
a beautiful show of really lengthening out his stroke at the end of that race, which is really hard to do when you're tired and you're really trying to get yourself across the line.
There from Harvey Lunn of Nottingham Rowing Club, just to pull himself in front of Harry Hetherington of the American Schools. Just brilliant there. Just some great racing going on. And
I think it was close for in pairs, wasn't it?
5 and 6 as well, pretty close together between the Bath Sculler and the Marlow Sculler. So, you know, this B final later on today is going to be really good. The A final is going to be excellent.
So, on the course, you can see the umpire has just raised the white flag. That means that the positions in which the boats cross the finish line are the official positions, which means that it will be that Hereford Sculler, the Sculler from Lee, and Harvey Lunn from Nottingham, proceeding into the A final of that Open Club Singles. We have the semi-final of the Open J18 single sculls. Now this is a race that I have been very excited for. I said earlier I'm interested to see how Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur does in a field of slightly older scullers. He is very well known for his work in the J16 singles, but he is clearly completely comfortable in a sea of competitors older than him, because I think that is him coming out in front.
He was 4 seconds ahead at whichever timing point we just had. That was probably 1,000 metres in. 4 seconds ahead is quite a significant lead when you're giving away a couple of years' age at this level. But this is the Junior 18 single scull event. Quinn Mosley showing his cards early on in the race, getting himself out in front and just getting himself out in front and managing to control this race. It's a good place to be out in front. Second place was with Clare's Court School in lane 6. So in this race, sorry, we haven't told you who's in the race. It's Trentham in lane 1, Hereford in lane 2, Durham in lane 3, Henley in lane 4, Tideway Scullers in lane 5, Clare's Court School in lane 6.
Yeah, I think they're representing Hereford. That is Hamish Gamble. Hamish won the B final of the J16 single last year at Brit Champs, and this year won silver in the J17 single at the Junior Sculling Regatta. He missed out on Nat scores because of illness, so this is his first and last big race of this season. So hopefully he will be trying to make the most of it. He, at the halfway point, I think was in 5th position, but not that far behind his competitors in 3rd and 4th. Now, as they come past 1,500 metres, we have some times coming through. It is still Quinn Mosley from Durham Amateur Rowing Club who is out in front ahead of the pack. He's now extended it to a 5-second lead over the Clare's Court sculler, James Howlett Bolton. After that, we have, I think it's going to be another tight one, which is every commentator's dream. Second behind Clare's Court in 3rd place is the Tideway Sculler, and then a second after that is the Hereford Rowing Sculler, Hamish Gamble. So he has picked up the pace. He's come in from 5th to 4th. Can he bring it up to 3rd to make his way into the A final of this category.
If you look at these scullers, it's just so exciting. I think there's more than just third and fourth to be challenged for here. I think Quinn Mosley has got himself out in front, but look at the chasing pack, very little between them. And we're getting to this stage of the race where I think they will all start thinking, this is it. We really need to make our move now.
And you can see they've entered the red buoys, so they know that they are running out of water. If they are going to make a move, they will do it now. And clearly this is not just a race to watch for us up here. You can hear the screams.
The wall of sound coming
competitors.
from the athletes watching as well.
You've got people running down to the finish line to support them. Quinn Mosley is absolutely powering it down, but he's
working hard for this.
Challenged. Yeah, it's the Henley Sculler in lane 4 that is really making him work.
Tideway Scullers is up there, Clare's Court School up there as well.
Oh my gosh, I think they're in a straight line now. That is a lineup you could throw a blanket over. There is, as they surge forward, it's going to be on the surge that they cross the line, and I couldn't tell you who came in second place of that race. Tideway Scullers and Henley Rowing Club were neck and neck.
It'll come down to the surge as where they were in their stroke, and that's one for the Finnish judges. Finnish judges sit. We're on the top of the tower. The Finnish judges sit much closer to the water. They've got a beautiful line across the water. They can see the board at the far side. They've got a line that they line up on. There's probably 2 or 3 there just keeping their eye on the finish, and I'm sure today there will be a lot of discussion as to who finished. They also have a camera on the finish, so they can go back to the camera evidence, a bit like VAR.
Yes,
you can consult the camera, but what a finish in that race.
That was incredibly exciting. I mean, as commentators, you can imagine we sit down quite a lot, but we were not sitting for that one. We hands pressed to the glass. We just wanted to make sure that we took in every single moment. Now, there was a white flag from the umpire, so in first for that semi-final of the Open J18 singles, it was Quinn Mosley in first. 2 seconds ahead of the Henley Rowing Club sculler, who was 0.4 seconds ahead of Tideway scullers. So it will be Durham Amateur, Henley Rowing Club and Tideway who will be taking the first 3 spots in the A final, and then in 4th place it was Clare's Court Boat Club doing an absolutely fantastic job. That was just a second between James Howlett Bolton of Clare's Court and Henry Pendred from Tideway Scullers, and then rounding off the pack in 5th position Hereford, and in 6th Trenton.
That's harsh for Clare's Court. He was 2nd place most of the way on that course, but these other scullers just obviously threw everything at it in that last little bit of that race. Phenomenal finish there. But we've got the 2nd semi-final underway, and in this heat we have Buell Bridge in lane 1, Page of Hartpury University and College in lane 2, Mackenzie of Northampton Rowing Club in lane 3, Sheesby of Hartpury University and College in lane 4, Pritchard of Warrington in lane 5, MacDonald of Sunderland in lane 6.
Now, I'm sure they will have heard all the news about the scullers coming before them. They will have checked out their times and how they race. They will have coaches keeping an eye on them, so they might be slightly unsure coming down the course about what they will meet if they make it into the A final. But I'm hoping that we get another very close round of racing so that the A and B final of this.
Now, just looking up the course there, Sasha, I don't know what you think, but I think the sculler in lane 1 seems to be up there, along with lane 1, 2, 3 and 4 all seem to be ahead of the field, which is unusual because they usually seed the races for the middle of the course. So that sculler from Buell Bridge is really making an impact early in this race.
I mean, if you look at the times there on the screen, we'll give them to you on the course. At the 1500 metre mark, it was Hartpury in lane 4, so Sheesby, who is coming in 0.6 seconds ahead of the Northampton Rowing Club sculler Mackenzie, and we have in 3rd place at that point the Sunderland sculler. 4th place was Buell Bridge, 5th was Daniel Page from Hartpury, and 6th was Warrington now.
You can look at the times all you like, I would still put my money on the sculler from Buell Bridge. I think he's come back in that last 500 metres and just making an impact in the rest of this race here. Got to have to stand up just to get the angle, because sometimes it's telling you porky pies. But there's 4 scullers here for 3 places in the A final. I could not really separate them at the moment.
No. And as they come down towards us, even on the screen, it's very hard to make out who is going to be in front. I think that the sculler in lane 2 is slightly behind the pack, whether it's because he is or because the others are just pulling ahead. We will see. I mean, they are now down to the red boys, and they will be putting in the pressure to try and clinch that position. It looks like Buell Bridge may have run out of energy just a little bit as they came into the final section. Maybe he put in a push a little too early. But oh my gosh, in that...
It's Hartbury in lane 4 just taking the lead now, and with Northampton going with them.
You can absolutely see the effort that he is putting down. He's absolutely gunning it towards the line. It will be that Hartbury sculler that crosses first, followed by Northampton, and then the second Hartbury sculler. Now, that is a real masterclass of not breaking the elastic between those boats, because one went and the others went with him.
Absolutely, and Buell Bridge put in a huge effort there in the middle of the course, having to settle for 4th. I think maybe Warrington had 4th there. Warrington 4th, Buell Bridge 5th. No, I got that wrong. I'm sorry. It was City of Sunderland in 4th and Warrington in 6th.
Okay, we had just a little bit of a break there to change over. I am still here. This is Sasha, but I am now joined by Charlie. Charlie, welcome to the castle in the clouds is what I'm going to start calling it, because it's just fun to have that bird's eye view, and yeah, no, it's a great place to be.
I prefer the Eagle's Nest.
The Eagle's Nest. Oh.
But, yeah, I'm slightly disconcerted because on this commentary setup there is a camera in the commentary tower, so I never know whether the production team are...
they are watching us very closely.
Indeed. Keeping in tabs on us. Anyhow, what race have we got on the course at the moment, Sasha?
Race on the course now is race 26. This is the semi-final for women's J18 doubles. So in lane 1, we've got Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. Lane 2, Sir William Perkins School. Lane 3 is Barn Elms Rowing Club. Lane 4, Hartbury University and College. Lane 5 is Agecroft, and lane 6 is George Watson's College. Now, at the halfway mark, it was Barn Elms that were leading. They had about a 2.5 second lead over their competitors in the lane next to them, Hartbury University and College. Third was Sir William Perkins. Fourth was Agecroft. Fifth was Stratford-upon-Avon. And sixth was George Watson. And it looks like Barn Elms, Hartbury University and College, and Sir William Perkins are still bringing up that wonderful V coming down the course at the 1500 metre mark. So looking at those times and looking out on the water, What do you think this race is going to shape up to be at the final?
I mean, if I'm honest, it looks like the Barn Elms crew are having a very relaxed race. They seem to be well ahead, have some 2-3 lengths on Hartbury University and College, and they were sculling. We had some nice shots of them going through the 1500 metre mark a moment ago. They're sculling very neatly and efficiently, and I think they're enjoying the fact that they look set to move to the A final with no great discomfort whatsoever. And likewise, the Hartbury crew, I think, will also be thinking, look at that, they are, okay, they can't see the Barn Elms crew, who are way out in front of them, but they can see the rest of the pack, all 4 crews, so the 2 to the left, 2 to the right, and I think they'll just know the boys are turning red, they're going to the A final.
I think that's probably quite a nice place to be. You know you're not going to come out on the top of that pack, but because you know that you're going into that final, you can just relax. You don't have to think about catching up with that boat in front of you. On the screen, we've got a lovely shot of those 2 doubles, the one from Barn Elms and the one from Hartbury, just powering down. Now, I would say that Barn Elms have broken their elastic with Hartbury, but I think they're really taking them with them, and Hartbury is doing a fantastic job of just striding out ahead of the rest of their competitors.
And I'd say it's the Sir William Perkins School in lane 2 who are going to be in third position to take that third progression through to the A final. But they're under a bit of pressure as well. They're just getting a bit challenged there by the crew next to them in lane 1. That's the Stratford-upon-Avon crew, who are only just a length off them, and they're just having a quick look there over the right hand shoulder to see how close they are, and also put under pressure by Agecroft in lane 5. But with less than 50 metres to go, I do think it's going to be Sir William Perkins who will take that third place spot and progress through to the A final.
I think I recognise the stroke from that Sir William Perkins School from Henley Women's, and I said it then and I'll say it again. It was so lovely to see so many people from a diverse kind of cultural and religious background, and not having things like, if you look at rowing uniform, there's not a lot of it. You want to streamline yourself, but for athletes to be able to do that and still adhere to their religion and their culture and be able to race at such a high level, it's really fantastic. And that crew has gone in third position from that set of scullers to the A final, so it will be brilliant to see how they do there.
Yeah, totally agree. Rowing should be for everyone, and it's great to see that. Now, apologies if you can hear a little bit of rustling in the background. We've just been handed our lunch by our glamorous assistant. We're now moving on to the next race, which I think is the second half of that women's J18 doubles. So in lane 1 we have Hexham, in lane 2 we have Trenton Boat Club, in lane 3 we have Rob Roy, lane 4 Clare's Court School, lane 5 Peterborough City, and lane 6 Sir William Borlase Girlstall Boat Club.
So just a reminder to everyone online and on the course, there is a form that you can fill out to send us some information about your crew so that we know more about what is going on the water, and we can tell those that aren't familiar with the crews a little bit more as well. For example, in the Hexham crew, that is Esme Pugh and Emily Lunt. They failed to steer correctly last year at Champs, so have now swapped places so they can give it a slightly better go.
Is that what they said?
That's what they said. So they were in the B final last year. I'm sure they will be hoping to make it into that A final this year. We'll see if the change in crew structure makes any difference. They raced together in the quad, but they haven't raced in the double together till this regatta season. So again, it's always exciting to see new combinations come out and to see how they fare on the water.
Indeed, and as we have a look now at the pictures on the screen, they're still a bit far away from us to judge on the course, but how are the times looking at the 1K mark?
So at halfway, it looks to be potentially Rob Roy out in front. We are having a little bit of an issue with the timings coming through, so it may be a case of waiting till 1500 metre mark. We'll just keep you on your toes to see who is out there, but I look at the screen and I do see the Rob Roy scullers really pushing ahead of the crew. They've got about a length lead, and yes, as the times come up for 1500 metres, it is Rob's that have about a 6-second lead on their competitors in lane 4, Clare's Court School. Now, Clare's Court are followed quite closely by Peterborough City Rowing Club and then Sir William Borlase. And then bringing up the rear, we have in lane 2, Trenton Boat Club, and then Hexham are rounding out that group. So if they have a move to make, now will be the time to make it.
Yeah, and indeed, and just having a quick look at the screen and the pictures we're getting here, it does look like that Rob Roy crew, similar to the previous semi-final, very comfortably in front, sculling efficiently. They know they can just hold a little bit back and save that for the A-final because they know they will be on the start line for that A-final. Meanwhile, Clare's Court School, I would say, in a less comfortable position. They can see that nobody's really challenging from the right in lanes 1 and 2, but they are being pushed quite hard by that Peterborough City crew in lane 5 again. And although we are forming a chevron, I don't think there's much between these three crews. Probably a length and a half at most between Clare's Court and Peterborough City. And then behind them, I think William Borlase might just be just shy of an overlap, one length. We're just approaching now 250 metres to go in the race, so about 45 seconds left. And again, it is Rob Roy still out in front, and I think they just need to know that they can see everyone out in front of them to their left who's going to cause a problem for them. Nobody on the right is going to challenge them. They've just got 20 strokes to go. Just put their heels down and stay ahead. Don't have to use all of their energy reserves. They can save that for the A-final. So
looks like they're lengthening out ever so slightly just to try and make sure that they cross the finish line very concretely in that first position. They've got clear water over that lane 4 Clare's Court Club double, and they're kind of easing their way over the finish line. Clare's Court following them very nicely, and I think that Peterborough City have definitely made a move in that last 100 metres or so, because they are now crossing the finish line in the 3rd position. The 4th position was, I think, slightly vied for by
Trentham, I think.
Trentham and Sir William Borlase, but it was Sir William Borlase who I think may have come out of that the success. And then we have Esme and Emily crossing the finish line from Hexham. We'll see how they feel about that compared to last year's.
Yeah, indeed, and you can see there we've got the crew names for the double on screen. Interesting, there's 4 names for a double. Not sure why that is, but the successful crew. Well done to the Rob Roy crew who've made it through that race. That was Martha Whiting and Lara Nathans. And we now move straight on to the next category, which is the Championship Lightweight Single Sculls. We've got some interesting characters in this race. Sasha, who have we got on the course right now?
So, on the course, coming down towards you and I, about halfway through their race in lane 1, we have Calp Rowing Club, Thomas Zammit. In lane 2, we've got James Edgar from the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. In lane 3, we have Ben Parsonage from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 4 from Edinburgh University is Oliver Plank. Salim Iqbal from Marlow is in lane 5, and in lane 6 is Ella Fullman.
I hear that Ben Parsonage has been quite active in our commentary Bible setup. Sasha, what did he have to say?
I think he is probably a little bit disappointed with the opportunities now available for lightweights, because the lightweight category has been cut from the Olympics. So quite devastatingly, people who were absolutely fantastic rowers and definitely, huge competitors. If you think about big names in British rowing, people like Imogen Grant and Emily Craig, who not only set a world's rowing record in the Olympic racing last year, but are also just, huge names on the British rowing scene. They're lightweights, but they're now having to kind of decide whether or not they want to go into the heavyweight category or just stop racing, essentially. And now I think there are just fewer opportunities in the global rowing scene afforded to lightweights, which is a shame, because sometimes people are slightly shorter but still as powerful, or slightly lighter and still as powerful. So it's wonderful that there are opportunities like the British Championships for the lightweights to come out in full force, and have they come out. So in the lead of the pack is Ben Parsonage from Clydesdale. He is followed by James Edgar from Nottinghamshire County Rowing, and Oliver Plank from Edinburgh University is bringing up the top 3 of that race.
Yeah, it looks like to be, again, another pretty easy race for Ben Parsonage, who's actually done extremely well this season in heavyweight categories, and certainly at Met Regatta and at Marlow Regatta. I know he's been beating some of the heavyweights who are racing earlier in the Open Club single sculls category. So clearly very accomplished and talented lightweight sculler. And actually, you know, as you say, it's tricky because I don't think anyone actively wanted to get rid of lightweight rowing, but due to the restrictions on the number of athletes available at the Olympics in order to ensure gender parity, unfortunately it was some of the lightweight men's events that had to go, given a fixed amount of athletes able to race, and that has then cascaded down through the system, so that at the under 23 levels now lightweight's no longer being offering, which means there's no longer an incentive or a pathway for top university rowers to have something to aim for, and then in turn at the kind of under 19 level, again, it's not something that people are really thinking about anymore.
I think there is something to be said for the health of athletes when it comes to lightweight rowing, though. You know, lightweight categories, the actual weighting is really quite low, especially when it comes to adults. Like fully grown people weighing kind of, you know, I think it's under 70 for men and under 55 for women. It's quite intense. So there's also a welfare thing then. But I mean, these lightweights are fantastic. Ben Parsonage has just crossed the finish line. He's looking incredibly relaxed. You know, he
looked like he was out for a Sunday paddle.
Yeah,
or
absolutely.
Friday paddle, I should say.
He's sat there. He's just clicked something off. So I'm assuming that is a race tracker, or maybe his Strava has just been turned off. He's, you know, giving a thumbs up to his competitors. Again, a wonderful show of the camaraderie that is here at these events.
And it looks like it was James Edgar from Nottingham who crossed the place second, so well done for him. Silver medal position for this. Although this is only, of course, the preliminary race. The first 3 were going through to the A final, remainder through to the B final, or just the semi-final. So no medals here, but yeah, James Edgar will be cruising into the A final, and he was followed closely by lane 4, which was Oliver Plank from Edinburgh University.
Now we have the second set of championship lightweight men's sculls coming down the course. They are at their halfway point now. In first position we've got Sylvain Boyer from Kingston Rowing Club. In second we have the Bath University rower sculler Jack Norton. And third we've got Ardingly Benedict Weiss.
And this looks to be a much closer race. Just looking at those times there at the halfway point, there was about a length between the Kingston and the Bath sculler, and then a length again back to the Ardingly sculler. So, although I say this, this is again a semi-final, so it's the first 3 that matter to who's going to go through to the A final, and there's then a 5.5 second gap back to the Queen's Belfast sculler in lane 5. So it does seem like we've got a race of 2 halves, which is apt because they are going to be going to the A and B final respectively. Should tee up some good racing later in the day, but as commentators, it does look like that the outcome of this race seems fairly settled, although you never know with single sculling, maybe they'll try and just get one ahead of each other. But if I was sculling down this course now, if I'm thinking, right, I've got a 5 second gap ahead of the B finalists, I don't need to go hell for leather just to get the top place. It's nice for the lanes, but it doesn't actually necessarily equate to anything. The conditions here are very even, so you don't necessarily need to worry about lane seeding too much.
I think that's what Carol and I were saying earlier, is that when you find yourself in one of those top 3 positions in a semi-final today, it's probably a lot less intense. You're not vying for the first spot to get the best lane possible because the conditions are surprisingly lovely. So, you know, if you get any of the middle lanes, I think you're in for a good one. I'm going to use this race as a moment to talk about something that I love chatting about when I'm on the commentary, which is how much work goes into preparing as a rower to row at these events and how much people invest in their rowing careers. So you see people rowing, especially in these championship events, they are at the top of their game, they're at the top of their their field of rowers, and so there's a huge amount of training that goes in. It's not just what you do on the water on race day, but it's all of the miles that you put in, both on and off the water. And then you get people who do a huge amount of stuff on top of that. So, for example, the Kingston rowing sculler here in lane 3, the S. Boyer, he has a PhD in modelling hearing protectors from 2015, and he's an R&D engineer who creates prototypes from scratch. He worked previously at the National Physical Laboratory and is now at the Building Research Establishment. So he's not very new to the sport. He came back from the Henley Masters after winning the Masters B singles, and he told himself it was going to be his last year competing, but I think he did quite well at Met. He got into the A final, and he looked for a double partner for Henley qualifiers, ended up in a composite crew with someone from Thames, who was just back from injury, and so, you know, that is just an example of the depth and richness of life that you find in these rowers who, you know, spend an inordinate amount of time rowing, and then come and have fantastic races like this. I mean, if you look, they're I'm
sorry to cut you off, Sasha, but we are having an excellent battle now. We were talking about how relaxed the final will be, but this is not happening whatsoever. The Bath sculler has come behind, taken 3 seconds out of the Kingston sculler, and as we go into the line, this is a grudge match for who is going to get their bow ball ahead. And I think Sylvian Boyer from Kingston has just held it off there. He did a burst in response to just shove, take another half a length out of Bath, but James Norton there from the University of Bath Jack Norton gave him an absolute fright there, and there you go. So I was proved utterly wrong. Sometimes in these races, there's a matter of pride to get your bow ball ahead of the other and just send a marker for the next race.
No, absolutely. I mean, I think I didn't quite see that coming. It was coming from behind the screen, and I don't think that Sylvain did either, because I saw him do an almost double takeover to the Bath sculler, and he saw that he was being challenged. He saw that it was a head-to-head, and yeah, it was very much a matter of pride for him to cross the finish line first. So he has got that good lane for the next race, I guess, and we'll see if that little burst cost him anything.
Yeah, I mean, there's some psychological warfare going on as well. You know, if you can prove to yourself that you can beat this person in such a way or whatever, it might be something. You set yourself an objective to do it in a certain way. Who knows? It makes for a more interesting commentary, I'll tell you that. Anyhow, we're moving on to race 30, which is the semi-final of the J16 doubles, and this is between, we've got George Watson's College in lane 1, we've got Walbrook in lane 2, Sir William Borlase Grammar School in lane 3, Bealbridge lane 4, Hereford lane 5, and St Ives Rowing Club in lane 6. And as we go through the 1K, the halfway point, it looks like that Sir William Borlase have a quite comfortable lead, about 5 seconds over the rest of the pack, but behind them the times have just slightly disappeared for me to quote them back to you, but it does look to be a bit more competitive. Again, first 3 through to the A final, remainder through to the B final.
Yeah, I think it was Hereford there in that second position, and I think I could see that George Watson's College bringing up kind of the rear of the pack. It was, St Ives and George Watson in 5th and 6th position. We'll wait for confirmation of the times of those middle 4 lanes to let you know what the racing is like. Maybe it's just too close to tell.
Yeah, just having a quick look out the window, it does look like that Sir William Borlase is quite well ahead of the rest of the pack. And then I think for 2nd and 3rd place, there seems to be a bit of a tussle going on between the Walbrook crew in lane 2 and then the crews on the far side, so Hereford and St Ives. And we've got some nice pictures on screen of the William Borlase crew, who, again, as we've been saying for some of these semi-finals, they know they're well ahead. They don't need to expend too much of their energy now. They're guaranteed a place in the A final as long as they don't capsize. And that looks like to be at least probably 8 seconds now on the next place position. 7.5, there you go, almost. Hereford taking 2nd and St Ives in 3rd. So yes, and then Walbrook just 0.4 of a second behind that. So my rough estimation looking out the window seems to be bang on, Sasha.
Who would have thought all of that experience has led to a real ability to guesstimate races? I mean, if you look at those timings and if you look down the course at where those crews are in relation to each other, whilst that first place seems to be, as you said, unless there is some sort of calamity, quite set, 2nd, 3rd and 4th are really in contention.
I mean, there's nothing in it. You saw the times at the 500 metre mark to go, just 0.4 of a second. And looking out the window and on what we've got on screen here, I think it's too close to call between those three as to who will be the two that go through into the A final. So an exciting now, as we approach the 250 mark, an exciting last 50 seconds. I can see some spectators running down the steps to the edge to cheer on their crew. They're giving us a wave. Fantastic. It does look like, though, that the crew in lane 2, which is Walbrook, are slightly falling behind. I would say that it's going to be Hereford and St Ives currently, but we've still got 200 metres to go in this race, so it could turn around, and the distances involved are quite small between the crews relatively. Still, Borlase out in front. But Sasha, who do you think is going to take it to the line?
Oh gosh, you know, at this point in time, I'm not entirely sure. It looks like St Ives may be falling slightly behind. The bow seat of that boat is looking slightly tired compared to the others on that field. I think if I had to call it, it would be that Hereford crew coming up behind that will cross underneath. I think they have put in a real push as they come into the Red Buoys. There seems to be a little bit of slowing down from the Walbrook crew, but it is that 1, 2, 3, 2, Sir William Borlase, Hereford Rowing Club, and Walbrook.
Well, yes. So I'm not quite sure what happened there because the crew in lane 2, Walbrook, they just sort of slowed down, and did they look over the shoulder and accept defeat? I don't know, but they stopped just before the line, so we'll have to see what happened. And we're just waiting for the finish times to come up on our screen. It does look, so we have got confirmation that it was Sir William Borlase in first, Hereford in second, and we're just waiting to see the gaps between the remaining crews come up.
I think it was St Ives that came in third, actually, and potentially followed by Walbrook there, but again, we will wait and let you know. And in the meantime, for those of you watching
on the big screen and at home.
The big screen and at home, and for those of you who are making your way down to the race just to get as good a view as you possibly can, we have the halfway point of the Open J16 doubles. Now this is the second one. We've got another George Watson's College Rowing Club in lane 1. We have got in lane 2 the Windsor Boys School. In lane 3 we have also Windsor Boys School, so there will be a little bit of a grudge match there. That's the B crew in lane 2 and the A crew in lane 3. In lane 4 we've got Exeter Rowing Club and Hexham Rowing Club composite. Lane 5 is Lee Rowing Club, so absolutely no bias will be coming out of the commentary box here from Charlie. And in lane 6 is Wallingford Rowing Club.
Well, it's a delight to commentate on this race, not only because as the captain of Lee Rowing Club I get to cheer them on with the commentator's privilege, but also because looking at those times at the 1K mark, there was a second between the top 4 crews. I was delighted to see that Lee were out in front, but it was by a smidgen, just 0.3 of a second, I think, over second place. And as we were saying, as we said, just like all the other semi-finals, it's only the top 3 who will go through to the A final. So of this 4 who are right up against each other, one will not make it through, and it's going to be a test of their nerve and their endurance over the next 1,000 metres to work out who it is. Unfortunately, none of these angles quite give us the insight into exactly who is where at the moment. It just looks too close to call. So we'll just have to see how we get a bit further down the course. We're approaching the 1,500 metre mark, and as the camera swivels round, it does look like that the Lee crew have fallen back to and fallen victim to a push from the crew in lane 4. Who are powering through the pack now. So yes, there's been a change of lead. So Lee have slipped back to 5th. It's Worcester in lane 6 who've taken the lead.
Yeah, so it's Wallingford who are now out in the lead, followed by the Exeter Hexham composite. Then you've got the Windsor Boys School A crew, followed very closely by Lee, who have led up till now. So potentially they will see this as something that lights a bit of a fire underneath their bow, and they will start moving back on the pack. Maybe they're just taking a little break. There is a stress emanating from Charlie right now. He is just power of the mind trying to power them down the course. But yes, it looks like it will be very exciting. There's been a little bit of a change up. The Windsor Boys School B crew has been in the 6th position for the entirety of this race so far, and the George Watson's College Rowing Club has been in 5th. So I think, again, this is another battle for that A final.
I mean, much as I love the Lee, it's very dangerous to bet against Windsor Boys School, who seem to be powering forwards in lane 3. But it's that Exeter Hexham composite, who I think have just got the nails out in front, and then Wallingford just falling back to maybe 2nd place. But with 200 metres to go, there is still nothing in it. And that Lee crew, despite having fallen back a little bit, they're only a length out of this. A good sprint now might place them into the A final. They've just got to find another gear and push through. We've got 100 metres to go, and now I think it is Windsor Boys who have taken the lead from the Exeter Hexham composite. The lead has been changing so many times this race. Now Wallingford challenging Exeter and Hexham. They've put themselves up in front, so it's a slip back. I think we know now who are the 3 going through, but the order is shuffling every minute.
It absolutely is. Now it looks like it's Windsor Boys that have crossed the finish line first, and I think that Exeter Hexham composite have just on the surge taken a little bit of length out of that Wallingford crew, but it is those 3 that will go through to the final. Lee bring up the 4th place heading into the B final. They look a little defeated, but they absolutely should be so proud of themselves, because what a fantastic race they rode.
I mean, there's nothing more gutting, is there, to be up in front for the first 3/4 of the race and then have it taken from you. But, you know, fair credit to the other crews. They've paced that fantastically. And although Lee will looking a bit heads down and dispirited, I'm sure they'll do a great job in the B final.
I think it was a very hard race for all involved. It took a lot out of everyone. It was much closer than they probably expected. But I think a real shout out to the boys in lane 1 from George Watson's College. You know, their double won last year's J14 doubles at Brit Champs and were undefeated that season, and this year they've won Scottish Championships at J15 and silver at the Scottish Champs, I think by 0.4 seconds. So they are slightly younger than the rest of the boys here, and that can really make a difference. So a huge congratulations to them for giving such a good race.
I mean, excellent racing. I mean, we have to remember these are J16s, you know, and I've seen they're racing far better than many of the adults I work with. No names shall be said. Anyhow, moving swiftly on, we're on to the next semi-final, which is the J16 single sculls, women's J16 single sculls. So in lane 1, we have
Phoebe Asquith from Hartpury University and College. In lane 2, we've got Ella Hardman from Nottingham and Union. Lane 3 is another Hartpury University and College scholar, Rosie Reynolds. Lane 4, we have Lapton Rowing Club, Eleanor Wesencraft College. Lane 5 is Alyssa Stoker from Sunderland, and lane 6 is Ruby Wells from Warrington.
And looks like, as we go through the 1K mark on those times, that it is the sculler from Hartpury who is out in front. Rosie Reynolds by about a length, followed by Lambton, and then a bit of a gap back to the rest of the pack.
Yeah, we've got City of Sunderland and then Nottingham and Union there, and then the other Hartpury sculler coming in at 5th. Now that is a really nice close-up to that Hartpury sculler in lane 1 on your screens and at home. Phoebe Asquith, just, you know, I feel like there's something very serene about a single. I'm sure it's a very swan-like in that it looks comfortable and they look so set there, but when you're actually in the boat and racing down the course, especially because you don't have any crewmates, you don't have a coxswain with you, it's a little lonely and probably quite stressful. So
I was going to say, have you ever raced a single, Sasha?
I have not. I have paddled
really
a single a
hard
lot, and I've never wanted to race one. It's simply because I don't want to break the serenity that comes with it.
Yeah, I mean, as we say, with all top-class rowing, everyone makes it look really easy, but with a single, it's just really hard work. You just have to be pushing yourself constantly. There's no one else to blame. There's nowhere else to go, and there's nowhere to hide. It's all about you and your technical performance and your endurance. And it's amazing that people who've only been in the sport for 2 years are able to deliver such quality racing as we head now into the second half of this semi-final.
I have a huge amount of respect for people whose regatta season consists mainly of 2 kilometre races, because up in Durham, our biggest race of the season is 700 metres. and the finish line occasionally shifts, so sometimes it can be a little less. And so it's a really fantastic race. I mean, you do your start and then you wind up for the finish, and it's really exciting. But to be able to row and row well for 2 kilometres, I think it cannot be understated how impressive that is, especially aged, just 16.
Was that Durham Regatta?
That was Durham Regatta. It's my favourite regatta of the season. If you haven't gone to it, I highly recommend that you do, because it's got quite a village fair atmosphere to it, but it's incredibly well run. The volunteers are absolutely fantastic. I had the privilege of being part of the Durham Regatta team for a little bit, and I think it's a wonderfully run regatta, but it's quite a different one. 700 metres is not your usual regatta season, is it?
Well, I don't want to elongate this discussion too long because we do need to get back to the racing, but they do have a fun thing in the Durham Regatta because they have a long course as well, which involves nearly crashing through a bridge. The room for error is so small that you're at great risk of smashing into something if you get your line just slightly wrong. But anyhow, no such risks here. It does look like that Rosie Reynolds from Hartbury is having a relatively comfortable scull up to the line. The boys are just turning red, and she has about 250 metres to go in this final. And the other 2 scullers who will be going with her do look to be the scullers in lane 4 from Lambton and Sunderland. The rest of the pack just a little bit further behind. So again, a field where we have a pretty clean split between the A final and the B finalists.
It's quite interesting when you have that. You can see that quite obvious split between the upper half and the lower half of this category. But it, I hope, makes for a very exciting A final and a very exciting B final, because those crews will be very evenly matched. And yes, as they come into the Red Boys, it is that Hartbury College sculler in the middle, Rosie Reynolds, who is now kind of smoothing and elongating her strokes just to make sure that she crosses the finish line with finesse and is not rowing through the second narrowest rowable bridge in Europe as you would at Durham Regatta. So she's done a stellar job. I think it is going to be the sculler in lane 4 from Lambton who crosses in second, followed by Sunderland. So a little battle of the northeast there. They're looking very good. And then in lane 2, it was the Nottingham and Union sculler who crossed, followed by the second Hartbury University and College boat, and finally rounding out the pack, as they say, is Ruby Wells of Warrington Rowing Club.
And there was an interesting comeback there from the scullers in lane 1, 2 and 1, because they really were pushing up towards the person who came across the line third, and they were having a little bit of a grudge match themselves between it, really just upping the pace, but it was to no avail, unfortunately, but still excellent racing to the line.
We've got the second half of that racing now, so the competitors of those who have just gone into the A final and the B final, we have in lane 1 Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association, Evie Jenkins, Andrew Knight from Nottingham and Union in lane 2. In lane 3, Stevie Gildert from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Lane 4 is Caitlin Warnock from Glasgow Rowing Club. Lane 5, Olivia Wellahan from Trentham. And lane 6 is Rosie Hendry from George Heriot School.
Now, interesting looking at those times at the 1K mark. One crew, the crew from Glasgow, well out in front of the rest of the pack, but behind them, actually not very much between it at all. I was just having a quick glance. It looks like there were there was 1 second separating the next 3 crews. So while it looks like the scullers from Glasgow have put in their bid to say, Caitlin Warnock has said, I'm going to be in this A final come what may. Behind them, there are 3 scullers going for 2 places. And again, as we have seen in some of these races, this could shape up to be a very close battle for those 2 remaining slots in the A final.
But that Glasgow Rowing Club sculler, Caitlin, she cannot get complacent in this race, as we saw in that doubles semi-final a couple of races ago, where Lee led for the first 3 quarters of the race. Even if you are out in front, that does not confirm your placement at the finish line. So she will be making sure that she is staying on top of her technique and is sculling calmly so that if she needs to, she can really pull it out of the bag and move back on anyone who challenges her position.
Yeah, we've got some nice shots there on the screen of Caitlin Warnock sculling. I mean, it's just no one else is in sight, so I think she has got cause to relax a little bit. But even so, just looking at her, she is still working pretty hard, and she's not dropping her rate too much. I think maybe she just wants to get a little bit closer to the start line before she does that. So 10 seconds now separates her from the rest of the pack, and then, as I was saying, there's about 5 seconds separate everyone else. So we'll be interested to see how this pays out.
Nottingham Union, Strathclyde and Trentham are really vying for those 2 places. As they come down, I think it was Strathclyde just in second. Now a slightly larger margin of about 1.5 seconds between Strathclyde and Trentham in second and third, and then 1.5 seconds separating that third place Trentham sculler and the Nottingham and Union sculler Knight in that 4th place. Now, between 4th, 5th and 6th, there is 3.5 seconds. So again, it's not a huge margin, and definitely
Nothing
something that you can come back from, as you said, especially in a single. You know, if it's an 8th race, there's about 3 seconds in a length, and so it's a lot harder to come back. But in a single, especially.
It's just, you have seen, there are so many great historic comebacks where people come back from 5-6 lengths in the space of 100 metres in a single. And as I look out the window, and as we can see on screen, after Caitlin Warnock, who's still well out in front, I am actually struggling to call this about who will be. It does look like that the sculler from Strathclyde Park in lane 3 is probably out in second, and then in third, if I was to hedge a bet, it would be the sculler from Nottingham and Union in lane 2. But there is challenges abound from all around the course. They are forming a slight chevron, but people are pushing in all directions to claim those last 2 slots.
I also don't know if that Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association sculler in lane 1 is also maybe making a comeback. I think that second place is definitely between Strathclyde and Nottingham and Union. But my gosh, is this an exciting race of those scullers. I mean, it is Caitlin Warnock who is gliding towards the finish line now. She has got at least 3 lengths between her and the Strathclyde rower, but it looks like Stevie Gildert from Strathclyde has put in just enough to take about half a length out of her competitor from Nottingham and Union, and it will be those 3 that go through to the A final of the women's J16 single sculls.
And you're absolutely right to call it out there. Evie Jenkins in lane 1 from Notts County, perhaps putting on a show for the crowds, but she jacked her rate probably about 5 or 6 pips higher than the scullers out in front of her, just to see if she could claw any of that distance back in that last 100 metres. Unfortunately, it didn't quite work out, but still some excellent sculling nonetheless.
About halfway through the first semi-final of the women's junior 18 pairs now in the lanes. Who do we have, Charlie?
We have in lane 1, we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association with Emily Johnston. Oh, sorry, forgot to put my mic on. There we are, right, now you can hear me. So in lane 1 we have Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, which is Gabrielle Topp and Emily Johnston. In lane 2 we've got Hannah Burton and Ianthe Carr from Cambridge 99. Lane 3, Maddie McGregor and Annabelle Thornton from Sir William Perkins School. Lane 4, Ruby Foss and Sophie Swanson from Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. We also have Emily Orr and Iris Barr, also from Glasgow Academy Rowing Club in lane 5. And then rounding out the group, we have Grace Oakley and Lily Gator from Clare's Court School. And Sasha, just looking at the times, it seems that the crew from Sir William Perkins are well out in front. They have some 13 seconds over Ruby Foss and Sophie Swanson from Glasgow, who are in second place. And then behind them, about another 4 seconds back to the B crew from Glasgow Academy as well. So perhaps not as close a race as we have seen in some of the sculling categories beforehand.
Yes, it looks like this pair from Sir William Perkins is maybe putting in a little bit of a push to make sure that they are leading the pack. But it looks like it might be a bit of a grudge match between the A crew and the B crew from Glasgow Academy Rowing, because at the 500 metre, 1000 metre and 1500 metre marks, they were in 2 and 3. Now, not a lot was separating them at the start, but as they come past the 1500 metre point, it looks like the A crew has extended about a 6-second lead over the B crew. So they're just, they're showing them what's what. When you have an A crew and a B crew, especially in the lanes next door to each other, it can sometimes be more of a grudge match than if they're just competing crews.
I mean, you always want to be at the B crew. You always be landing that question in the coach's mind of, was this the right way around? You want to be just saying to people, oh, you've got the A crew label, have you? Well, let's see about that. And so even in these races where they've got other things to think about, there'll just be that little bit of psychology going on in every crew.
You can't really lose as a B crew racing your A crew, can you? Because either you come second to them and that was expected, or you overturn the expected results and then you are the underdog.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I always used to, when I was coxing, I always used to love being the second 8 cox when I would race against the first 8, because you could just be a little bit naughty, jump the start, rattle them a bit and just throw them off their game, and maybe something like that will be happening, although it does seem like that the A crew are maintaining their status as such as we enter the last 250 metres of this race.
Yeah, that pair from St William Perkins are definitely... They have dominated this race from start to finish. I think that it's slightly harder to have those comebacks when you get to rowing boats as opposed to sculling boats. Sculling, because it's just slightly easier to match. There's often it's just slightly easier to row the race, I guess. But yeah, a pair is an incredibly hard boat class to master because you've only got one oar either side. That's a hard boat to balance as a double, but as a pair is significantly harder, and to be able to master it as a junior 18 crew is very, very impressive. Now, it was that Sir William Perkins School that crossed the finish line first, followed by Glasgow Academy Rowing Club's A crew, and then Glasgow Academy Rowing Club B crew, who came in third. So there was a larger margin. Again, it was about 8 seconds between the two crews, but really fantastic to have 2 crews from your club going through to the A final, and probably quite nice to have those familiar faces.
Yeah, and as you were saying, in a pair you are codependent, as my one of my coaches said. And actually, just watching that, the Clare's Courts crew, one of the 2 of them stopped rowing before the line, and the other kept, so they've actually just had to hold up and correct that. So an illustration of that principle in play. But I had no real difficulty there for the crew from Glasgow, who were proceeding through to that race. Sorry, from Sir William Perkins School, who were paddling over the line effectively. So a nice training piece for the A final later. Anyhow, we move on to the other half of this race. So we have another J18 pairs in lane 1. We have Hope Thompson and Sophie Johnson from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. We have Beatrice Ayres and Phoebe Cole from Leeds Rowing Club in lane 2. We have Emily Ferguson and Army Page, who are a composite of Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, so 2 locals. We have Isabel Sonica and Zoe Cochrane, who are again a composite of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and Glasgow University. We've got Lucia Paletti and Eleanor Williams from the King's School Chester. And then finally in lane 6 we have Ruby Edwards and Antonia Chandler from Weybridge Rowing Club. And how are they doing at the halfway mark?
So at the halfway point, leading the pack is the composite from Nottingham and Nottingham Union. They are about 6 seconds in the lead of another composite from Clydesdale and Glasgow, who are doing very well. They have also got a lead over Leeds Rowing Club. I think that it is potentially a slightly less contentious race than the first semi-final for the J18 women's pairs. But they're at the 1500 metre mark. They're coming up to the Red Boys, and once they get there, they will be on the home stretch, I guess. That's a nice signal that you're coming home. They probably have a tent on the banks that will be cheering them on. They have people on the water sports side who will be coming down to the banks just to really cheer them up and get them down to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, saying it was a less contentious race was quite a diplomatic way of putting it. But yes, we have a clear crew out in front, which is the Nottingham and Nottingham and Union composite. Then for second and third place, we have the crew from Clydesdale and Glasgow, and then the Leeds crew in lane 2. I'm actually not sure the order between the two of them. It looks like they're having a little bit of battle to claim the second place spot. And then leading the B finalists, it looks like the pair from the King's School Chester, just a little bit further back, might be able to come into it, but they are jacking their rate to try and come back into this contention, but I just don't think they've got quite enough room to do it. But I don't know, their rate is so much higher at the moment than those in third place that maybe they'll be able to turn this around, but they've got to go straight. Everyone's got to go straight.
Yeah, it does look like they're having a slight issue with their steering. Their oars are crossing the buoys, and so I really hope that they don't get stuck. They've just hit a buoy, and that might cause them some problems if it gets stuck in their steering at all.
But this Leeds crew, they're going to try to go through the Clydesdale and Glasgow crew on the line.
They absolutely are, but in lane 1 rather than lane 2.
Yeah, indeed. And it does look like it didn't quite work because the Clydesdale and Glasgow composite goes across the line in second, followed by Leeds in third. And the King's School Chester have stopped just before the line, actually. Absolute exhaustion on their faces. That sprint finish wiped them out completely.
No, they have floated serenely across the finish line, a little close to their competitors from Weybridge Rowing Club, but it looks like there might be a little bit of a collision.
And we just had a love tap there from the crew in lane 1, Aberdeen, who have caught up with the Leeds crew who had drifted across the line in the wrong lane. So I don't think anything bad came of that, but they were resting with their feet in the water and were suddenly jolted into life by the sharp arrival of the Aberdeen crew. And just bringing you back to the racing, so we're back now with we've had the J18 pairs, and we're now onto the women's J16 pairs, so 2 years younger than the crews we just had going before. And it looks like that we've got in this race, we have crew from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Associations, that's Innes de Kock and Charlotte Meekins in lane 1. We have Sophia Rose Charrington and Katie Zammit from Calpe Rowing Club in lane 2. In lane 3, we have Isla Evans, Jasmine Irvin Sellers in lane 3, who are from Sir William Perkins School. Lane 4, we have Lydia Shuffle Botham and Merle Emmon from City of Bristol in lane 4. Lane 5 is Weybridge Rowing Club, Hannah Wang and Katie Curd. And finally in lane 6 is Nell Bowden and Cecily Gordon from Wallingford Rowing Club. And we've just had a little bit of changeover in the commentary team. Sasha's gone to have some lunch, and I'm delighted to be joined by Peter.
Hi there, Charles. I'm very delighted to be joining you here for some exciting racing at the biggest event that British rowing has ever put out. So let's rock and roll.
Great to know you read the marketing brief, Peter. You were telling me that you were really excited to come and commentate this race because it holds a very dear part in your heart.
Absolutely. It's the first time I've been back to the Brit Champs in July since 2016, and last time I was here at Home Pier Point racing, I had the pleasure of getting a lovely 10-second clearance and claiming a gold medal here as a junior.
All right, there's no need to show off. It's also a special place in my heart because this is the 20th anniversary of my first ever rowing race, which was Brit Junior Champs 2005. I didn't do very well. I think I don't think we even made a minor final. We got eliminated in the time trial, or semi-final, something like that. We got knocked out by Evesham. So, Evesham, if you're here, I'll still hold a grudge. But anyhow, let's get back to the racing rather than down memory lane. So it looks like as we go through the 1500 metre mark that the rowers in lane 3, which is William Perkins School, are clearly out in front. It looks like they have some about a length over the rowers in lane 1 from Aberdeen, and then back in 3rd place, another length behind them to City of Bristol. In 4th place, there's a big gap, some 7 seconds back to Calpe. So again, as we've seen in some of the racing so far, we've got our 1, 2 and 3 pretty much set, and then our 4, 5 and 6 going to the B final, also pretty set. It's interesting how we've got kind of that divergence been going on in some of this racing.
Definitely. I think we also see the battle of the different ages and experiences here. We've obviously got some more experienced athletes, for example, in the City of Bristol Rowing Club, but we also see the Sir William Perkins School here as well. They've been having such a good season in the quad, particularly making the semi-final of Henley Women's and Henley Royal Regatta. Team being led by Chris Boddy and Natalie Holden are really showing through the potential and preparation that they're instilling into these athletes, who will hopefully become the future pillars of British rowing, as Perkins very often does produce a lot of athletes for the GB Junior and Under 23 squads.
And as we go into the last 200 metres of this race, although the separation between the A and B finalists is pretty clear, I would be struggling to quite place the order. It does look like that the rowers from Sir William Perkins are maintaining a lead, but it's only about 1 length on the crews 2 behind them, and they're being pushed very hard by the Aberdeen School's crew in lane 1, who are battling very hard with the City of Bristol crew out in lane 4. And as we go into the last 50 metres of the course, I do think that it will be Sir William Perkins going across the line first. This is almost a meaningless race because they're all going to go through to the A final, but this battle for silver in this competition here looks like it's going to City of Bristol, who are just a canvas ahead of the Aberdeen schools. All 3 of those crews going through to the A final, and just across the line for Calpe Rowing Club, stroke there falls backwards in exhaustion, and then quite the margin back to the remaining crews. We have waiting for Weybridge in lane 5 and then Wallingford to complete this race.
Yeah, great effort there by the top 3 contenders here in the semi-final. They knew in order to get through they had to put in the work early on, and that's definitely paid off because it wasn't enough rowing, or there wasn't enough water left towards the end for Calpe to catch up to the 3 finalists that we'll be seeing later on.
Right, and we now are waiting for the first pictures from the next race, which will be the other half of the J16 pairs, women's J16 pairs semi-finals. We are expecting in this race, so we have Jennifer Walton and Isla Pride from Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club in lane 1, Maisie Seed and Jasmine Dunn from Warrington Rowing Club in lane 2, Matilda Phillips and Elsie Summer from Wallingford B crew. So in the race we've just seen, that was their C crew, and then next to them in lane 4 we have Jessie Clayton and Ava Dowman also from Wallingford. This is the A crew. And then in lane 5 we have Zara Barnett and Poppy Clovier from Millfield School Boat Club, and finally in lane 6 we have Masha Kraskova and Louisa Gorn from Tyne United Rowing Club in lane 6. And Pete, how are we looking at the 500 metre mark on the times?
At the 500 metre mark, it was the crew from lane 4, the Wallingford A boat, that were just ahead of their club mates from lane 3, Matilda Phillips and Elsie Summer. It was 0.3 of a second to separate them, so really nothing in it at this stage. But as we'll see, this is the J16 category, so the gaps will become more evident as we cross each 500 metre interval here.
I mean, I find it remarkable that a J16 pairs event is being offered. Because we have adults that we teach at Lee Rowing Club to learn to row, and they consider the pair with trepidation and fear. They don't like the idea of not being able to steer the whole boat themselves, or only having one oar each, and the instability that comes from that. So to see J16s not just paddling down the course, but absolutely pushing hell for leather to get themselves into the A final is quite remarkable.
It's a very good event to sort of seep your hands and legs and hips onto here when you're starting your rowing career, because it does teach you so much about the rowing stroke and how to row a crew. You're obviously only responsible for 50% of the boat, and you can't really affect the whole balance of the boat like you would be able to in a sculling boat or in a double sculls or other particular similar crews here. So I think it's very valuable experience for these athletes, and even if you don't quite make the final or you don't get the final which you'd like here, there's still so much time ahead of you. So just to give these athletes that experience, I think is going to show its results in the future.
Yeah, and indeed the interesting thing about this race to me is that although it's the Wallingford crew who are out in front, it's the Wallingford B crew who are out in front by quite a long margin. So Sasha and I were just talking a moment ago about if you've got those labels, you really want to disprove them to show that you're truly the top athlete, and that perhaps is what's going on here. Sometimes it's just down to the entry secretary putting things in a different order to what was expected, so I am perhaps reading too much into that.
That's a good point though, Charles, because when you do race as the B crew, you kind of don't have that same pressure element that lies upon your shoulders when you are the A crew. You're expected to perform, almost you've got that freedom to try something crazy here as a B crew, and this is exactly what's happened. At the 500 meter mark, there was just 0.3 of a second between the Wallingford A and Wallingford B crew, and now that margin has extended to nearly 14 seconds, and we're just entering the 250 meter to go territory. So it does look like Wallingford, that early advantage that they have worked themselves,
yeah, but the thing that I'm interested in, Pete, as we go into this last 200 metres mark, is who's going to be the third A finalist. Because just looking at those times from the 1500 metre mark, there was only 1 second between the Warrington crew in lane 2 and the crew from Millfield School in lane 5, and I'm afraid it's too close to call as I look out of the commentary box window. The Wallingford rowers do seem to be out in front, but I really could not say, with the boys turning red, who is going to take this third place spot for the A final. Both crews raising their rate and pushing as hard as they can now, while still trying to go in a straight line and stay upright. Remarkable stuff here from these J16s. 100 metres to go. Who is it going to be? Is it going to be Warrington or Millfield? Who do you think, Pete?
Millfield had the early advantage. They do seem to be rating a bit higher, but Warrington has now just picked that up, and it is close to call. I think Millington just ahead, Millfield School just ahead.
Oh, that's tight. I think, just about, canvas in that. And cries of delight from the bow of the Millfield School. They realise what they've achieved. Hand goes up in the air. They slap the stroke in delight on the back. Unfortunately, not so pleased looks on the Warrington crew, but an absolutely creditable row there from both of them. Fantastic racing to see from J16s in pairs. As I say, I struggle to teach adults how to row in a pair, and to see J16s so enthusiastically doing this at the end of what their second or third season rowing is really impressive.
The earlier you start, the more natural that movement will become to you, and we're expecting to see a lot of great things to come in the future from these athletes.
Now, there's going to be no such issues around steering and balance because we are in the total contrast of a crew. We're now into Coxed fours, and this is the semi-final for J16's Open Coxed fours. In lane 1, we have Hampton School Boat Club. Lane 2, Clares Court School Boat Club. Lane 3, Wallingford A crew. Lane 4, Leeds Rowing Club. Lane 5, Wallingford B crew. And finally, in lane 6, we have the interestingly titled Mediterranean Rowing Club. Do you know anything about them, Pete?
At the moment, I can only see on our information system that they've got green blades, and that is as far as my information stretches at the moment.
Wow.
We will do a bit more research on them.
Pete has an encyclopedic knowledge about rowing, so the fact that we managed to stump him is, I think, remarkable in its own respect. Anyhow, as we go through the 1,000 metre mark, it appears that the crew from Wallingford is out in front. They have quite commanding lead, actually, some 2 lengths over Clares Court School, and in third place, back to them about half a length to Leeds Rowing Club, who are in third. And as I just have the 1,500 metre mark, the final quarter of the race times flash up. Again, the Wallingford Rowing Club crew have consolidated their lead, and they have some now 8 seconds over the Clares Court School, and then a length back to the Leeds Rowing Club crew, and then behind them the B crew from Wallingford, who would be challenging for that next A crew space. They're some length and a half. So perhaps some would say this race seems fairly stable, fairly sewn up.
I would say so. Obviously, there's a big advantage worked out between places 1, 2, 3, and the rest of the field. We're seeing some really good times from Wallingford here, and I believe their B crew here in lane 5 will want to challenge for that 3rd place spot. At the moment, they're 4 seconds behind Leeds, but the club mates are leading, so I imagine they will have followed a similar training program. So let's see if they've got anything for the finish. Obviously, they would like to join their other teammates in that privilege of racing for the medals later on.
And I see you've done some quick Googling while as a man of many talents, Pete, while we've been up in the tower. It seems that the Mediterranean Rowing Club are like Calpe, based in Gibraltar. So amazing to see someone who's not even based in Great Britain at the British Rowing Championships in Nottingham. And fantastic that they've come all this way to compete in this championships. But as we go into the Red Boys, the final 100-metre marks, it's the Wallingford crew who look commanding, composed, and with a 2-length lead, seem certain to go through. But there's a bit of a tussle behind them for those 2nd and 3rd places.
Definitely, everything is still to play for here, but it does look like Leeds Rowing Club are going to stay ahead of Wallingford. There's probably just not enough water left in order to overturn that advantage. Despite Wallingford B raising that rate right up, there's still about a length here with about 1 stroke to go. Leeds will have secured themselves the final A spot later on.
Just a length. Just a length. It's almost like every stroke counts.
Absolutely, it does.
Okay, and as we go through now to the, as we see the crews there from Wallingford, just on your screen, putting their feet in the water and relaxing after that race. Pretty comfortable win for them. I bet they had another gear that they didn't need to use in that race, which they'll be saving for the A final. Some really great racing. Anyhow, we move on now to the 2nd half of that race, so the other semi-final. In this we have, in lane 1, we have a composite of the King's School Ely and Rob Roy Boat Club. In lane 2, Henley Rowing Club. Lane 3, the Windsor Boys School, who unusually are sweeping rather than sculling. Lane 4, Great Marlow School Boat Club. Lane 5, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And lane 6, Brentford Boat Club. And I'm just seeing the halfway times flash up on our information system here, and it looks like the Great Marlow School were out in front at the halfway point. In 2nd, just about 2/3 of the length behind them, was at the Windsor Boys School. Behind them, a length further back, was Henley Rowing Club, and then in 4th place it was Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, some half a length behind them as well. So a bit of a tussle potentially for the A final spots between those 4 crews. Bit of a gap further back to Brentford in 5th, and then the composite of King's School and Rob Roy in 6th.
Definitely nothing is settled at this point. We're just looking at the camera. You can see the boats are still very much in contention. Pretty much you'll be able to have all the crews in your field of vision. So as an athlete, that does give you that mental comfort and also shows you that you are still very much within the race. And with just over 750 meters to go, there's still about 3 minutes of rowing, maybe just under. So still changes. There's still time for some real changes here on the field in the final order.
Yeah, and that Windsor Boys School, who we've got in the middle of our screen, looking very composed. They're not in front, but they definitely look like they could contend for the 1st place spot. Henley crew just on the right of your screen, just struggling a little bit more, just feel like they're being blown around a bit by the conditions. It's not super windy, but it's also not mill pond-esque levels of calm water, and there's a little bit of roughness being caused intermittently by bits of wash from safety launches and so on. So perhaps struggling a little bit. Different crews dealing with the conditions differently, and as the camera swivels round at the 1500 metre mark, it is still that crew from Great Marlow School who are up, but only by a length now. This Windsor Boys School have just lovely rhythm, great pacing, and they're just eking back a little further back, and the race for 4th and 3rd, which will determine the final A finalist, looks tight as ever. Only a second between Henley Rowing Club, who I say were just struggling a little bit that last section, and Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association in lane 5.
Yeah, it's a very local rivalry right now going on between Marlow and Windsor Boys. There was 3 seconds difference with 500 meters to go. I don't expect that order to be changed, but I would keep my eyes on lane 5, Aberdeen Schools Association. They didn't come down all this way for nothing, so they will definitely want to give Henley a very good race right up until the finish and fight for the medal spots later on.
I would say, just looking out the window and at the pictures on the screen, it's advantage Henley, but Aberdeen still right there on their tail, pushing as hard as they can, and it'll be interesting to see whether they can reverse that with some 250 metres now to go, just 45 seconds of racing or so left. The thing about a Cox 4 is it's a big heavy boat and it can take a while to get moving. And that Henley crew, you know, it's interesting proof of the thing that you don't actually need to be the most technical in a Cox 4, you just need to be big and push. And this Henley crew, they're not the smoothest in this race, but they are attacking and they are going back to Windsor Boys. This pack is scrunching up as we go into the last 200 metres now, and I also can't call who's going to be in front. Is it going to be Henley or Aberdeen for that final spot in the A final? And Windsor Boys slipping back now. Henley got an overlap with them. They've now got the bow ball on the three seat. It's going. It's Marlowe still in front. They've still got clear water. I don't think they're too worried. But as we go up to the line, I'm still too close to call. I think it is Henley just in front, but just a smidge. I think half a canvas at most. And yes, on the surge, I think that was Henley rather than Aberdeen. Great racing, Pete.
Wow, if we had 5 more meters in this race, I think the order would have been changed slightly, as Aberdeen were gaining some serious speed there, and we could just also see how much distance Henley made up to Windsor Boys. Windsor Boys obviously put in a lot of effort trying to catch up to Great Marlow in the middle portion of this race. But after the big advantage that they've worked up during the first 3 quarters of this race, they will be through.
Yeah, so just looking at the 500 metre mark, that gap was 4 seconds and it was closed to less than 1 in those last 500 metres. Proof as ever that in the Cox 4, if you just pace it right, you can just go up again in that final 500, final 250 and just go to the line.
Particularly for these junior crews, obviously the benefit of having a Cox is that you can reiterate race plan, you can respond to changes in real time, and you can capitalize on your opponents making a mistake, or if you see that you've got a little bit more left in the tank, you can make that call and make that push, and that's exactly what we've seen here.
Right, now we're moving on from Coxed 4s for J16s into Coxless 4s in the open club category, which means we should see some pretty fast crews, and unlike a Coxed 4 where you can just basically not think about it and push as hard as you can, the Coxless 4 you'll need to be light and agile and make sure it goes in a straight line. Anyhow, in lane 1 we have the University of Surrey Boat Club, in lane 2 we have Evesham Rowing Club, lane 3 Globe Rowing Club, lane 4 the Tideway Sculler School, lane 5 Bedford Rowing Club, and lane 6 Hinksey Sculling School. And I think a couple of these crews, certainly the Globe crew and the Tideway Scullers crew, both made a recent appearance at Henley Royal Regatta in the Wyfold category. Globe certainly winning a round before they got knocked out, if I remember correctly. And as we go through the time, go through the halfway mark, the time's just flashing up on screen. It appears to be Globe just out in front, but only about half a second on the Tideway Scullers, and then a couple of seconds back to Evesham, who are then 1 length back to Surrey, and then there's a bit more of a gap to Hinksey, and then rounding out the pack is Bedford.
Yeah, we just had a great view of the Globe crew here on the screen. You can see they're not rating quite as high as their opponents, but they're a bit more composed, they're a bit more dedicated with every stroke. There's that nice release of power. Obviously, these athletes will have been rowing together for quite a few weeks now, particularly as they've done their Henley campaign here. So they're comfortable, they're in front, they want to control this race. Let's see how the next 1,000 meters will go for them.
Yeah, and this wide panning shot we're seeing on the screen doesn't help too much, but I think this could be a really exciting finish to this race. Again, as we're saying, Coxus 4, it's actually not so much about just being the biggest person and pushing as hard as you can. You've got to be efficient. And I think so many rowers who are used to 8s or Coxus 4s, when they move into even pairs, to be honest, and then they move into a Coxus 4, they don't realise it's actually about making the whole run, making the boat move as efficiently as possible, as economically as possible, rather than just raw power.
Yeah, the job of steering and keeping your boat straight and going as efficiently as possible is no longer off source to a Cox. Now you share that responsibility as all 4 athletes. One person will be dedicated to make calls, another person will be dedicated to steering, and obviously in terms of efficient rowing, if you have too much of a power imbalance going on, if you're not moving in unison, that can cause some real issues down the line.
Now, at the race, just looking at the shots of the 1,500 metre mark, it's still very close, 0.8 of a second between Globe and Tideway Scullers, who are going to go right to the line for the pride of saying they were the winners of the semi-final. 3 crews will go to the A final, the second 2 crews will go to the B final, and the 6th crew will go to the C final in this progression. And I don't know who that will be, because looking at the times, there was only 0.6 of a second between Surrey and Evesham into the final 500 metres of this race. And just looking out the window, it's still very, very close between those 4 crews. Yeah, indeed, Globe and Sculler still battling out Globe advantage as we go into the red boys, the final 250 metres. But again, I just think it's this Evesham and Surrey crews, they are level.
Yeah, Surrey have been gaining speed throughout the entire course. Evesham started off strong, but they've been dropping places with each 500 metres to go. Have they got enough left in the tank to lift that rate up, do one last final push and hold off that surge from Surrey? But it doesn't look like it at the moment. We've got canvas advantage to Surrey over in lane 1.
And rather alarmingly, the two crews are coming together. Both crews are steering to the edge of their lane. It's turning into a real battle puddle. It is bow ball for bow ball. I cannot call this at all, Pete. I think it's going to go to right down to who gets the final stroke in first. I'd say it's Surrey, just a bow ball ahead of Evesham, and across the line. Oh, I think that's going to have to be... Oh, no, they caught the rower there from Surrey, just caught the water. Did that stop them just before the line? We'll have to wait for the... and we've got some times up there. 0.3 of a second. Apparently Surrey got that on the line, but I have to admit that was very, very close.
Very close. It looked like on a good surge, Evesham could have taken it, but Surrey have been gaining speed, particularly in the second half of that race, and it's well worth it for them. Paid off, they'll be in the final.
Yeah, and interesting that, because Evesham was second at the 500, third at the 1K, and fourth at the 1500 metre mark. So some different pacing strategies there from the various crews. Well, that was fantastic racing. I'm afraid for Scullers that they they came up from third into second, but I think they were second on the line as well. So Globe managed to stay in front throughout the entire of that race, and I think they'll be quite reassured about that as they go into the A final. Now move on to the second half of, well, not the second half actually. This is the second repechage of the Coxus Fours. So we have first three going through to the A final, the second two after that to the B final, and then the final crew will go to the C final. In lane 1 we have a crew from Dart Totteners, that's the A crew. In lane 2 we have Derby Rowing Club, followed by Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, the University of Birmingham in lane 4, Dart Totteners B crew in lane 5, and Clare Sculling in lane 6. And I think we're just getting some halfway times flash up on the screen. How's it looking, Pete?
At the moment we've got Nottingham Rowing Club, so the local club here leading by just over a second and a half over University of Birmingham. Over in third we've had Dart Totteners, just 0.4 of a second behind. So at the moment very tight. I wonder what's going to be a separating factor between these crews.
There's 3 seconds between first and fifth there in that race, and actually between second and fifth it is just 1.4 seconds. Incredible racing, and going to be really, really tight as we go into the second half. As we saw in the previous race, pacing is everything, efficiency is everything, and just because you're up at the halfway point does not mean that you will be up at the finish.
That's exactly right. You don't have a Cox navigating and managing that race plan. As a crew, you have to stay composed, you have to be working together. If you start to do different things, then you can potentially lose a bit of speed, so it's crucial to move together as one unit throughout the whole thing.
And we're just at the camera point now for the 1500 metre. It's slowly swivelling round as we wait to see how this lineup has changed. Again, I'm just looking out the window. It is too close to call. I would say advantage potentially for the crew from Nottingham in lane 3, who seem to were out in front at the halfway point. I think they are still out in front, but then calling second and third between the next 4 crews is nigh on impossible. And we just wait for the camera to swivel round at the 1500 metre mark. It does look like that Nottingham crew still out in front, and then the crew next to them from Birmingham potentially in second. A little bit further back to the Dart Totteners B crew and the Derby crew. No, sorry, Dart Totteners A crew. And what are the times, Pete? 4 seconds between those 5 crews.
4 seconds, that's not really that much to separate, but with 500 metres to go, it will be hard to make up exactly 5 seconds difference in terms of speed. I think we've got an interesting challenge ahead of Nottingham, because obviously they will be the most experienced crew in terms of knowledge of this course, but also they have to balance conserving energy for racing in the final later. So it'll be interesting to see whether they will still put in a finish, or whether they will be happy to go through in first, second or third place. The gaps are really low and the other crews are hard charging and sprinting.
I've just seen some revisions to the times just come up on our information system, so actually only 2.5 seconds between those 4 crews. So all to play for. If you're bored or reading your newspaper, this is the time to look up and have a look at the course. We've got an absolutely cracking repechage coming down the course. Again, Nottingham still out in front, but I am seeing a push and a push and a push from Birmingham there in lane 4, and then also a challenge from Dart Totnes B on the far side and Dart Totnes A in lane 1 on the near side. This is going to be a great finish as the crews are now coming into the final 200 metres. It's Nottingham still up, but Birmingham again pushing. I'd say it's 2 seats down for Birmingham. They are going to go through them potentially if they can just get an extra gear, but Nottingham are responding. I would say actually Birmingham now coming back on them. It's probably 1 seat now between the 2 crews as they approach the line. Are Nottingham going to let them go through them? It looks like they might. There's just, again, 1 seat between it as we go into the last 50 metres. And now it's the battle of the Dart Totnes crews. They've come together with the crew from Derby, actually, in lane 1. But the crew on the far side from the B crew, it is Nottingham across the line first, followed by Birmingham. Dart Totnes B, and then the Dart Totnes A crew just stopped and drift over the line. They are absolutely spent. What a cracking race.
Yeah, it looked like they were ahead actually ahead of their other club crew here with 200 meters to go, but they've clearly worked so hard they potentially had a little bit of a steering difficulty heading into that final section of the race, and the other Dart Totnes did manage to go through. But happy days for Dart Totnes, because as a club they will be competing for the medals.
Yeah, and the crew from Derby also looking pretty spent. There was a little bit of coming together. No clashes or anything like that, and the umpire has given them a clean bill of health with the white flag. But yeah, it makes it a little bit more exciting for us. Anyhow, having gone from fours racing, we're now moving on back to single sculls, and we've had the men's, or the Open, I should say, champion lightweight single sculls. We're now on to the women's championship lightweight single sculls. And in this race, we will see there's only 3 crews. The first 2 will go to the final, and the final crew will be eliminated, I believe, looking at this progression. And we've got 3 crews, as I say. In lane 2 we have Bethan Gummo from Derby Rowing Club. In lane 3 we have Heidi Taylor from Notts County Rowing Association, so a local. And in lane 4 we have Louise Manning from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. And we're just waiting for the time to come up from the halfway point. It appears to be Louise in first place, Heidi from Notts County in second, and Bethan in third. What are you seeing, Pete?
There was only 0.6 second of a gap between the first and the second place at the 500 meter mark. Now that gap has extended. As we're looking on the screen, that gap does seem to be growing. Louise Manning feeling very comfortable. Obviously there's not too many physical factors separating these crews, these athletes, as they're all lightweight, so they have a similar power output, so their technical ability will really come in clutch in determining who is going to get the best lane for the final.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, they all have to weigh the same. I think for women it's 50, is it 57, 55 kilos? Something like that for lightweight single scullers, lightweights in general. And as you say, it all comes down really, and as you see this at the international level, with the heavyweight rowers and scullers, you can see some quite, should we say, interesting technique with the heavyweights, but the lightweights, they're all razor sharp. Top technique, because they have to be so efficient, because there's no advantage to be gained from differences in mass or more muscle or whatever. It's only genetic factors, physiological factors and technical factors that can really help you in this.
Yeah, lightweight rowing is hugely demanding also on the psychological factors, you know, your trust and belief in your own race plan, in your own preparation. In a single, there is no one else around to motivate you. Perhaps you will be able to hear your coach cycling alongside you on the bank, cheering you on, but it is largely down to you.
Yes, there have been some great British lightweight single scullers who have been characters, shall we say, and as you say, it comes from that psychological bent. You've not just got to train hard, you've got to manage your weight, you've got to push yourself technically, and then, as you say, you've got to have a real psychological edge in order to progress in lightweight sculling.
Yeah, I've been spoken to Imogen Grant some time ago. I've asked her, because obviously she is not the biggest lightweight, she's not the tallest, she's not the strongest. I asked you, what is it that makes you so fast? And she said, partially, it's also spite, so...
Spite.
You got to use whatever you can
Is that
to your advantage.
Powered by spite. Is that the trademark we're going for? The marketing slogan we're going for? Anyhow, I don't know whether anyone's powered by spite in this race, but as we go through the 500-metre mark, it is the sculler from Dart Totnes, that's Louise Manning, who is well out in front of the competition, some 7 seconds over Heidi Taylor from Notts County Rowing Association, and I'm waiting for a time for Bethan Gamo from Derby in third. As I say, it's the top 2 who will go to the final, and it's the third sculler who will be eliminated. So I think, I'm afraid to say, not great from a commentary point of view, but it seems pretty clear who will be progressing, and potentially then it's now about conserving energy as we move through to the final.
That's exactly right. These athletes are hugely experienced. This is a championship event, so they know fully well what they are capable of. And as this race has shaped up now, it's evident, at least unless something unexpected happens, we know who's going to go through. So it's about, like you said, conserving that energy and giving yourselves the best chance at securing a medal tonight.
Yeah, and some really excellent sculling there. We're seeing great efficiency and technique. We've got all 3 scullers there in frame on the video screen, and some lovely shots of the crowds behind them as well. Really efficient sculling from all of these crews and athletes. And we have just 250 metres to go left in this race, about a minute to go. And it does seem that Louise Manning and Heidi Taylor will be the 2 progressing to the final later today.
Yeah, very good results from Dart Totnes Rowing Club. We've seen a number of their crews securing themselves that place for the final medal fight, as we'll see. Clearly a very good program, and obviously they've prepared themselves for the club championships here, wanting to come away with a good number of pennants.
Yeah, and just now 100 metres or so left in this race. I've never actually managed to do a 2-kilometre race in a single successfully. The most I've dared to do is 600 metres, and even then I almost capsized my single on the start line and almost crashed into someone else on the course, and ended up losing by a foot, which I was a bit gutted by, but that was mostly because I just couldn't go straight. So I take all credit to these scullers to get down this course in one piece. And
yeah, they make it look really easy, but until you find yourself in that single, you won't understand how hard it is to both mentally just keep yourself up and going through the race, but also be so technically clinical so that you can move your boat in a straight line and in the most efficient way here.
Yeah, in the modern age, the thing you're looking for most from rowers is catch slip. And for those who don't know what that is, that's the amount of time that your blade spends at the front of the rowing stroke before it gets in the water effectively. It's actually measured in degrees, but you will see typically lightweights have an extremely effective, extremely efficient catch slip. They say something like having less than 4 degrees of slip is excellent sculling. Finn Hamill, who raced recently at Henley as a lightweight New Zealand sculler, he had less than 1 degree of slip, someone was saying to me the other day. So you can just see the phenomenal technical skill that lightweight rowers possess.
So that's just the amount of time that happens between placing your spoon in the water and starting to apply power. So absolutely incredible. All these athletes are incredibly well drilled, and to get less than 1 degree, just world class.
Right, we've gone from single sculls, we're now on to Coxless fours, and this time it's J18s. And actually the time difference between the 2 classes of boat means that this crew is more than halfway through the race now. So in lane 2, we have Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. Lane 3, the Windsor Boys School, who again, sweeping rather than sculling, which is their usual speciality. We were expecting a 4th crew, but they have scratched from Tideway Scullers, and the remaining crew in this race, therefore, is Peterborough City. So with that 4th crew coming out, it is less pressurised, but still only the top 2 will progress to the final. How's it looking, Pete, down the course?
At the moment, we've got Windsor Boys ahead by a very healthy margin of about 8 seconds ahead of their crew from Hexham, the Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. And we're just seeing that it's quite close between Tideway Scullers and Peterborough City here.
Yeah, and some shots there of the Peterborough City crew, I think, in lane 2. No, sorry, that's the Queen Elizabeth High School crew. That shows I should look at my notes before I make pronouncements. There's a little quick look there from the bowman. He is absolutely trying to go as hard as he can. He's leaning back as far as he can. And a quick look over his left shoulder to see if he's getting any closer to the Windsor Boys School crew. But I'm afraid the answer is probably no. they are still looking very smooth, very tidy. Phenomenal operation, the Windsor Boys Schools in sculling. Winners multiple times at Henley Royal Regatta, at national schools, and indeed here at the British Club Championships. And it's interesting to see them diversify their portfolio into sweep as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the top athletes will be in contention for the GB Under-19 vests later this summer, but also we've got home international regatta coming up, so a lot of these athletes will be wanting to compete in this and represent their country, which is England, England, Ireland, Scotland or Wales here. So we're going to see that next weekend at Dorney, so a lot of these athletes will want to secure themselves a qualification for that, which is also what I've done in the past, so that's how I know that.
Yeah, and as we approach the final 100 metres of the race, it is the Windsor Boys School with some, I think, two and a half maybe lengths over the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School. Both of those crews will be progressing, and it looks like it will be the crew from Peterborough City who will be eliminated in this repechage. And across the line there for Windsor Boys School and now Queen Elizabeth High.
You can see here the graphic for the Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. I know they had a very productive winter as they didn't really miss much rowing in the December, January, February seasons due to some high river conditions that we've seen in other portions of the UK. So they've had the privilege of having that a little bit more time on the water.
And we're straight on now. We've had the J18 Open Coxless Fours. We're now on to Women's Club Coxless Fours. And we have 4 crews in this race. We have in lane 2, Hexham Rowing Club, lane 3, Sir William Perkins School, lane 4, York City Rowing Club, and lane 5, Newark Rowing Club. And in this race, the first 2 in this repechage will be going through to the final, and the remainder will be eliminated and ranked accordingly. And how's the race looking, Pete?
I think the contenders for the final, they have separated themselves a little bit from the pack. We've got York City currently in the first place with just over 4 seconds advantage over Newark Rowing Club. Behind them, we've got a toss-up between Hexham and Sir William Perkins. It's really great to see these junior athletes racing and competing with their senior counterparts here.
Yeah, indeed. Really fantastic that we're bringing to it. I mean, this Club Championships, it's great to see that we have university crews, school crews, traditional rowing clubs as well, all racing against each other. In this category, we've got some schools racing against clubs. Previously, we've had universities racing against clubs in the Open event. And so it's great that we've got a format where sometimes it's right that these things should race separately, and sometimes it's nice to see them all brought together and have the best at this level. The club category, if I remember correctly, Pete, is an interesting format introduced, designed really to try and allow a kind of intermediate tier of competition. We obviously have quite a well-developed system for novice rowing in Britain. It's changed a little bit over the years, exactly how it works. And then we obviously have some very famous events for the elite level competition, historic regattas and so on. But actually, it's sometimes a bit of a struggle to find the right tier when you've done novice, you've done the kind of core calendar. What's your next target? For some women's crews, for instance, they'll aim at Henley Women's and they'll do the development fours. But actually, for men, sometimes there isn't an equivalent category that they would be targeting at that kind of level. And it's interesting to see that the club category at Brit Champs has been created, I think, with that in mind, to try and allow people who would perhaps be not competitive against the top tier athletes have a space where they can compete and race against people of their same standard.
Absolutely, and naturally there is a category for people who still want to continue rowing after university and they have got full-time jobs around their training schedule, so they will have a similar time commitment that they can dedicate to progressing on the water during the week. And it is good to be able to test yourself out against crews of similar speed, as it can be quite motivating to see that progression year on year.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we just go through the final quarter now of this race, it is the crew from York City who are comfortably ahead of the rest of the pack. Just across the line, there's some 7 seconds over the crew from Newark. And then further back to them, we are just waiting for the times from Hexham and Sir William Perkins to flash up. and we haven't got them either on the screen or on our information system, so I don't know if that suggests that they were considerably further back or not. But yes, it's only the top two crews that will be progressing through into the final of this race from York and Newark respectively. And there we are, sometimes an 18-second gap between Newark and Sir William Perkins, so I think that's pretty clear-cut who will be going through and who won't.
Also 29.8 seconds between first and fourth. It does show a slight difference in levels, but again, going through the repechage, sometimes it is a little bit like this. Sometimes you might feel you just might miss out on qualifying through the time trials, so just having the opportunity to also test your speed is good too.
Yeah, it's putting us on our toes in the commentary team because all of these different categories, because they have different levels of numbers of entries, the progression system for all of these things is quite different. So for in the biggest categories, typically the singles, it's a time trial, the top 12 then do a semi-final, and then it's an A and B final, and then everyone else is placed on a time trial. Some of these categories have a rep, such as this one, or even a straight heat, or an early race, or whatever. So yeah, we're waiting. We have to look at our notes very carefully to work out who goes where. But it will be these first two crews who will be progressing through to the final.
Yeah, sometimes it can be quite tricky to separate crews based on the time trial result. Obviously, you don't have anyone else around you to push yourself off, and this is a 6-lane race that we're trying to compete for. So personally, I'm a big fan of the repechage. Sometimes one bad result should not eliminate you from being able to get a medal at the end of the season.
The other thing, actually, it was interesting to see it in our schools, is really big time trials, which seems to be the fashion at the moment in regatta organisation. You can have, with strong weather conditions, you can have very variable and unfair effects on the time trial, and you can have some crews not make the A final who would have done if it had been side by side, for instance. And so, as you say, there's pros and cons to everything, but it certainly helps the rowers having a rep in this format.
Yeah, it's good to have a mix.
Yeah. And as we wait for the final two crews to progress through, it will be the crews from York City and Newark progressing to the final of the Women's Club Coxless Force.
And in the commentary booth now, it's still me, Piotr Kulawski, joined now by Carol, who has been commentating earlier on.
Yep.
And we'll be covering some of the races up ahead. Currently on the course, we've got the Women's Club Singles Sculls E-Final. So the first of the minor finals now in contention. We move over to the next stage of racing. All the repechages are done, all the semi-finals are done.
And I know I was talking with Sasha earlier this morning, talking about time trials and how many exciting finals you get. Even the minor finals can be so exciting. You know, don't write off the E-finals, because sometimes you get the best races, you know, when you've got boat speeds evenly matched, and that's what we get from the time trials. So I'm looking forward to these finals.
Yeah, sometimes the repechages and semis, they don't get to offer you that same kind of level of close racing, because obviously it's based on the number of places. So if you have a trickier rep or a trickier semi-final, sometimes you might be a lot faster than your competition. But like you're saying, with time trials, it's a lot more even. It's a lot more of what we want to see, and it makes for a much better viewing experience too.
Oh, absolutely. So in this race, this E-final of the Women's Club Single Sculls, in lane 1, we have Molly Quilty of Liverpool Victoria. Lane 2, Emily Besley of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Lane 3, Lucy Blair of Newark Rowing Club. Lane 4, it's Abby Pedrog of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. And in lane 5, Esme Walters of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. This is a tongue twister for my first one back after having a break here, Peter. That's just so unfair.
It's great to see a turnout though from Isle of Wight. That's where Shanklin Sandown is located. So we hope to see more crews from over there, and it's great to see that we have a unifying event for all the British Rowing Associated clubs. We've seen some crews over from Gibraltar earlier. We've got crews here from Northern Ireland. I know we've got some competitors from France as well competing in the singles. So it's just beautiful to see this biggest event ever.
I think it's wonderful because you get the spread all over. You said from Isle of Wight up to Aberdeen, and then we've had Inverness earlier.
Yeah, Sinclair.
Down, yeah, you know, Alan. Yes, I was delighted to see him racing again, which was super. But you know, places.
Former Olympians like Al himself is, so we saw that he qualified for the semis and the finals later on. So we do wish you luck if you're listening, Al.
Absolutely, it made me smile. So there we go.
And at the moment, it looks like we've got crew over from Lane 4, Aberdeen School Rowing Association. Abby Pedrock in the first place, just under 2 seconds ahead of Lucy Blair from Newark Rowing Club. Over in third, we've got Emily Anna Beasley from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. So on her home territory, currently in third place, trying to stay ahead of Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. That Scull is just 16 seconds behind the third place. It's quite a big gap, Carol.
Yeah, a big gap, but you know, she's still in there, and still to appear in a final at this stage is really impressive. You know, lots of people don't even enter, so to enter, go through the time trial, and appear in your e-final, it gives you a UK ranking.
Definitely.
You know, you've got a place in the UK ranking, and this is where you stand. And it's a sort of benchmark, that's the word, a benchmark for future progression.
Yeah, and obviously, as an individual athlete, you can have different race goals and objectives, so it's not always sometimes the time that you get or the position where you end up. You can have your own personal goals that you're trying to test yourself up against. Are you faster than last year? Are you having a better season? Perhaps you had an injury earlier in the year and now you're just trying to complete the race, so that's great.
Or you're in a recovery process. Yeah, but yes, we are. But we're in this final phase of the race now, and I would say it's still Abby Pedrock of Aberdeen Schools leading this field over Lucy Blair of Newark. Nice chevron there, just going with the seating pattern, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, definitely. Although we've had a change of lead from halfway point up till now. Obviously, Newark Rowing Club was ahead. Lucy Blair was ahead at the 1,000 meter mark. Now it looks like Abby Pedrock, like we said, is ahead, and she's looking to increase that gap. But Lucy is not letting her go. We've maybe got about 100 meters to go.
Absolutely, just lifting it for the finish. Abby keeping it still nice and long, just not getting flustered into raising a rating and just losing the technique, but keeping it long and just managing to stay in front of Lucy Blair, who's lifted it again just as she comes into those last few strokes before the finish line.
Yeah, very good race plan over from Abby, who just managed to overtake Lucy during her last K of this race. So very good execution of the race strategy, and that concludes the E-final for the women's club single sculls. Next up on the course, we'll be moving over to the D final of this category. On the lineup, we've got Globe Rowing Club over in lane 1. In lane 2, York City Rowing Club. Lane 3, Dundee University Boat Club. Another Scottish entry, great to see. Typically, we don't see too many crews over from Dundee, so keep coming. We love seeing you here. And then we've got 2 crews over from Birmingham University, Birmingham A in lane 4, Birmingham B in lane 5, and over in lane 6 we've got Oriel Kensington Rowing Club just from near Hammersmith Bridge.
Yeah, there'll be a lot of people who don't know where the Dundee University row. I can inform you on that. They row in the Tay. It's a tidal river. It's a very, very big river, and it is very tidal where they row. Occasionally there are big boats that go up into Perth from the North Sea, but not as often as they used to be. It can be a challenging bit of river because it is very exposed, so it can be quite windy, but I often drive past it early in the morning going to Strathclyde Park or some of the Glasgow clubs, and it is like a mill pond. It is beautiful, beautiful.
Well, some of those tougher conditions will prepare you for maybe coastal rowing competitions or some beach sprints, or perhaps even Nottingham, renowned for its flat and sunny and non-windy conditions all throughout the year.
Absolutely. It's good to be able to row in whichever the weather throws at you.
ultimately rowing is an outdoor sport, so you have to be able to deal with everything that weather is throwing at you, and it is part of the sport, you know, that skill about learning to overcome those issues and challenges. So for the best regatta, you should have a combination of all five different types of conditions, you know, sunny, tail, head, cross, and a lot of bouncy conditions. So whoever can come out on top is definitely the most skillful athlete. Absolutely. I struggle with tailwinds because I'm a big heavy person and I like a headwind because I can feel the placement, but everybody is individual. But I think the action's all happening in the middle of the course here with Caroline Crabb of Dundee, Darcy Nash of University of Birmingham, and we also have Susanna Hesketh of York City. Not out of contention, I would say. Definitely not. The race is still open at the 500 meter mark. It was Birmingham ahead of Dundee by not even 2 seconds, but now here with 500 meters to go, there's just 1.5 seconds between Birmingham and Dundee, so very close together. That gap is not lengthening, it's not closing, it's staying roughly similar. So I think we're here in for an explosive finish. Absolutely, and as a sculler, I was just thinking, as a sculler, this is a nice place to be, sort of sitting there. You've got somebody beside you, so you know what you have to do, but you've also got the race behind you, so you can actually watch what's happening. So yeah, these scullers have got it all under control, I think, but we've still got a bit of the race to go. Yeah, we can see here a nice chevron pattern, as you can see, as you said, the top two scullers with everyone in their field of vision. It's a very good place to row, and then you're able to sort of move in tandem with your closest opponent here. I always find it difficult when I look at black boats and white boats at a difference, because black boats always look closer than white boats do, and I'm sure it's just a sort of trompe-l'oeil thing going on, but I think it's maybe the University of Birmingham, Darcy Nash now in front of Caroline Crabb of Dundee, but only by about a canvas if it's that. Yeah, it does look like she's picking up a bit more speed. They were a bit more closer together, but Darcy's starting to make that decisive push. It's about 150 meters to go here, so there's not much point in leaving any power behind. It is your final, so this will be most likely your final race of the day. It's time to leave everything behind now, but now we've got Caroline Crabb from Dundee responding, and we're in for a very, very close finish, Carol. That's why I stood up. I just suddenly spotted Caroline picking it up, and I think she must have heard you and just thought, I have to make an impact now, and that's what I'm going to do. And she did pick it up, but I think that maybe Darcy still has this under her control because she can see what's happening. But I think it was maybe a wee bit too little, too late for Caroline there. I don't know, she's still having a punt at her, so that's a good racing there. Yeah, it's a very good finish from Darcy over from Birmingham University. Our fellow co-commentator Alex Darby will have prepared her for that event very, very well. You can see now that just giving each other thumbs up, Caroline and Darcy. What a great sportsmanship here. And then we have Maya, also the University of Birmingham, Maya Highland finishing, Susanna Hesketh of York City, Jamina Collington of Oriel Kensington, and Eleanor Vita of Globe. Next up, we're moving over to the Open Club Single Sculls F Final, which is now in progress on the course. We're just gone through the halfway mark, actually nearing the 1500 meter mark. We've got 3 crews in contention here. Over in lane 2, Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club. In lane 3, Newark Rowing Club. And we've got Chesley Street Amateur Rowing Club as well. So not crews that we typically get to see on the circuit, which is just great to see that Club Championships is interesting and providing them a platform to show off their rowing skills. Yeah, absolutely. We've had the women's club singles. We're now with the open club singles, so it's always nice to see that clubs are putting their scullers into this. There was a huge entry in the time trials earlier, so it's lovely to see that we're now sort of separated them out and we've got the minor finals underway. Yeah, and personally, it's great to see Chesley Street here as well in contention here for the first place. Actually, the lead has changed slightly now. They're now in, Lewis Allison is now in second place, 5 seconds behind Jack Mooney of Newark Rowing Club. In third, 8 seconds behind, we've got Shanklin Sandown Rowing Club, Arlo adds here. But typically, I think Chesley Street has started to develop their rowing program not too many years ago, so it's great to see. and we hope to see more of them.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing more of them coming up to Scotland for the Spring Regatta and Scot Champs because, you know, we're close to the borders, so it's nice to see Chesterless Street, Hexham appearing. You know, looking at the regatta calendar and thinking of going north rather than south all the time, and it's lovely to see so many different clubs up in Scotland.
Definitely. I think also the fact that Scotland is becoming a great development centre, obviously for the beach sprints and coastal rowing as well, is attracting and making space for more events. So we love seeing that. We hope to see more.
Oh, definitely, and welcome all clubs because rowing in different waters is always different. It's different feels, different experiences, different exposures. A lovely performance from Jack Mooney of Newark here. He's pulled himself out in front in this last 1,000 metres and he's just staying in front. You can see the red and blue strips of Chesterless Street just in that second place. I think he's just got a bit of open water between him and Mooney of Newark. And then a couple of lengths behind we have Arlo Ads of Shanklin Sandown.
Yeah, great execution from that race from Jack Mooney from Newark Rowing Club. The gap wasn't quite so big earlier on the course, but now it's more evident that he will be the winner of this F final here in the Open Club Single Sculls.
It's a bit dangerous to say things like that this early on. You know, it's a commentary kiss of death, I always think, if you call it too soon.
It's happened before, but hopefully not.
Hopefully not, but good performance from Jack Mooney there, just lifting it, showing what he's got for the people sitting in the grandstand watching this. Some really nice racing today. Some people watching the grandstand, interestingly enough, some people watching it on the screen, which is lovely to see as well, sort of flicking between the two.
I think it's good that we provide multiple opportunities for people to stay involved in the event, whether they're here, whether they're not here, or maybe they're away on holiday. It's still good that they're able to follow the racing and catch up with us.
Absolutely, and I don't know about you, I keep getting pings on my phone for people who have fallen down the rabbit hole of watching some online and just given up the rest of the day or what they were supposed to be doing. So it's lovely to just get some acknowledgement that people are out there and watching us.
That's the trick. You think you're only going to tune in for one race, but the racing gets so exhilarating that you end up spending the whole afternoon.
Yep,
like, wow,
absolutely.
Where did the last 4 hours go?
Absolutely. And what would you rather do? I'd rather be, sort of watching it live's good, but if you're at home, watching it at home as well. And hopefully we're giving you a flavour of this event here. Seems a bit quiet on the banks today, but I'm sure it'll perk up. We had some big walls of sound for some of the races earlier on, and I'm sure we'll hear some more later on.
I think it's also good to avoid the heat this early on in the day as well. We do still have a few more hours of racing on the schedule, so we want to make sure that everyone's in the perfectly healthy condition to follow up the racing.
So now we've got this E-final of the Open Single Sculls. Hennessy Hunt of the Windsor Boys School in lane 1, Poulton of University of Bath in lane 2, Black of Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3. Sorry, I had a mind blank there. Eggleston of the City of Sunderland in lane 4, Freudenberg of University of Bath in lane 5, O'Connor of University of Leeds in lane 6.
You can see here this is a senior event, but we've got an entry from Windsor Boys School. However, Kieran is seen to be wearing a UW all-in-one, so that's from the University of Washington. So perhaps he's just come to the UK for the summer and wants to test out his skills in the single on the National Water Sports Centre.
Yeah, it's always nice to sort of test yourself in a different stage, just to see what you got.
So we're now approaching the 1500 meter mark. We're about to get confirmation of times, but at the halfway point, it was Nottingham Rowing Club with 6 seconds of advantage over Bath University. Over in third, we've had different sculler from Bath University. So let's see how those times shape up as we approach 500 meters to go.
I just tried to sort out my Bath University scullers and try and figure out which is which. But good performance from Cameron Black of Nottingham there, just pulling himself out in front, just getting himself away from any danger or being caught by anybody else. Some really nice sculling strokes I've seen out here this afternoon.
Yeah, I was just looking at the technique here. We've got a good shot on the screen. Well, we've had a good shot. There's a lot, like a very nice acceleration between. There's a good transition between legs and the hips. You can clearly see how the athlete is accelerating the boat, and that is really shining through in the amount of speed that he can generate here.
Absolutely, you're like me. You like watching these strokes, and sometimes you just get sucked in with what you're watching and just think you start doing an analysis and forget that you're supposed to be commentating on it as well.
Well, that's exactly right. Sometimes the rowing is just so mesmerising, it's easy to get lost in it, but that's exactly why we're here at the British Rowing Club Championships.
Absolutely, it was a really strong performance from Cameron Black there. Just looking at him, just making it look easy, but that's part of the trick of sculling, isn't it? You make it look easy, even though you and I know it's quite hard.
Yeah, it's whatever is seen on the exterior is usually not what is going on in the interior at the same time. So the legs will be screaming, the lungs will be burning, but it's going to be all worth it as he crosses that finish line. We've got maybe 100, 150 meters to go here for Cameron, and will he cross the line first on the home water? Currently in second and third place. Also, we've got lane 2 and lane 4. So Sunderland and Bath University in close contention.
Absolutely, and you know when you come into these orange boys, you know that the pain's almost over for the day, and you can just concentrate on just getting over the line.
You can see here, very lovely sculling, just approaching the line. Cameron Black from Nottingham Rowing Club. And we've got a visitor on a camera angle here as well, overlooking the finish. Everyone wants to join in on the action today.
Yep.
For those of you who cannot see the screen, there's a big spider right next to the finish line on our finish tower camera.
I wasn't expecting to see the spider, but it jumped up and leapt at me.
I can't blame him for wanting to see some rowing action here this weekend.
Looking up the course, we can see the D final of the Open Club Single Sculls is well underway. Carroll of Burton Leander in lane 1, Drew of the University of Leeds in lane 2, Huckle of Strathclyde University in lane 3, Palmer of University of Nottingham in lane 4, Halen of St Ives in lane 5, and Hartley of University of Bath in lane 6. That's a whole pile of Bath scullers we've seen in this event today.
Definitely, Bath are really strong in terms of developing a good amount of athletes. One of the senior Olympic medalists that we actually have, Becky Wild, came from Bath University from that GB Start Development Program, and also in the senior men's squad we've got Cadol Fid in the bow seat, hopefully looking to medal at the World Championships later on. So yeah, very strong pedigree over from Bath. They're clearly doing some very good things here. Dan Harris was leading that program. I'm not sure if he still is, but he's been doing fantastic work.
Absolutely. You sow the seeds, and a few years down the line, you reap the rewards. It's never a short process. It is. You have to have the long-term view of these things, that you have to have the patience just to sort of feed it in and keep plugging at it and just keep the development going.
Yeah, club culture is not something that you will instantly improve in a space of a month. It does take time, like you said, for those habits, for those new things to seep through. But it looks like these athletes are responding well. And once the program is successful, it's sort of easy to sort of fall in line and submit yourself and trust the program fully. And then you'll get some great results if you stick with it.
Now, interestingly, we've got a reverse chevron appearing here in this race that it seems to be the scullers on the outside of the field that have overtaken the ones that have been seeded in the middle of the field, which is quite unusual.
Yeah, it's a chevron either way, though. We've seen the opposite chevron, and now we've got a reverse one. It's good to see. It's not due to wind or conditions. It's just the nature of time trials and separation that then occurs when you place these athletes side by side. It's a different style of racing when you're on your own versus when you're with other crews around you. And some athletes tend to respond better to rowing solo, and some tend to be much, much faster when there's other crews pushing them around them.
Nobody can see me nodding my head in agreement here, Peter. Just totally agree with you. That's, as you say, it's a whole different mental mindset about side-by-side as opposed to time trials. But these side-by-side racers, Liam Carroll of Burton Leander, really showing form here. Tom Hartley of University of Bath over on the far side. Alfred Halen of St Ives. All these scullers sprinting for the line now, just showing that they are better than their time trial has shown. It's just lovely to have that courage to come back and just say, I'm better than this. And they have just gone out and proved that.
Definitely.
And you can see how delighted they are.
Delighted, and also how tight that racing was. Between the first and fourth places, we had overlap for every single athlete here. And closing that pack was Charles Drew of Leeds University.
Absolutely brilliant. As I said, minor finals, you get exciting results. Now here's another one, the Open Junior 18 single sculls. And I was just looking at the names sitting in front of me. We've got a spread all over the country. We've got Mediterranean, Grange School in lane 1, Mediterranean in lane 2, George Watson's College in lane 3, Windsor Boys School in lane 4, Queen Elizabeth High in lane 5, and Buell Bridge in lane 6.
So we've got London, Hexham, Windsor, Edinburgh, Gibraltar, and Northwich here.
Brilliant. It's just super just to see all these clubs. Of course, they won't have had the chance to test each other out in local regattas or anything like that. They'll just be coming in here with unknowns. They might have met each other at national schools, but you know, a one-off meeting doesn't give you much information as an athlete, and you can look up the numbers all you like, but it's not the same as being side by side, knowing where they're fast, where they're slow, good start, bad start, good finish, good in the middle. It's, you know,
it's all a bit of a mystery, exactly. You don't really know what your opponent's race strategy will be. It will largely be a mystery, but for these singles colours, it will be important to just focus on their own race plan and then be able to respond to what's happening around them. Like you said, the true measure of speed will only happen in this race because they might have not met each other before. And I think that's also, there's an exciting element of that, because sometimes when you sit at the start line and you roughly know the speed of your opponents, you can kind of play out the race in your head. But now we've got the potential for something unexpected to occur, and you know, every athlete in here in this race can write their own story.
Absolutely, and you think about the Mediterranean scullers, the Calpe scullers, they will never really meet any of these athletes apart from at the national championships. Just brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it would be a long way for them to trailer boats from Gibraltar over for every local regatta that we've got happening throughout the year. But at least they made it here for the club championships. They are eager to get some medals. This is not their only boat in this weekend. We've had a record number of entries, and I hope this trend will continue to happen year on year.
Just looking at these scullers again, I think we've got almost looks like a reverse chevron going on again. It's sort of the action happening on this side of the course, with Grange School, Mediterranean.
Except this time it's much closer. There's only 5 seconds separating the field between first and sixth here. Oh, between fifth. Buell Bridge has scratched, we can see here on the information system. So we've got lanes 1 to 5.
Absolutely, overlap between all these 5 lanes, and this is exciting because you don't often see that, especially in sculling races.
And in single sculling, it's so much easier to change that direction, change that speed, pick up and make up those differences, particularly in the last 500. The singles have the potential to, you know, rapidly increase or decrease gaps that occur in front of them. So still something to play for here, and it will all come down to who's got the biggest final sprint hidden up their sleeve.
Well, absolutely, and it will come down to this last sprint. Angus Good from the Grange School in lane 1, really motoring on there, but going with them. You can see all these scullers just picking up the rating at different times, and they're all going to have this sprint for the line. I'm going to have to stand up and bounce around because it's too exciting.
Yeah, I love what I'm seeing over from lane 2. We've got the Mediterranean Rowing Club sculler. That is a really high rate here. Let's take a look at that sprint finish. He's really looking to make up that,
oh, wow,
that distance for Grange School, but Grange is responding.
Queen Elizabeth High over on the far side, pretty much in isolation, but actually motoring for the line as well. This is, and Grange School just lifting it. Must have heard us. Oh boy, what a sprint for the line here. Queen Elizabeth High in the Grange School. Where's it going to go, Peter? Oh, it's going to be so close.
At the moment, it looks like Queen Elizabeth, but just on the surge, Grange School might have taken us. I think before we confirm everything, let's just
wait for the umpires.
Yeah, let's
That's an umpire decision, that one. What a finish.
Definitely. What a candy for the eye to watch.
I thought I saw the result flash up on the screen, but I think it's been rapidly taken off for the umpires to confirm that one. It was so close. And this is the F final, remember, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, like we said, this is the benefit of time trials because you get a much closer spread of athletes, so the speed will be largely similar, which just makes for incredibly tighter racing, and your race strategy here will definitely come into play, as psychologically you have to prepare yourself for potentially being down for about 1900 meters of the race.
Absolutely.
Now on the course we've got the E final of the Open J18 single sculls. Who's on the field, Carol?
We have Smith of the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe in lane 1, Repton of Hartpury University and College in lane 2, Bryan of Northampton in lane 3, Cruppa of Rob Roy in lane 4, Metcalf of Tideby Scullers in lane 5, and LeBlanc of City of Oxford in lane 6.
At the halfway point, it was LeBlanc from City of Oxford that had a comfortable gap of about 3 seconds, if you can call it that, over Royal Grammar School from High Wycombe. Over in third place in the middle of the field in lane 4 was Rob Roy Rowing Club, Jamie Crupper, so a Cambridge Sculler.
This is interesting. Again, just looking at these numbers, the action seems to be happening on the outside of the field. So these scullers have obviously gone from their time trial and thought, I've been put in an outside lane, but mentally I can do this, I can overtake the ones in the middle. So they've obviously gone and decided, sitting on the start or maybe in conjunction with the coach, and thought, first 500 is really important, this is what we need to do.
I think it's definitely, when it's your final race of the day, the time to put all the chips in the middle of the table and go all in. It's not going to be in the last 250 meters of this race. You almost want to reverse that pattern, surprise your opponents, and then just make them feel that psychological pressure of having to chase you for 1500 meters or so. We're very pleased to give a birthday shout out to Andrew Barraclough of Clare's Court School Boat Club. Happy birthday to you. We wish you very many great results here this weekend.
And luckily I've refrained from singing because nobody wants to hear that. These scullers coming close to us now, and I think we're going to have one of these storming finishes again. I think they're so close now that you can't say, oh, it's difficult when you've got a sculler out in lane 6 quite far up the field, and the next one is in lane 1. You've got the rest of the field and it's hard to get who's in front. Is it Royal Grammar School High Wycombe or is it City of Oxford?
Obviously you should keep your eyes in the boat, but if you do tend to look either left or right, it's almost difficult to believe that you're in the same race because the distance just seems so far out between lane 1 and 6, but that is not stopping these scullers. We've got High Wycombe in second place, still 3 seconds behind City of Oxford, but he's lifting the rate up now. He wants to make a change. He doesn't want to finish in second place. We've also got lane 2 here from Hartpury University. Alex Repton made a great push here. I believe he's now overtaken a High Wycombe sculler and is quite possibly leading up towards the finish.
I looked at one stage and I thought the Northampton scullers being left behind in lane 3, but then he made a big push and started coming back. We know that Hartpury usually have very strong finishes, and I'm expected to see one here because I think he's just ramped it up. It looks like LeBlanc of City of Oxford maybe just managed to pull himself out in front. He's ramped that rating up again just to take this first place in this E final. Great performance from LeBlanc of the City of Oxford. And look at this finish between Hartpury and Rob Roy sprinting for the line. Rob Roy just marginally in front of Hartpury, and then Tideby Scullers, then Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, and then Northampton. What a finish there.
Wow, absolutely unbelievable. Where did that sprint for Rob Roy come from? High Wycombe finishing in 5th, So we had quite a bit of a shuffle in the last 500, seeing all the different race strategies synchronizing come into play. Well done to LeBlanc from City of Oxford. I'm sure his coach Clive will be very proud of him for finishing first in this E-final of the Open J18 single. And on the course now, we can see we've got some more action in the single sculls. Over in lane 1, Windsor Boys School, Aaron Eden. We've got Clydesdale in lane 2, Thomas Lowry. We've got in lane 3, City of Rowing, Sunderland, James Irwin in lane 4, Cambridge 99 Rowing Club, Maximilian Rzeczkowski. And we've got Corp Rowing Club from Gibraltar in lane 5, that's Stan Bielanovic. And in lane 6 we've got Rob Roy Rowing Club, another Cambridge entry from Niccolo Chiaparelli. So this is a very good race for me to commentate on. I see a lot of Polish heritage. I am so
relieved. Thank you so much, Peter, for joining me there. I need a lesson in Polish pronunciation. I can get so far, but I tend to come a cropper somewhere.
It tends to come with practice.
Yes, I don't practice enough. That's my fault. But another close race. Look at this. Look up the field, and there's very little separating these 6 scullers yet again. This is the D final.
2.2 seconds between first and fourth place.
Nothing, really, at that stage of the race. Nothing.
It just comes down to having a couple of good or bad strokes off the start. That's what can make up that sort of time difference at this stage of the race. We are through the halfway point though, so now things are getting serious. Obviously the third 500, just where we are now, is where things do tend to shape up as the physical and mental preparation really comes into fruition here.
To my eye, I think it's between Lowry of Clydesdale and Irwin of City of Sunderland, just in lanes 2 and 3. And I wouldn't count 4 and 5 out of contention either.
Yeah, the field's starting to take up a little bit more shape here. You can still see there's now 3 seconds between the first and fourth place. It's lane 3 ahead of 2, ahead of lane 5, ahead of lane 4. Then in 5th place we've got Windsor Boys, in 6th place we've got Rob Roy Rowing Club. Boat Club. So, just under 500 meters to go. In 1st place, Sunderland, James Irwin. In 2nd place, we've got Clydesdale, Thomas Lowry. So a change of lead here. And in 3rd place, Stan Bielanovic from Gibraltar, Carp Rowing Club.
I was just reflecting this morning. I was watching the time trials earlier, and Open Junior 18s, I think there were 90 odd boats in it, which is a huge number of Junior 18 single scullers to bring us down to. So many will have been excluded from the time trial to get to these finals, and this is why at the moment we're getting such exciting racing. I keep harping back to this, but I do, as a commentator, enjoy the time trials because it produces results and races like this.
Definitely. Just if you're not looking at the race, please take a look on the course, because we've got 4 scullers absolutely going for it head to head. We've got some fantastic sprinting going on here. Lane 5 at the moment rating the highest, but the others are responding. It looks like lane 3 might be ahead now. Sunderland City still maintaining his lead, James Irwin, but he is being chased down by Carp Rowing Club, Stan Bielanovic, and he looks to be pointing his bow out in front now. It's so close we couldn't possibly call it now. But also in lane 4, Cambridge 99 Rowing Club going for it. Let's enjoy the last 5 or 10 strokes of this race.
Absolutely, definitely ramping it up and just flying for the finish. Calpe just going strong there. Bilanovic, just what a finish from him. I think he went over first, followed by Cambridge 99, followed by Irwin of City of Sunderland, and then we have the Clydesdale sculler.
You can see the excitement, fist pumping in the air. That was a very good result for them. So it's Bielanovic ahead of Rzeczkowski, ahead of Irwin. Well done. What a great race that was.
Absolutely brilliant. can always tell it's an exciting race when both commentators jump up and down and sort of stand on their tiptoes to get a better angle as to who's in front and who isn't in front. And we were both on our feet there, jumping up and down.
I hope to do more of that over the next few hours. And
I'm
some
sure
more
you
racing.
will. I'm sure you will. You may not get your steps up, but you'll certainly get the jumping up and down.
At the moment, we are swiftly moving over to some more action here. We've got the double sculls at the moment on the course. We've got the women's J18 doubles F final, and we are approaching the halfway point. At the 500 meter mark, it was Avon and Minerva Bath Composite ahead of Hereford Rowing Club. In third, we've had Molesey. Molesey have another crew in this race, and also here we've got Newark Rowing Club and Hexham. How is the field looking at halfway?
That's looking pretty good. Just looking at the, if you can see it on screen, you can see close-ups of these scullers. You get lovely views from the camera footage further up the course. It's still the Avon Minerva Bath Composite leading, Molesey 1 in second place, Hereford third, the second Molesey crew in fourth, and then we have Newark and Hexham. You see the Molesey kit there, very distinctive kit, but really nice reach out there around the front end. Just Bow Girl has got the steering issues, but just looking around, making sure she's in the middle of the lane, not clipping any boys, just making sure she's happy with her course.
A sure way to go fast is to go straight in between the boy lines. We've sometimes not always managing it, but I think these athletes are giving it a very good crack here, and we're seeing some really good technical display as well. We had some really nice close-ups here on the screen, really nice leg acceleration here, very good technical ability of these athletes. This may be the F final, but that just shows you how fierce the competition is, that we still get to see so much good rowing here.
I think in the UK, junior rowing has come on leaps and bounds, and I think it's very, very competitive. The standard is very high. I think you can see that at Women's Henley with the number of, used to be American crews came over. Nowadays, American crews come over and don't necessarily make it through time trials. So the standard of junior rowing in the UK is very, very high indeed. And we're seeing some of the top athletes here performing. This is the F final, but still it's very close, nothing between these crews. So yeah, this is lovely to watch.
This might be a few scratch boats as well. This is potentially not typically what these athletes will have been training and racing in all year round. Obviously at the moment we've got the under 19 GB selection going on too, and like you said, the leaps and bounds that the junior rowing has moved is yielding so many medals at the World Championship level. And
then it's feeding through the under 23s too. You know, it's all positive from our point of view for medal prospects, but it's positive for the sport.
It's great for these athletes also because as they start to get good results as juniors, some of them do go over to universities in America and then they come back and almost lift up the standard of the sport yet again. We've seen that even from a Scottish rower, Miles Beeson.
I was just going to mention Miles.
Please tell us about Miles.
He's a star. I've known Miles for a long, long time.
So he's from Aberdeen, studied at Yale, and is now rowing in the 3 seed of the GB Men's Senior 8, having won 3 gold medals at the Under 23 Championships in the recent years.
I'm sure he won't mind me saying this, but every time I see him, I think he's grown even more because he's getting taller and taller. I get a crick in my neck looking at him in the face these days, but he is. He's a star. His younger sister also went down the American route. Zoe. Xander stayed in the UK to university in Glasgow. No, Strathclyde University. So yeah, the whole family row. It's great. We're talking, I think as Sasha earlier, we're talking about rowing in the States. Families who are rowing, Dad rowed as well. So, you know, it's, don't know, is it the genes or is it just rowers produce rowers? I don't know.
Potentially also a great atmosphere of events like this, you know, it's a very family friendly environment. You can bring your entire, you know, your children, you can bring your spouse here, you can enjoy some racing, and then the children get inspired, they want to try the sport later on, and then that's why we're seeing the record number of entries and the sport growing in strength in those numbers too.
Here we have, we've got a proper chevron this time, so it's still the composite from Avon, Minerva Bath leading the field, Hereford not far behind. I think Hereford have just picked it up, lifted their rating in those last few strokes. I think Minerva Bath, the Avon composite, are just responding to that. I don't know, though Hereford just look as though they might be having a a go just to push them to see how far they can push them or whether they can get themselves in front.
Well, now is the time to do it. We've got maybe about 10 strokes left. Hereford are gaining speed. The Composite are struggling to stay ahead, but they are still ahead now. Hereford making a decisive push. Composite is responding by taking the rate up. Who's going to take it? It's going to be another photo finish. Oh my world.
Isn't that brilliant? I think it was Hereford from where I'm standing. But what a push for the finish there. Just having that courage to think, yeah, we can do this. Let's go.
Impeccable execution of that final sprint.
And then Molesey, and over on the far side, Newark, the other Molesey crew on this side, and then over on the far side again, we have Hexham. Great finish there. Oh, Peter, this is just brilliant.
I hope this never stops. You can see their graphic here for Hereford Rowing Club. Great race by Grace Watts and Megan Panniers. Now we are swiftly moving on to the women's J18 double sculls E-final, which is now in progress. We're past the halfway point, and it looks like Ball Ace in the lead.
Oh, absolutely. And in this race we have Brentford in lane 1, St Ives in lane 2, Hartpury University and College in lane 3, Sir William Borley's is in 4, Bedford in 5, and Durham in 6. And yeah, it's Borley's taking an early lead, but not by much. Durham's still holding on to them just by 0.8 of a second. So 0.8 of a second about Candace. Half a length.
It's not much in it at the halfway point. Still a lot of room for anything to change here. Obviously, there's still half of the race yet to play out.
A second between Borley's is Hartpury and Durham. Ooh, very close. And then 2 seconds behind them, we have St Ives. Oh, we could have a great finish again.
Yep. I think we're in store for another great finish, just like you're saying. And a very geographically spread field here as well. We've got London, we've got Cornwall, Gloucester, Marlow, Bedford and Durham. So a lot of miles between these crews. Everyone had to make their own way here and travel to the centre of the country, to the National Water Sports Centre. This is just fantastic.
I think it makes it fairer if everybody has to travel, because everybody's got an element of travel, which can unsettle an athlete, because it's not a very restful day, a travel day. And if everybody has to travel, everybody's in the same boat, which makes it a bit fairer, I think, having to travel to most regattas.
I agree. So we are approaching the 1500 meter mark, and just over 500 meters to go here. We're about to see the confirmations on the times on this racing screen here. It still looks like it's the William Borlase Grammar School, Lucy Browning and Amy Palmer with a nice comfortable lead ahead of Durham Amateur Rowing Association. Now they've dropped down slightly. We've got Hartpury actually in the lead, I apologise. Behind them is Ball Ace, and then we've got St Ives Rowing Club in lane 2.
It's difficult. Hartpury and Borley's similar dark colours of kit, and the camera screen is brilliant, giving us phenomenal views. With this bright lighting, the colours are quite hard to see in our defence.
And also two very typically strong schools for junior sculling here as well. Absolute powerhouses of junior sculling in Britain, Ball Ace and Hartpury.
Yeah, but I would say it's certainly Hartpury, Borley's. I think St Ives are up there. I think Bedford have maybe dropped off the pace. Durham are still got overlap with the rest of the field, and Brentford's still in the mix. It's nice when you're in boats where you've got overlap with other boats, because that sort of sucks you along. You don't feel as though you're rowing in isolation, so you need that feel of people around you to just bring out the best in your racing.
Most certainly, and I would still say Durham is in good contention. They had a great second 500. They were second at the halfway point with 500 meters to go. They were fourth, but like you said, there's still overlap. There's a lot to play for. Also, great push here from Brentford, who are now challenging St Ives with a fantastic sprint finish here. That rate is going up. Those legs are going down really quickly, and that bow is rising out of the water nicely. At the moment, still Hartpury ahead of Ball Ace, and then
we've got 4 for for the next few places, and it's going to come down to who wants it most, isn't it? Yet again, as we keep saying. This is brilliant. So Hartpury certainly leading this pack here. Durham putting in a sprint. As are Bedford and St Ives. I think off the pace is... Oh, it's Bedford that's off the pace. Sorry, I do apologise. It's Borley's putting in a sprint. Borley's and Durham pretty much level pegging as they come towards the line.
Very, very good second half of this race from Durham to really close that gap on Borley's, and St Ives just half a length behind them. Brentford with their great finish just about a length and a half behind the club from Cornwall. And we've got our finishers here, Bedford Rowing Club over in lane 5, Rachel Wilson and Olivia Cave.
I think any athletes in these minor finals should be really pleased with their performance, because we've seen some excellent racing. Very mature racing as well. You know, a lot of you think sometimes expect juniors just to think, oh, I'm behind, just not give up, but just slack it off a bit. But they fought all the way to the line, and that was obvious because that was how close it was at the finish. And that takes a lot of maturity to just keep that amount of pressure on yourself. These are J18 scullers, remember.
Yes, they're very young athletes. They still have a lot to learn and improve. There's a lot of room for them to grow, but they already rode beautifully for us to see, and they produce some really great racing. And like you said, it's not the final placing position where you finish the event, it's how well you've performed, how hard you've pushed yourself, and whether you've achieved your own internal objectives, because you cannot control who's around you and how well they're rowing, but you can control how you respond to that and whether you give them a good fight or not. And it looks like a good fight is going to happen here for the third place in the C final of this women's J18 double sculls. In the D final, I apologise, we have Exeter and Stratford-upon-Avon or Trenton Boat Club fighting here for the third place. On the field, lane 1, St William Perkins School Boat Club. Lane 2, Exeter Rowing Club. Lane 3, Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. They have some great pedigree over at Glasgow Academy. In lane 4, Morsey Boat Club. In lane 5, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club. And in lane 6, it's the previously mentioned club of Trentham Boat Club.
Halfway point, it was Molesey leading. Second place is with Sir William Perkins School. And there was about 3 seconds between these two clubs. And then a bit of a gap to Exeter, but overlap between Exeter, Stratford-upon-Avon, Trentham and Glasgow. That is about 2 seconds between those 4 clubs.
Yeah, like you said, close contention. We've got some exciting racing coming up ahead, so I will be very pleased to see another photo finish. And the more crews, the merrier.
I'm sure the Finnish judges are so not in agreement with that one. I think life is easier for them without the photos.
Perhaps that's right.
But for us, commentators and spectators, it's much more fun if they're close racing, and especially to have that courage just about 250 metres out just to throw everything at it and just think, this is it now. This is the last race of the season, let's go for it.
Definitely. At 500 metres to go, Mark, it was Molesey with a very good 4-second advantage over Sir William Perkins. In third place now is Stratford-upon-Avon. In fourth, it was Trenton Boat Club. Just 2 seconds between these crews. Then we had Glasgow Academy, 1 second behind them, and 0.6 of a second behind Exeter Rowing Club. So very close. We can see all the doubles now sprinting, lifting that rate up. And a lot can change in just a few short strokes in a small boat like a double.
Absolutely, and we've seen that happen. So it's Molesey and Sir William Perkins, sort of with 2 clubs in between them, sort of giving them that gap, and then a little chevron out to Stratford-upon-Avon and Trentham. Oh, I don't know. I'm just looking at Sir William Perkins and Molesey. Where do you think that is then? Do you think it's who's in front? I just can't gauge it there. This is you got it on the screen there. You've got the angle, but the angle can be very deceptive. From the tower, the angle could be quite deceptive.
To my untrained eye, it looks like Molesey still about a length ahead of Perkins, but Perkins are sprinting. They're absolutely leaving everything on the water. Those legs are screaming, but that boat is singing nicely. That bow's rising out, and moving beautifully. I think Molesley's still in control of the race, but Perkins are going a little bit of steering difficulty. That will cost him a little bit of speed, but it doesn't matter because it's all about working your hardest in order to get the best possible result here.
Oh, absolutely. And I think you're right. It is Molesley that got that control. They just seem to be a bit more settled, more calm with the control, and just let the other crews work as hard as they can because they know what they can produce when pushed.
And in lane 5, Stratford-upon Avon now nearly moving into second place. It looks like they've capitalised on Perkins's steering difficulty here. They'll be very pleased to have been 4th at the 500 metre mark, but 2nd at the finish.
Whoa, bit of a wobble there, just almost on the line for Sir William Perkins, just showing how much they've worked hard in this race.
Certainly.
Brilliant finish there. Those last 4 boats, very little between them.
I think all these athletes can be extremely proud of themselves and the effort that they've just gone through. I'm sure their coaches will tell them so in the post-race debrief.
Yeah, there's Megan Griffiths, Celia Shulton of Molesley there, just winning that D final of the women's J18 double sculls. And with everything, we're going to move rapidly on to the Open Junior 16 double sculls. Gosh, this is great, isn't it? Life is good when you spend a day watching people racing.
Especially in nice conditions like this. If you are looking at any flags along the course, you can see there's barely any movement. So it's neither tailwind nor headwind, which is just ideal, optimal conditions in the middle of July's heat.
Absolutely. It's cooler out when you're on the course side. You can feel that bit of a breeze, and we're sitting in our little greenhouse at the top of the tower in the clouds, and it is quite warm.
I think it all adds to the excitement of racing.
Absolutely.
So after a little bit of a break, we are back on the course. We're now moving over to J16's Open Double Sculls. F final is now in progress. In lane 1 we have Hinksey Sculling School. Lane 2 City of Oxford. They're close rivals, although from different stretches of the River Thames. In Oxford, Hinksey training on Godstow, City of Oxford training on the Isis. Hartpury from Gloucester in lane 3. In lane 4 we've got North Staffordshire Rowing Club. In lane 5 Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, and in lane 6 Walbrook Rowing Club. Just training over on the Teddington stretch. You can just see them here in lane 6, the Walbrook crew. Really nice, relaxed style of sculling.
I was just going to say it's Walbrook just coming onto our screens, and just it's nice to have this time just to have a look at people sculling and how they're sculling and how they're being trained, and what the coaches have been telling them.
It's a really great camera angle here, really allowing us to see exactly which muscles are accelerating that boat and what is working. You can see them working really nicely in unison, and what a great advantage now they have worked up over the rest of the field. Walbrook looks like about 3 seconds ahead of City of Oxford, and just behind them Hartpury, so very close contention for those top 3 spots.
Oh, absolutely. It's just brilliant to watch, isn't it? Just taking the time just to look at these scullers and just see how they're moving their boats. So sometimes Peter and I are just so busy watching the sculling that we just forget that we're supposed to be talking about it as well. Because sometimes you just get carried away thinking, oh, that looks really nice. So leading, as we said earlier, it was Walbrook leading just as they came through that timing point. And then about 3 seconds behind we have City of Oxford. Oh gosh, this is all very close. And then Hartpury about a second behind, and then Hinksey about a second behind them. So it's still lots of overlap. Clydesdale not far behind, probably about half a length, and possibly a 3/4 length behind them we have North Staff. So there's all contact between all these 6 boats.
And what's interesting to see, we're seeing even pacing between the first and second 500 of this race. The gaps remained roughly the same, so it looks like the athletes have settled into their rhythm well, and they'll be looking to maintain their positions, just trying to respond to any moves that might be thrown at them by their opponents.
So just reflecting in the last few races, I think we've seen mostly big pushes in that last 300 metres or so. So do you think the athletes, it's quite warm out there, are just going off the start, getting themselves into position and then just settling for that mid-1000 and then just thinking, we'll click on and we'll do what we need to do in the last 500 or so?
Yes, I do think so. And we've seen some other crews also make that push slightly too early and they stop just before the line because they've just run out of power. So I think particularly for these J16 athletes, this might be like some of their first national competitions that they're competing at. So what's really important is to manage the risks, minimize the chances of anything going wrong. So if you execute your race plan well for the first 1500 meters and everything's going okay, you're feeling good as a crew, now is the time to step on. And I think that's what is producing quite so many close finishes.
Yeah, also that these junior 16s are probably making the step up from shorter distances, junior 15 wise. So they're experimenting with a new distance. It may only be 500 metres, but on the water that is a big distance.
Definitely, ultimately you want to make sure your finish position is what you're happy with, not where you were at 750 metre done.
Absolutely. But this is close, isn't it? Between 2, 3 and 6. So City of Oxford, Hartpury and Walbrook. Ooh.
Yeah, there's a real separation between those three crews and the rest of the field. It does look like it's Walbrook still up ahead of Hartpury, but who has now overtaken City of Oxford. Perhaps City may be responding. It's really close between City of Oxford and Hartpury here. Walbrook just trying to capitalise on that fight and then just from the distance just run away so that Hartpury's focusing on Oxford, Oxford's focusing on Hartpury, and Walbrook can just
sneak up the blind side.
Exactly.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. But yeah, Hartpury now in front of City of Oxford. But as you say, Walbrook pretty much in that blind spot. I'm sure they know they're there. Walbrook led most of the way down the course. Can they hold on to this? This is we know Hartpury have got some strong finishes as a club.
That is a very good point, and now we've seen that sprint come into fruition. City is now about a length behind Hartpury, and Hartpury are challenging Walbrook. Walbrook making that push, but so is Hartpury. Hartpury just running a bit stronger. Walbrook taking the rate up. Walbrook ahead by about a length. I doubt that will change with 3 strokes to go, but what a great execution to stay up ahead for the entire course and just dominate the field. Well done to Connor Burton and Benjamin Hope from Walbrook Rowing Club. Congratulations to Henry Hutchins and Samuel Humphrey from Hartpury University and College Boat Club. And well done to Cyrus Herzog and Jaden Shams-Britton from City of Oxford. Terrific race.
Absolutely. Great performance from Walbrook to go out in front and stay out in front, because I'm sure their coaches will have told them that look out for Hartpury because they have strong finishes. So good for them. So we move on from the F final to the E final of this Open Junior 16 double sculls event. And in lane 1 we have Aberdeen Schools. In lane 2 Hartpury University and College. Lane 3 Northwich. Lane 4 Wallingford. Lane 5 Cambridge 99. And in lane 6 Bedford.
At the moment, looks like lane 3 Northwich is leading Wallingford by a margin of 0.58 of a second, so really not much in it. It was 2.2 seconds at the 1k mark. We're now getting confirmation of those times. Over in 3rd place we've got Olaf Niemczyk and Henry Guskar from Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. In lane 4 Aberdeen Schools Association, Findlay Cormack and Gavin Perdrock. We've seen his sister,
older sister, was racing in the club single earlier. So yeah, it's lovely to see them both racing here today.
Like we said, another great family.
Yeah, Mum Rose too, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's lovely to see. And I was just looking at some of these times, and there was not much separating the first 5 crews. And to me, I was surprised to see that Hartpury were in last place in that 1,000-metre position.
Perhaps they're just managing their energy output, maybe preparing a big push for the second half of the race. Sometimes it's good just to stay within the field and unleash a secret strategy as you think everyone else is starting to slow down. Yeah, that's the Kiwi way of rowing. We don't see a lot of that in England, but perhaps some of these clubs will adopt those strategies because they do seem to be quite effective on the world stage too.
I remember seeing a women's lightweight double at Women's Henley doing that exact thing. Just happy to let the other crew get about 2 lengths in front, and then just halfway down the course just start working their way through them. And the other crew couldn't respond to it because they thought they were in front and they were safe. But as you say, you know, there is a lot of that strategy. I'll just hang back and then just work my way through.
It's such a big psychological benefit to be rowing through crews, but it's the complete opposite when you're the one being rowed down by someone who you led for the whole race. It's so difficult to respond to that, but we have seen it go both ways, so let's take a look.
You have to play to your crew's strength, and this is where the coach and will have an idea of where the crew's strength is, and that's why coaches are very interested in split times over which 500s to know where the crews are faster, and I'm sure the coaches will know where they are and be giving advice to maximise the crew's benefit. But still, look at this field. We had a camera view there, just looking down, and very little in it.
Yeah, Northwich is securing that 4-second advantage over Wallingford Rowing Club, and in third place we've got Cambridge 99 Rowing Club, not too far behind, only 3 seconds, and just 0.2 ahead of Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association. So third place is not safe at all, and Hartpury are coming for
back.
them too.
Yeah, they've come back in these last little few. I just spotted that they've decided to just stick with Aberdeen Schools and then probably make a challenge from there, and just dropping off the back of the field, it's Bedford over on the far side. Great performance from Northwich there, just sitting out in the middle of the field, just seeing what everybody else is trying to do and just maintaining that lead. Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens in this last 300 metres then.
Yes, that's exactly right, and I'm still paying attention to Bedford here because they were the 6th seeded crew in this final, and they were third at the 500 metre mark, so they're obviously working really hard to move up their rank compared to what happened earlier today. They're currently in 6th, but now is the time for the final sprint, and we see all the rates going up, all the puddles increasing in size. Carol, talk us through the sprint.
Oh, this is just amazing. You can see Northwich just pick it up. Aberdeen Schools have gone up too, but going with Aberdeen Schools, Hartpury University and College, but Aberdeen Schools got the bit between their teeth. I don't think they're going to overtake Northwich or Wallingford, but third place in this final could be in contention there for them if they just keep this up. Oh, I'm so excited for them. But Northwich, they've picked it up there as well, just to get themselves out of danger and just take that first place. Second place looks to be with Wallingford. And to my eye, I think Aberdeen Schools are going to take that third place.
Yeah, a little look over there from the stroke man, Gavin Perdrog, just looking over to the left to see where they are in comparison with Cambridge 99, and they are ahead. That move did pay off that they'd made in the last 500 metres.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they'll be delighted with taking Hartpury College scalp there. So yeah, good for them.
Despite being J16s, they're already getting some invaluable racing experience.
Oh yeah. So that was the E final. We're going to move rapidly into the D final. So, and in this race, we've got another Walbrook crew. I wonder if they can do what their clubmates did earlier. So we've got Walbrook in lane 1, Burton Leander in lane 2, Durham School in lane 3, City of Bristol in lane 4, Hartpury University and College in lane 5, and Clare's Court School in lane 6. City of Bristol is sitting there. You've got the beautiful kit that they've got now that tells you exactly who they are, and it's quite nice to have that as a commentator.
Definitely. Sometimes it is difficult to tell crews apart just from their kit or the colour of blades, because there are just so many variations, but after a while we get used to seeing some of them more and more. And obviously this might be the first time that some of these clubs are competing in Britain this season, so we welcome you, and we're eagerly waiting to see more of your stash and your blades and your blade work.
Absolutely.
So at the 1,000 metre mark, it was City of Bristol over in lane 4, leading by a nice margin of just under 2 seconds over Durham School Boat Club, and in third place in lane 1, Walbrook Rowing Club B-Boat. 0.4 of a second behind them was Burton Leander, and 2 seconds behind that was Clare's Court School. margins are certainly not decisive at this stage, I'd say.
No, absolutely not, because we've seen things change so much already. Just it all comes down to your race plan and where you execute which part of the race plan, where you accelerate, where you decide I'll just rest for, not rest because you never rest, but just consolidate. Consolidate. Try and get the right word.
Yeah, just gather to be able to give yourself that space to have the next best stroke. And sometimes, you know, your race plan does have to be changed and altered rapidly during the race, because you might measure yourself against the speed of other crews, but if you're a length down and it's 750 meters to go, you might just have to start your sprint then.
Absolutely. Have a go. And the action's all in the middle of the course again, between City of Bristol and Durham School. Just if you can see them on the screen, they're just coming into sight there. Sometimes difficult on the skiing to get the parallax, to get the straight line across the course to see where they are, which is where we've got the times, which help as well. And then sitting up in the tower, if you watch enough racing, you get an eye into where who's moving, who isn't. It takes a while though.
Yeah, you've really got to train your eye to see that half a length sort of difference between lane 2 and lane 5, but we're trying our best to keep you informed here. At the moment, it looks like lane 4 still leading the action, and just behind them, lane 3 and 2 in close contention. They are not letting them go, and I'm starting to see a little bit of sprinting over from lane 3. I think it's just what we talked about before is happening now. That final sprint is starting to unleash.
Yeah, I was just looking at the action. All seems to be on this side of the course between Walbrook, Burton Leander, Durham School and City of Bristol. And I think City of Bristol still having that slight edge, but I don't think it's as big as it was. I think Durham School have come back on them, and going with Durham School we have Burton Leander, and Walbrook have just gone with Burton Leander. So it's, you know, if somebody goes, you just go with them because you can't be left behind.
Definitely. I think that's what happened as well. City of Bristol put in a massive third 500. They've increased their lead to 2 seconds extra, so there was 4 seconds between them and Durham School, but now Durham is coming back, so perhaps Bristol anticipated that. They tried to put the work in early, and they're now also responding. Durham absolutely going for it, Carol.
Burton Leander, lane 2, have just picked it up as well, and they're just coming back on Durham and coming back all the time on City of Bristol. These two crews really going to fight for the line. Oh boy, what a finish from Burton Leander.
I think they might even take the lead here ahead of Bristol. Wow, what a great pacing.
Absolutely. Oh, just hold it together, because that was a phenomenal push. City of Bristol really pushing on there. Burton Leander pushing on. A big challenge coming from Walbrook in lane 1. Oh boy, this is a finish.
It looks like Burton Leander, their push is paying off, about half a length ahead of City of Bristol, and just in third place we've got Walbrook. What a great move. Durham just couldn't quite sustain that pace, but they've worked so hard to stay in that second position and chase down Bristol. It's natural that perhaps Walbrook just had a bit more energy towards the finish.
And then we have Clare's Court and Hartpury over on the far side. Some amazing finishes there. Burton Leander coming from pretty much third place to finish first. Wow, that is a big, big push. And that's
incredible.
Richard Bochansky and Tristan Shaw of Burton Leander just winning that D final of the Open Junior 16 double sculls. From the double sculls, we're moving rapidly into the Women's Junior 16 single sculls. And do you want to tell us who's in this, Peter?
Without further ado, lane 1, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Lane 2, another Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. These are the C and D scullers. In lane 3, Trent Rowing Club B sculler. In lane 4, Canterbridge Rowing Club sculler. Then we've got Takin Tarn Amateur Rowing Club in lane 5, and Thames Scullers in lane 6.
Talking Tarn, based up near Carlisle. They had a small regatta fairly recently, and yeah, we often see them up in Scotland. It's another club that comes up to Scotland. I've forgotten about Talking Tarn. So yeah,
great place to train on the Lake District. If they're near Carlisle, they've got some absolute lovely scenery.
Wet. Being on the west coast, wet. Which is why you get the leaks and all the water. So yes, it is good. Nice to see different clubs. As you said earlier, we're talking about seeing different clubs appearing at this event. Talking Tarn, you don't often see them there. I had to look up Thames Scullers earlier today because I didn't know where Thames Scullers were based. And I found out they were based near Whitchurch, near Pangbourne. So they've got 3.5k water on the Thames.
Oh, amazing.
So they've got that lovely stretch up sort of from Pangbourne, or maybe they're downstream of Pangbourne, between Pangbourne and Maple Durham. Really nice bit of water. So yeah, I hadn't spotted them before, but I did have to educate myself this morning.
I know that Pangbourne stretch is where Steve Truckmore likes to take his athletes for a little bit of quieter time, a bit more uninterrupted rowing, so definitely some really good pedigree here.
Well, Pangbourne Straight used to be where they had National Schools Regatta before they moved it to a multi-lane course.
When did that happen?
Oh, Peter, you're asking my age now. Oh, it must have been late 60s, early 70s. It's only because a friend told me.
Okay. I hope to see some more racing down on that stretch. If
it's a beautiful stretch of water. It's just lovely. Anyway, we digress. We're back in the Junior 16 single sculls.
At the halfway point, Canterbridge Rowing Club, Elite Hutton with a lovely lead of just under 4 seconds over that Thames Sculler crew that we just spoke about, Lilia Cottam, and in lane 3 in third place Trent Rowing Club, Ania Kunicka. Another Polish heritage hero spot.
I was going to say I can educate you. It's Eli Hutton.
Okay.
So you educate me in the Polish, and I'll go for the Celtic words.
The Celtic words are currently 3 seconds in front of Thames Scullers from Pangbourne that we spoke about, and still in third place we got Trent in fourth, just 1 second behind Nottingham and Union, and in lane 5 in fifth place we got Tokintown Amateur Rowing Club. We are nearing the 250 metre to go mark, and this race is really starting to ramp up.
Well, as we've seen in the past 10, 12 races, that this is where the action seems to be happening. So if you're sitting there watching, you're seeing some spectacular action today on these last few metres of these 2k races. But that lead from Ely Hutton of Canterbridgian seems to be pretty much unassailable there. Cottam of Thames Scullers is going with her. Nice kit, it's nice fluorescent yellow, nice to see in the dark or murky conditions.
No need for a high-vis jacket.
Nope.
Looks like lane 4 with a decisive move earlier in the race, staying ahead. She's worked. Eli Hutton has really worked up a lovely advantage here that's allowing her now to have everyone in her field of view and able to respond to any final pushes. She is being challenged by lane 6, that Thames Sculler athlete Lilia Cottam, and we've got lane 2 and 3 battling in for the third place. Who do you think will take it, Carol?
Oh, I don't know. It's between Nottingham and Union and Trent, and I think it's Nottingham and Union to my eye at the moment. But I think there's a big challenge coming over from the Thames Sculler over in lane 6. I think she's just ramped it up in the last little while. But going with her, we have Eli Hutton of Canterbridgian. She saw this challenge. Oh, it's very close between Canterbridgian and Thames Scullers there. And the Thames Scullers just making a move just in these last few strokes. Yet again, as we come to the line, we're just seeing all the action happening. I think Canterbridge has just maybe done enough. Oh, she's just picked it up again. Just enough to keep her canvas in front as she goes over the line. Canterbridgian leading Thames Scullers, and then it's going to be this first winter of Nottingham and Union, and then Kunicka of Trent.
Wow, there were 3 seconds between first and second, that 500 to go. There was certainly not, the distance was certainly not that large. As we crossed the finish line, there was only about half a length, and that was a great push. And now to conclude this F final of the women's J16 singles, we'll certainly be seeing more of these athletes, but as for now, let's move on to the E-final of the same category. We've got Lane 1, Southampton Cole Porters Amateur Rowing Club. Lane 2, Hinksey's Sculling School from Oxford. Then we've got St George's College Boat Club. In Lane 3, Lane 4, we've got St Andrew Boat Club from Edinburgh. Lane 5, we've got the Mediterranean Rowing Club from Gibraltar. And in Lane 6, we've got Christchurch Rowing Club from the south coast of the UK. So another incredible spread, geographical spread here on the course. What is the spread in terms of the distances on the field, Carol?
It is still pretty close. We're about 500 metres in, and it is Christchurch sculler, Erin McLean, taking a lead, but not by much. I think it's less than 10 seconds separating all 6 scullers there. Second place is with Katie McKendrick of St Andrew Boat Club. Third, Lexi Cook of St George's College Boat Club. Then we have Hannah Gomez Goldwyn of Mediterranean. So very little between these 4 scullers. I think a slight gaps between them and Alice Pearson of Hinksey and Ellie Cole of Southampton Cole Porters.
This will be a long race, so still a lot can happen. We've seen the previous final finished over the 9-meter mark. We're now approaching the halfway. We should get confirmation of times, but with just under 4 minutes and 30 seconds in this race, we've got the Christchurch sculler leading by about 2 lengths ahead of St Andrew Boat Club, the Edinburgh sculler, and it's very close for third between St George's College Boat Club and Mediterranean Row Club. In fifth, we've got the Oxford sculler from Hinksey's Sculling School. Wow, we're gearing up for another incredible second half of this race.
I think the race is on. They're looking at the times from 1,000 metres, less than 0.3 of a second between St George's College and Mediterranean. That is basically nothing, really. Not at that stage of the race.
And especially not in a single, when the speeds and the distances can seemingly change so rapidly within just a space of a few short strokes. I think we've got a lot to look forward to, so all eyes on the course at the moment.
Absolutely. I can just see the umpires launch on the screen, just following these scullers down, just making sure everybody has a safe race.
And we just got lost in watching the rowing here. We've got a nice shot of angle here of our scullers. We're just looking at what factors might possibly be decisive in the outcome of this race. It's not too choppy out there. The conditions are quite good. If you look at the flags, there's still not much wind going on. If anything, is bordering slightly on headwind here.
The flag this side of the course, the tower side of the course, just hanging limp as it has been all the day. The windsock is just gently lifting off the vertical, very gently, but I think conditions are quite nice. I like this overcast conditions for racing. Full sun can be quite challenging.
Yeah, it can be quite challenging.
A bit of a cloud base cover just keeps it a wee bit
moderate.
Less glare. I suffer from glare in the water, so it makes it a bit more pleasant. And I'm sure these scullers will have gone up and been told to take damp t-shirts with them and sit with a damp t-shirt on up at the start and then just get rid of it on the bank or wherever the coach will take it back.
Definitely, and when it's too sunny also, the sweaty hands and the rubber handles might not gel very well together. So these, like you said, these overcast, moderate conditions are providing us with some really, almost, you could say, optimal racing environment.
Absolutely, and I was just looking here. I think it's Erin McLean of Christchurch just coming back into this. Oh, yes, she has been leading, and it looks. Oh, I don't know. There's Ellie McLean and Katie McKendrick of St Andrew there. I think McKendrick of St Andrew's come back on her. Just looking at the times here. Well, it says it's 4 seconds at 500 metres. I wouldn't say it was 4 seconds now. I think these 2 scullers are out in front of the field. Oh, I think I've missed a sculler there, have I? I can only see 5.
Yeah, it looks like the sculler in lane 1 from Southampton Cole Porters is no longer participating in the race.
Oh, maybe.
Seeing 5 scullers on the course, but now still all the action between lane 3 and lane 6. Lane 4 and lane 6. I'm seeing a really good push here from the Edinburgh sculler, Katie McKendrick.
Oh, absolutely, and giving Erin McLean a run for her money there. Erin's had it all her own way for about 1,500 metres, but it's not her own way now because, as you say, the St Andrew Boat Club sculler is just coming back on her.
And the angle you see on the screen might be slightly deceptive here. The view we've got from the commentator's tower is showing a slightly different story. At the moment, it looks like it's still within about a length. Can Katie McKendrick make the decisive push? It's time to sprint now with about 150 metres to go. There's nothing to wait for. It's all is there for glory.
I think that Erin's maybe just decided that she's gone up a gear and she's pulled herself in front of that danger that Katie McKendrick was posing to her. And she's gone up a gear just as she came into the first of the Orange Boys and has just pulled herself in front. I think she could realise she was in danger there and just really put it all on the line, and it's paid off because that is a difference that I'm sure it wasn't a few strokes ago. Second place going to Katie McKendrick of St Andrew Boat Club. Good push here from Hannah Gomez Goldwyn of Mediterranean. And then we have Pearson of Hinksey. And then Cook of St George's College. And that is probably it for me for a little while. I think Sasha's desperate to take over the microphone.
We'll be making a little change in the commentary box, and we'll be passing over our commentary to the wisdom of Charles and Sasha, who have been leading the previous set of racing. Now over to them.
Well, we did try to lock the door, but they hammered it down, so we will pass over to both of them.
Okay, welcome back. This is Sasha and Charles on the mic again. It is lovely to be back with you on this very nice and warm, quite, I wouldn't say sunny, but lovely afternoon at the Nottingham Water Sports Centre. So currently on your screens and at home, we are in the middle of the women's J16 single D final. So on your screen, you have in lane 1, Derwent Rowing Club, Katharina Webber. In lane 2, Peterborough City Rowing Club, Jasmine Cheshire. Lane 3, we have Olivia Greenwell from Avon County Rowing Club. In lane 4, Isabella Fawcett from Barn Elms Rowing Club. Naya Davidson. And in lane 5, representing Hereford Rowing Club. And in lane 6, it's Lambton Rowing Club with Jasmine Kane.
And indeed, we're still just in the last of our minor finals. We've got the women's J16 single sculls, then the women's J18 pairs, and then we'll be heading into the finals for the beginner doubles, and then into the A, B and C finals for the events that have raced earlier today. And as we enter the last 100 metres of this race. It is the crew in lane 5, the sculler from Hereford, who is about to cross the line. This is Nia Davidson, and it looks like she's got a nice comfortable lead there as she approaches the line. She is being challenged though by the sculler in lane 1 from Derwent, who just forms about a canvas behind, and then it's a photo finish actually for 3rd and 4th in that. I heard a beep beep which suggests that it was Avon County in 3rd and Barnelms in Barnelms in 4th. But we'll just wait for the times to confirm that. Yep. Look at that, 0.3 of a second between 3rd and 4th there in that race. So close racing throughout in this, the D final of the women's J16 single sculls.
Yeah, I don't know if you had a chance to catch the racing this afternoon whilst we've been out of our tower, but it has been incredibly exciting as it was when we were up here, and so I'm excited to see what comes, not only in these last few minor finals, but also in the big main finals that are coming up in the afternoon. I'm especially looking forward to the junior singles. They were quite contentious earlier.
Yeah, incredibly tight time trials, incredibly tight semi-finals, and I'm hoping to see some really great racing as we enter the C, B and A finals. The people who felt like they didn't quite have the time trial will be looking to put that right in the C final, and likewise the person who's just on the wrong side of the semi-final. We saw, I think it was the junior doubles, wasn't it, where the J16 doubles, where it was half a second or so separating the B and the A finals. So they'll be looking to make their mark and prove that they are the winners of that B final. Anyhow, as we move on, we're now on to the D final of the women's J18 pairs. In lane 2, we have crew from North Staffordshire Rowing Club, Olivia Lawley and Lizzie de Stenuda. We have in lane 3, Evesham Rowing Club, Darcy Jen and Holly Oliver. In lane 4, I saw the Blades with the Millennium Bridge on. That's the Tyne United Rowing Club crew of Rebecca Gorn and Ellie Sperring. And then in lane 5, we have Peterborough City, Florence Lillywhite and Charlotte Revel. And how the crew's looking, Sasha, as we head through the middle of the race?
So at the 500 metre mark, it was the Tyne United Rowing Club crew of Rebecca and Elle who were leading by just under half a second over that North Staffordshire Rowing Club of Olivia and Lizzie. Then we had Evesham, followed by Peterborough. Peterborough, I think, quite significantly further behind the other three, so it'll be interesting to see how they look. But if you're watching on the screen, you can see the times coming through. It is still Tyne in the lead, leading quite extensively over Evesham, followed by North Staffordshire. I think again Peterborough City are slightly further behind, so they will probably not be in that medal position. Sorry.
Yeah, and indeed Tyne United there will be very happy with that result, to see themselves so clear of the pack. I think the interesting thing with the Peterborough crew so far behind as well is it's who is going to take the 2nd and 3rd place in this D final. There's only a length in it, and these crews from Evesham and North Staffs are battling out amongst themselves. It's a bit of a grudge match, if you like. Obviously there's no medals at stake in this outcome, but pride and racing spirit, and it's great to see these junior crews pushing themselves all the way to the line. And indeed, sometimes it's these smaller races where actually no great titles or trophies are at stake, where some of the best racing can happen.
Absolutely. I also think that when medals are at stake, people are a lot more serious about it. But in these races, I often find that people are actually just willing to throw more in. You know, you get to a medal race, the likelihood that you have phenomenal technique and phenomenal training to back yourself down the race course is quite high. But once you get to these, I mean, you can see this Tyne crew still absolutely powering it down. You know, they have something to prove. It feels more like a grudge match than anything. You know, they want to come down and make sure that everyone knows that in this final they are the winners.
So yeah, Tyne United having a fairly comfortable row to the line. They're just about to go over it first in this D final. and then I'm just swiveling my head round the commentary screens to see who it is. It does still look like that the Evesham crew has a 1 length advantage over North Staff. They've been battling all the way. A little look over her right shoulder there from the bow of the Evesham crew. She is determined not to let that North Staff's crew get any closer, but they are pushing and they're just keeping their bow ball overlapped. About a 1 length advantage to Evesham there as they go across the line. And I'm afraid the gap back to the final crew in this race, Peterborough, is very substantial. I think they are just approaching the 250 metre mark now as we speak, so it will just be a few moments before they reach the end of the course.
You can see, if you're watching on the screen, a nice close-up of that Tyne United Rowing Club crew, looking quite tired but very determined. I think still, you know, they came here to prove a point.
Yeah, and as we wrap up the final D finals, we're now going to see some intros for the finals later today.
Welcome back to Champs Live 25. Now, the excitement has been building here in Nottingham, both on and off the water. For our athletes, it's been a long day of racing, but this is what it's all about. It is finals time. Let's give out some medals. Handing over to the commentary team to talk us through the action.
And we're now back further up the course to race 63, which is the final of the Women's Beginners Cox 4. This is a 3-boat race. We have a crew from Derby Rowing Club in lane 2, a crew from Oxford University in lane 3, and a crew from the University of Leeds in lane 4. Now, because there were only 3 entries in this event, they had a preliminary race, which is sometimes known as the Race for Lanes, earlier today. This is now the actual race, and this will be with 3 crews in it, 1 crew racing for a medal, and the others remaining for pride of place, as you like.
I think as we watch Oxford row past on that screen, looking quite confident as they stride out ahead of the other 2 Coxed 4s at the halfway point, we do actually have an interview with Oxford that will come up on the screen at some point to get a little bit more of an idea of what goes on in the club and in the crew.
I'm here with the crew from Oxford University now. You've had a pretty good morning, haven't you?
Yeah, we had a really fun race. It was nice to row as a crew after training together for a few days. I think we all really enjoyed it, yeah.
Fantastic. And how do you feel heading into your final this afternoon?
Yeah, we feel pretty good about it, nice and strong. We've had a training camp the last few days, and I think we're going to see all the work we've put in come through in the final.
Nice. It's nice to see that work paying off, isn't it? And so the training camp maybe was geared towards side-by-side racing, but here you're on multi-lane, much longer lane. Tell us a little bit about the differences there.
I think we're really trying to expand our racing mindset outside of just the lanes and sort of looking more widely into crews who are racing across days and across competitions and just getting the best we can as a team out of our race. And yeah, the result is the result, and it's been good. So yeah.
Such a good way to approach it. And when did you learn to row?
I believe we all started in Michaelmas term, so October last year.
Amazing. And how's it been going so far?
It's been so much fun. I think we all really grew to the sport and really, really wanted to invest in it more, and it's been a fantastic ride so far.
And I've caught you when you were having a little look around the rest of the venue. Tell us a bit about the atmosphere here at the event.
I mean, it's a great event. It's cool to see so many different clubs and crews all in one place, and everyone from beginner to championships rowing together. It's really fun. I mean, I think we'd all been here before for Bucks. We raced in a beginner 8 there, so it's quite a similar vibe, but it's a great venue for it.
Amazing, good to be back. Well, thanks for chatting and good luck with your race later.
How wonderful to get an idea of what's going on in those athletes' heads as we see them racing down. I mean, they said what happens will happen, and I think they should be quite pleased with how the race is going for them so far.
Yeah, I have to admit, this is an extremely comfortable race for Oxford University, and clearly that training camp that we were just hearing about has paid substantial dividend. As they go into the final 500 metres of this race, they are some 18 seconds up and look set to be the winners of this race. Fair dues, as they say. That's a pretty excellent effort, and they are certainly got no issues from the crew that's chasing them from Leeds. The Derby crew, by the looks of things, look to be quite substantially further way back from the rest of the pack. So it does look, as we enter into the last 350 metres of this race, that it will be Oxford coming across the line first, followed by Leeds, and then Derby in third.
Yeah, I think, as you said, it's a testament to these athletes having only learnt to row in October to be coming here and potentially be the British champions for women's beginners coxed fours. I mean, I know everyone is very familiar with the depth and richness of the Oxford University Boat Club. My mother actually learnt to row at Oxford, and she is the one that got me into it in the first place. But she raced as a dev for Oxford a few times, so I like to think that she would have been here at some point doing the exact same thing, but probably not as well as these girls, because she hasn't rowed in quite a while. She's just started again at Marlow, but how lovely to see. I mean, look at that wonderful drone shot if you've got access to a screen. They are really powering down ahead of the other competitors, and it's really nice to see that even with such a comfortable lead, as they come down towards the finish line, they are still putting all of their effort into the race. They have gone across the line at race pace and are looking quite chuffed as they take that last stroke.
Yeah, well done to Oxford University, who crossed that line first, and I'd be amazed if that doesn't then mean that they've won this race. Sometimes we get told as commentators not to announce who's won because technically that's down to the umpires, but that does look like to be a pretty clear result. Followed up now by Leeds University. And a little bit further back we have Derby, who are just entering the final 250 metres now of this race, the final for the women's beginners coxed fours. And we should have in a moment, yeah, we've got some nice pictures there on the screen of the Oxford University Boat Club. I think they did pretty well at Henley Women's, if I remember correctly, in the development four, but they didn't win. I can't remember exactly how the ordering went, but that was won by an Edinburgh University crew, which is really something quite exceptional. So I think it's great for them to see that their training paid off with a win on the podium today.
I don't know if you can hear it on the course or over the mics, but there's a lovely rowing tradition of once you've all crossed the finish line, the winners cheer those that they have beaten, and then vice versa, which I think really just continues the camaraderie that forms the basis of the wonderful community that is rowing.
Yeah, and well done to all of these beginner crews, including the crew from Derby, who are now just crossing the finish line. Well rowed to them. We're now heading back up the course. We're now in the final of the Open Beginner Doubles. Who have we got in this race, Sasha?
So, Open Beginner Doubles, as you can see on your screen, we have in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club, Spike Morgan Tansley and Dominic Hartley. In lane 3, Leeds University Boat Club, Finn Beattie and Con Barrett. In lane 4, we have Felix Merritt and George Monk from Millfield School Boat Club, and in lane 5, we have Charlie Crawford and Daniel Duncan from Warwick Boat Club. Now, they are actually just coming past the 3/4 mark. That's 1,500 metres. It is the Leeds University double who have crossed that marker first, followed by Millfield and then Nottingham Rowing Club, with Warwick coming just a little bit behind the rest. So this is another final for medals. There aren't a huge number of crews that have entered this, so I believe this will be a race for...
Yeah, just one medal. Yeah, just one medal, I think, in this event for the winner of the event. There won't be a silver and bronze medal because there's only 4 crews in it. Sometimes not everyone's super happy with that, but that is how it rolls in British rowing. And it does look to be that winner's position will go to the crew in lane 3, which is the University of Leeds crew, who seem to be well ahead of the pack. And then actually, looking out the window and at some of the shots we're seeing there, that's a nice one of the Leeds University crew sculling down to the line. Again, this is a beginners event, so fair play to them, they're sculling excellently. But actually, this race for the second place title in this final is proving to be quite a tight one between the crews from Millfield and Nottingham. I actually couldn't say. I think probably slight advantage to Millfield, and I got a nice shot on the drone there. Yes, it does look like that maybe half a length advantage to Millfield School, just pushing away slightly, maybe trying to eke it out to 3/4 of a length. The boys have just turned red, which means we're into the final 150 metres of the race. And indeed, on the right of your screen, you're also just able to see that the crews who've been racing in the beginners final on the medals podium. So congratulations to them. And it's across the line first for Leeds. A shake of the hands between the 2 crew members as they go across the line. And coming up now, it does look like that Millfield School crew have pushed off Nottingham to take the second place by about 2 lengths.
A shame there coming up to the finish line that Nottingham crew, I think, just slightly misjudged where it was and took their last stroke about a length before they came to it, but they still got over the line in the 3rd place position. It is the Warwick Boat Club crew that are now just making their way down through the red buoys, and they should appear on your screen any second just across the finish line in this final for the Open Beginner doubles.
Yeah, indeed. And having had 2 straight finals, we're now going to go into the A, B and C finals for the rest of the day, which will be the culmination of the time trials and some I'm hoping to be some really competitive events. It's fair to say the last 2 races have been fairly, how did you put it, not contentious.
Cut and dry, I would say.
Cut and dry, yeah. But regardless, fair credit to all the crews for getting here and racing in that order.
Yes, and then we see the white flag there that shows that it is Leeds who will go onto that medal podium to get their first place medal.
Right, and moving on to the next race, we are on to the C final of the Women's Club Single Sculls. And in this race, we have in lane 1, Evelyn Pekulu from Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Pippa Biggs from the University College Oxford Boat Club. Lane 3, Tolawani Adelaja from Bath University Boat Club. Sienna Lee from Calpe Rowing Club, all the way from Gibraltar. Georgina Pepper from Star Club in lane 5, although it says actually on my screen that she's scratched, so maybe that's not correct. And then Elle Sutherland from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club in lane 6. And indeed, yes, just looking at my window, I can see that the crew in lane 5 has indeed scratched. Now the crews are well past the halfway mark, and indeed at that point it was Evelyn Pekulu from Lee Rowing Club who was in the lead, which is great news for me as a Lee supporter. Some 2 seconds clear of Pippa Biggs from University College Oxford. Then in 3rd place it seemed to be Tolawani Adelaja from Bath University in 3rd place. Only 1 second behind, and we're just starting to see the 500 metre times, and it does look like, there's been a change of lead. So at the 3/4 point, with 500 metres to go, it seems that the scullers from Oxford University and Bath University have moved through the sculler from Lee to take 1st and 2nd place at the I'm getting a revision to times. Correction to times. This is the problem with working with live information. You can see that live times are now that it was the sculler from University College Oxford who is leading, and it is the Lee Rowing Club has moved into 2nd and just a fraction ahead of the sculler from Bath University. So it's going to be a close end to this race, and I do see that sculler in lane 2 from University College Oxford moving out ahead of the sculler from Lee in lane 1.
It'll be interesting to see what it's like between that Lee sculler in lane 1 and the Bath sculler in lane 3. I know that Tolu Adelaji from Bath was actually in the aspirational quad category at Henley Women's. She's a newcomer and began rowing actually in November of this year, so I think she's got a lot of potential being able to switch between the boat classes so well to be able to make it into the C final of the singles only weeks after racing in the quad. It's quite impressive. So as we come down to the line, apologies if your feed has frozen slightly on the live stream. It has for us, but luckily we have a fantastic vantage point so we can see. Now, it is still Bath, Lee and the University College of Oxford that are coming down towards the line in 1, 2, 3. The sculler from the University College is really making sure that she maintains her lead all the way down to the line, but the Lee sculler is absolutely not giving her an inch of rest.
Yeah.
She is building up her rate of sculling and is absolutely powering it down. It looks like the Bath sculler is going to be in that third position because Lee and University College have left her behind.
Yeah, just one length there. I mean, Evelyn, a phenomenally talented sculler who's going to go on to great things, no doubt. Former Lee junior, joined the senior squad this year, and some great racing there. I'm sure she'll be disappointed to be sort of overtaken midway through the race, but she came straight back. And I'm just looking at the Bath sculler there, who is lying right back on her single scull, completely wiped out. Just back upright again, thank goodness. But shows you how hard these guys have been pushing to get these results.
Okay, coming down the course now, we have the B final of the women's club singles. In lane 1, Rebecca Wearmouth of Lambton Rowing Club. Lane 2 is Emily Baker of Leeds. Lane 3 is Flora Turnbull of Rob Roy Boat Club. Lane 4, we have Ella Weeks of Nottingham Rowing Club. Lane 5 is Rachel Granger of Vesta, and lane 6 is Morella McGee from Norwich Rowing Club. Now, they have just past the 1500 metre mark and I think are coming down towards the red boys now. It looks like it is quite contentious from our vantage point at least between the scullers from Norwich, Nottingham and Leeds.
Yes, I mean, look at this pack. If you're able to see on the course, it's phenomenally scrunched together. And the thing about single sculling is the distances between them can all be overturned, even in this remaining segment of the race. I think it's going to be a fantastic finish. I mean, I'm just looking now. It does seem like the sculler in lane 4 from Calpe Rowing Club is, from Nottingham Rowing Club, Ella Weeks, has the advantage here. A phenomenally talented sculler who's been racing multiple events this year. Is something about the single sculls category is you just do race the same people over and over again. But yes, she's got about probably a 2-length advantage now on the rest of the pack. And then it looks like McGee from Norwich is probably in second. And then for third in the B final, no medals at stake, as we were saying. But between third, I can't call it between lanes 1, 2 and 3. Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton, Baker from Leeds Rowing Club and Turnbull from Rob Roy. It's all to play for.
I mean, at the 1500 metre point, it was Leeds in first, Nottingham in second and Norwich in third. But I want to say that Rebecca from Lambton is actually making a push and maybe coming into that third place position. She is definitely challenging Flora from Rob Roy. It definitely is going to be the lane 4 Nottingham Rowing Club sculler Ella Weeks who crosses the finish line first with about 3 lengths over her competitor from Norwich. However, it is Rebecca Wearmouth from Lambton Rowing Club who has crossed the line in third.
Yeah, I mean, we could just hear the beep of the finish going like a machine gun, going through all the crews, just showing how close and tight the racing is. And that was just the B final. So the next race will be the A final, and this is going to be undoubtedly a fantastic setup.
I mean, that is coming down towards us now. I want to say that it's it's somewhere between the 500 and 1,000 metre point. We have...
Just looks like they've gone through the halfway point, I would say. We're just waiting for the times to come up. I mean, again, some phenomenally talented single scullers in this category. Jen Titterington, for instance, who went to Henley Women's Regatta in the single sculls and has been racing this event previously as well. Ella Stanhope from Warrington, who is racing earlier this year as well. It looks like it will be a really good race as we enter the second half of the course. A little glance out my window suggests that the scullers are in a chevron pattern, which does suggest that the crews in lanes 3 and 4 are out in front. Brooks from Leeds University and Webster from Leicester, which is what you would expect, given that the seeding of the lanes is done on the time trials and the semi-finals. But we'll wait to see as we get the times up on our screen how it's doing.
I mean, I was quite excited for this race, even at the semi-final, because Ursula Fleming and Louise Brooks, as I said earlier, are two members of the GB development quad that raced at Henley Women's and did very well. But I think it is Louise Brooks who has adapted slightly more to that change from quad to single and is very much up there in a medal position, I'm sure, testing the Leicester and Newark Rowing Club scullers. So at the 1,000 metre point, it was Lizzie Webster from Leicester Rowing Club who is out there in first. Now, she was followed about 2 seconds behind by Jennifer Titterington from Newark, and then in third it was Louise Brooks from Leeds. In fourth place then there was the Warrington Rowing Club sculler, the Clydesdale sculler and the Nottingham sculler.
Brilliant, and hopefully if you're listening in on the live stream, you can see things again now as the screen is unfrozen, at least in the sweat box that is the commentary tower position. I don't know if it was the humidity that was contributing to it, but anyhow, some great racing now. The crews are still in that chevron format, as we were saying. Louise Webster from Leicester Rowing Club is out in front, I would say, by just over a length. But she is being challenged very thoroughly by Jen Titterington from Newark in lane 5 as we enter the final 250 metres of this race. As I have said in pretty much every singles race I've ever commentated on, that it's all to play for. Lengths, margins as big as 5 lengths can be overturned in distances as short as this. So as we enter into this, the A final, our first A final of the day for the women's club single sculls, the question is who is going to get the gold medal? And I can see out of the window Jen Titterington is going for it. She is not going to be satisfied with a silver medal. She wants the gold. She can taste it. She can see from the corner of her peripheral vision. She is right alongside Louise Webster, and she has got 200 metres in which to claim it. She's in the silver medal position. Will she take it? It's down now to the final sprint. Meanwhile, a little further back, it's an interesting race for bronze between the crew in the sculler in lane 2, which is Volikova from Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club, and a bit further across, Stanhope from Warrington. Who will take the prize? It is neck and neck between these two crews. Jen Titterington, Louise Webster. Who is going to take the gold? Jen Titterington is pushing so hard, she looks over her right-hand shoulder, but she is still half a length down with 5 strokes to go. I think it's going to be Webster. She's moving away now. She's responded to the sprint, and she goes across the line first. It's the gold medal position for Louise Webster, Jen Titterington, and then Ella Stanhope of Warrington Rowing Club responds to the push from Volikova of Clydesdale to take the bronze medal position. What fantastic racing, Sasha.
I mean, as we said, especially in the small boats, it's just so exciting to be up here with this perspective for especially the A finals, when crews have raced 2-3 times sometimes to get here. You know that it's going to be an even match, and that those first 4 scullers that crossed the line were a real testament to the rowing that you can get on these days at Britchamp. So it's so exciting to have you with us. I'm so excited to see what comes in the next few races. But yes, a huge congratulations to all of those scullers. A few of them looking absolutely exhausted, but a huge well done.
Okay, and we've had women's club single sculls. We're now on to the C final for the Open, which is typically the men's category. Sasha, who have we got in this race?
So in lane 1, Sudbury Rowing Club, we have Lewis Craig. In lane 2, it's Norwich Rowing Club with George Rotherham. Lane 3 is Vasil Mihov from Lee. In lane 4, Rhodey Sard Filey from the Adinians Boat Club. Lane 5 is Clare's Court School Boat Club with Thomas W. Jost, and in lane 6, Dominic Parnell of Brentford Boat Club. So I imagine absolutely no bias from you again as we see the bright orange colours of Lee row past us on the screen there, crossing over the 1500 metre mark. How are you feeling about this race?
I mean, I'm absolutely delighted. I mean, Vasil only missed out on the semi-finals for A and B by 0.1 of a second earlier, so, and he was pretty gutted about that. So he is putting things, he's making amends here, putting himself, he's a talented sculler. This is his first major 2 kilometre race in a single scull, and clearly making an absolutely great stab at it. He's got quite a lot of experience as a rower sculler, originally from Bulgaria, and I strongly recommend, if you don't already, following him on Instagram, because it's unique, shall we say. He is the, I don't know if any of you watched the Ted Lasso series, but he's the equivalent of the Diego Sanz person who goes, football is life, he is rowing is life. This is Vasil, and here he is, and he is winning, by the looks of things, the C final. Looking at the crowd, he is just moving away. He was down in 3rd to begin with, he's gone into 2nd, and now into the 1500 metre mark, the final 500, he is in 1st, and this will bring a delight not only to anyone who wears orange at Lee Rowing Club, but indeed the rider rowing community. I think Vasil's got a great rowing future ahead of him. He has ambitions to represent Bulgaria at the Olympics, and this is the first step in his platform towards that goal. And as we enter now the final 250 metres of this race, it is Vasil Mihov of Lee Rowing Club who looks to be taking the lead in the C final, but there is stiff competition for the 2nd place between the 2 scullers in the outside lanes. We have Craig from Sudbury Rowing Club in lane 1 and Parnell from Brentford in lane 6, and I'm afraid it is too close to call for me to say who is going to win this race. Meanwhile, on your pictures you are seeing the medal ceremony from the women's club single sculls earlier, but while that continues, in the background you can see the open single sculls just whizzing past, and as we go now into the last 50 metres, it is Mihov of Lee, Vasil Mihov, being challenged. He's going to take the win though in this C final. He is going absolutely as hard as he can, but who will take silver? It's too close to call between Sudbury and Brentford. I think it is Brentford on the line, and the sculler just behind them from Clare's Court, just easing down there, collapsing into a hump. Well done to Vasil Mihov of Lee Rowing Club, winner of the C final.
Once again, absolutely no bias comes from this commentary tower. So yes, a confirmation of results there. The white flag of the umpire. It is Vasil Mihov from Lee Rowing Club who has won that C final of the Open Club single sculls, followed by Dominic Parnell from Brentford, and in 3rd place, Lewis Craig of Sudbury Rowing Club.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. And you know what? Just goes to show you don't need to be in the A final to have great racing. And just on screen now we've got Lizzie Webster from Leicester Rowing Club, who was racing just in the women's club single sculls, and she is receiving the medal for 1st place. Congratulations to Lizzie. And now we're back up the course for the Open Club single sculls, and this is for the B final. Who have we got in this race?
So we've got Alan Sinclair from Inverness Rowing Club in lane 1, a favourite of the commentary tower today. We've then got Adrian Biddle and David Smith from Nottingham Rowing Club in lanes 2 and 3. In lane 4 we have Harry Hetherington from the American School in London. And then in lane 5, Ben Dyer of Marlow Rowing Club, and in lane 6, Gear Barmer of Bath University.
Fantastic. Well, Alan Sinclair, a former Great Britain athlete. It's great to see him come out of what would you say, retirement, shall we say, back for another race, although it's perhaps not fair to him to say that he ever retired. Anyhow, and again, some more inset pictures there of the medal ceremony from the women's club single sculls. Back up the course, this is the B final for the open club single sculls, and I'm just waiting to see some times come up.
I mean, at the halfway point, it was Adrian Biddle of Nottingham Rowing Club who led the group just a few seconds ahead of Harry Hetherington from the American School in London. Now, in third place, we then had Alan Sinclair, which Carol down on the side will be very happy to hear. And in fourth, David Smith of Nottingham, fifth, Ben Dyer from Marlow, and sixth, the Bath University sculler. So we'll see if there is any upset there. Can Alan Sinclair not only come out of retirement, but also out of third?
What a great segue, Sasha. And indeed, I saw a little smile on Carol's face down there as you were saying that. Now, looking at the crews out the window, it does seem to be advantage to the sculler in lane 2 from Nottingham, who's just probably got about a couple of lengths advantage on the rest of the field. Looking pretty compact, though, before the second and third positions in this B final between lanes 3 and 4. But as you said, Al Sinclair also in the mix in lane 1 as well. And we've got a swivel shot coming through, and it looks like actually that maybe the sculler in lane 1 has now taken the lead. Although that was in lane 2. Apologies, I'm misinterpreting my pictures. So it's Biddle of Nottingham Rowing Club who appears to be out in front, but we'll just wait for the times to come up to confirm that and make sure that I'm not reading the screen backwards. Anyhow, some great single sculling results racing so far, and as I've said before, anything can happen in singles, and this is exactly the race where we could see a change of lead now as we enter the final 500.
I mean, I don't know about you, but I think my money's on Sinclair. I mean, as we come past the 1500 metre mark, it was Adrian Biddle, you were right, of Nottingham Rowing Club that came past in that first position. It was Harry Hetherington of the American School in London who has remained in that second position for the first 3 markers of the race. And Alan from Inverness in lane 1 who came past in third. So I mean, there's not a huge amount of time between each of the scullers. From the first place to the last place, there are only 8 seconds, and 8 seconds is not a huge amount in a single. You can really get through in a very short amount of distance.
And as we enter the final sprint, it does look to be a pretty close race now. It's Biddle of Nottingham advantage, but he is being challenged so hard by Hetherington of American School in London in that orange and black combination kit. All the scullers are raising their rate now. They want to have the pride of saying, fine, they didn't make the day final, but I'm going to definitely make the B final. And this is all where it comes to down, the last 100.
What a wonderful drone shot you have there to just show you how close it is. There is contact between 5 out of the 6 boats out there on the water. And as they power through to the finish line, I think Harry Hetherington is being challenged on all fronts. Will he make it to the finish line first? He has, but just by an inch. The sculler in lane 2, Adrian Biddle from Nottingham Rowing Club, potentially pipped him at the post.
I'll just have to wait for the times. I think the American sculler in London did pip in there. Harry Hetherington did pip Biddle from Nottingham, and we're just waiting for the official times. And yes, 0.3 of a second in favour of the American School in London. And that all happened in the last 50 metres, Sasha. Amazing turnaround.
I mean, this is a real example of just how exciting it can be. It doesn't matter the boat class, it doesn't matter the athletes. It's so exciting to watch single sculling, I think, especially because it's just 1v1v1. You know, there is a lot in it. And I take you back to the A final of the Open Club single sculls. We have another orange unisuit of Lee Rowing Club. Would you like to tell us who else is coming down and vying for one of those medals?
So we have in lane 1 Archie Norton of Bath University Boat Club. In lane 2 Barney Evans of York City Rowing Club. Lane 3 Teddy Sherman of Leicester Rowing Club. Lane 4 James Coombs of Hereford Rowing Club. Lane 5 Max Raymond Barker of Lee Rowing Club, former winner of this event. And in lane 6 Harvey Lunn, Nottingham Rowing Club. In representing Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 6. And just looking at the times, at the 500-metre mark, it was the sculler from Lee, Max Raymond Barker, former winner of this event, who got out there first and was determined to turn around some of the racing he had seen. But at the 1K mark, it seems that the sculler from Hereford has gone through him, Teddy Sherman, to take that second place if the times on screen are correct. Still incredibly tight between the first 3 places, just 3 seconds separating the pack.
I can also see potential for the Nottingham Rowing Club and the Bath Scullers to put in a real push as they come into the latter stages of this race. As we said, distance means nothing in a single.
And indeed, yes, as we go up to the 1500 metre mark, we're just waiting for the camera to spill around. It does seem that the sculler from Hereford is just extending that margin. And indeed, the sculler from lane 3 is continuing to make inroads on Raymond Barker from Lee as well. That's Teddy Sherman from Leicester Rowing Club, continuing to push on against Max Raymond Barker, and then slightly further ahead, James Coombs from Hereford Rowing Club. And indeed, just looking back now, I would say that those 2, Hereford and Leicester scullers, are now the 2 out front. And it looks like that the bronze medal position is now a tussle between the outer lanes of Max Raymond Barker from Lee in lane 5 and Barney Evans from York City Rowing Club in lane 2.
You've got that lovely chevron shape coming down the racecourse. It is, I think, York City Rowing Club who is falling ever so slightly behind in that second lane, but it is definitely Hereford Rowing Club's James Coombs who is extending a quite sizable lead over his competitors. Now, what is the Lee race plan, if you want to tell us your secrets here, Charlie? What would you be doing at this point in time? Is this a wait and then push at the boys, or are you trying to make up all the space now?
I think the thing is to just dig deep and get moving, and I can already see that Max has raised his rate. He is going to give it one final further dice, jack the rate, push it. There's nothing left. This is the A final. There's no more racing today. They've raced at least 3 times today. What's he going to do? Will he have a response? But I would say that the scullers from Hereford and from Leicester are continuing to move.
I mean, James Coombs, who has been in the lead this whole time, I think is finally being really challenged by Teddy Sherman. If we're talking about making a move at the Red Boys and in the final stretch of this race, you can see there the 4 and the 3 bow numbers coming past. It looks like Teddy Sherman is making a move, and will he be able to extend that lead? Because oh my gosh, has he made a push? Yes, if you look at the drone footage, he is starting to pull ahead. I think he may have half a length on James Coombs, but will he be able to maintain that down to the line?
And he's just taken another length in the last 3 strokes. Incredible, as he goes across the line first. It's Teddy Sherman from Leicester Rowing Club, who seems to be, the hand is up in the air in delight. He seems to be the winner of this event, and a little sigh of despair from the James Coombs from Hereford, who just feels that was just taken from him in the last moments. But he shouldn't despair. He's a silver medalist in the A final, an impressive scull throughout, and it seems that Max Raymond Barker of Lee Rowing Club will take the 3rd place position.
Absolutely wonderful display from all of the scullers here today. I think James Coombs is looking a little bit defeated, but what a fantastic race he gave it. It just goes to show that you can never get too complacent. Even in the last 10 metres, anything can change.
And after that fantastic Sculling racing, it's going to be a slight handover in the commentary team as I hand you back to Peter, who will take you through for the next event.
Lovely to have you with us again, Peter. You join us for the C final of the Open J18 Single Sculls. Do you want to talk us through who we have in the lineup?
Absolutely, but before I do, it's lovely to be back. I think the excitement at the racing is non-stop going on. Been going on the whole day here at the Friday of the British Rowing Club Championships. But like you said, we've got the C final in progress. We've got Rob Roy in lane 1. In lane 2, Sir William Borlase Ace Sculler. In lane 3, Henley Rowing Club. In lane 4, Hartpury University and College Boat Club. Very strong lineup from them we've seen today. In lane 5, we've got Hinksey Sculling School from Oxford. And in lane 6 is Clare's Court School Boat Club.
Yeah, they look to be about halfway through their race now. In first position at the halfway mark, it was the Hinksey Sculling School sculler who came across first. About a second after him was the Henley Rowing Club sculler, followed by Oyson McCormick of Rob Roy in the outer lane, which is a little bit surprising. You often expect the lead to come from the middle, but sometimes people come from either side. Now, this is a C final, so again, racing might be slightly tighter or slightly spread out. These are people who probably didn't go into the semi-finals and so have a lot to prove. As we've said, a lot of the time trials were incredibly close. So,
well, that's a great point, Sasha, and like we've already said before, certain athletes race better under the side-by-side conditions. Different athletes perform better under time trials. So, you know, just because they're in the same final, that doesn't mean the lane order is going to be determinant, as some athletes from the outside may perhaps want to prove a point and go off really hard at the start and then just see where the race takes them. And ultimately, what's there to leave your power in the legs behind for, as is the last race of the day for a lot of these athletes. Where are we at the 1500 meter mark? It is the Oxford sculler from Hinksey Sculling School with 2-second advantage over Hartpury, and that sculler from Cambridge from Rob Roy Boat Club over in third place. The gaps aren't seem to be too big, particularly in the singles, in order to see. And now on the screen we've got Lee Rowing Club now about to come and collect their medals for the...
I'm sure Charles is raced down there to be able to congratulate his rowers. He is the captain of Lee Rowing Club, so we'll be incredibly excited that we've had so much good sculling on display from his athletes.
And I'm struggling to say Lee in their distinctive orange kits. They are very distinct if you do see them, and I'm sure Charles is very happy with his athlete getting a medal here at British Rowing Club Championships. But back to the action on the course. The C final is in progress. We are in the last 200 meters of this race, and it looks to me that it's Hinksey in lane 5 ahead of Hartpury over in lane 3. And those two scullers are in contention for the top spot. Sasha, talk us through the sprint.
So, as they come down into the red buoys, they will see the red and they will know that they are slowly running out of water to make any kind of move on their athletes. Now, that Hinksey sculler is really powering down. He knows that this is his chance to make his mark. You know, he may have very narrowly missed out on the B or even the A final. And so, yeah, he has got something to prove. He is building up his sculling rate and he is really lengthening out, and he is across the line with clear water over his competitor from Henley Rowing Club in lane 3. Now, it's the lane 2 sculler that has just come across from William Borlase, just over the sculler from Clare's Court in lane 6.
So we've got an internal rivalry of the Thames Valley. Obviously Henley, Oxford and Marlow here in the top 3 spots. A very, very good final here.
Great finish. Thank you very much. Let me give it to you.
Are you happy to jump in here? Yeah, they're coming in for the interview now.
Teddy Sherman, congratulations. What was going through your head during that race to the line?
On the screen now we have the finalist. Let's hear what he has to say.
But I just kept going, I kept ticking it along. I kept getting closer and closer to him. I just had to give everything to just get there, across the line.
And you did it, and what does it mean to get that first place?
Yeah, it means everything. Lots of hard training, lots of sacrifice. And I just really enjoy it. It's a great sport and amazing win, yeah.
Well, congratulations. What's your favourite thing about this sport?
Probably the team effort of it, like the relationship I have with Howard, my coach. He just supports me and gave me all the technical advice to win. And well done to Lizzie as well for winning both gold medal for Leicester.
Well done. You go get some rest and celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And now the ceremony is done. We are back with some more exciting racing on the course. Is the B final of the Open J18 Single Sculls. And Sasha, who is contending here for the places 7 to 14?
So in lane 1 we have Trenton Boat Club represented by Oliver Main. In lane 2 we've got Hamish Gamble of Hereford Rowing Club. Lane 3 has James Howlett Bolton of Clares Court. Lane 4 is Hayden MacDonald of Sunderland. Lane 5 is Jack Ribbons of Buell Bridge Rowing Club, and we have Adam Pritchard from Warrington in lane 6. Now at the halfway point it was the Trenton Boat Club sculler who led, followed closely by the Buell Bridge sculler, and then Warrington pulling up the top half of that group.
Yeah, not very much to separate these scullers. Obviously the first place got a lovely 3-second lead over his next competitor, but is only about 3 seconds separating the 2nd and 5th place here. So still anything can happen, and in the J18 single it is difficult to measure your speed just because the racing can be so unpredictable. These young athletes have so much passion and excitement and drive, and they're just eager to show off their skills here at the club championships in quite possibly their final race of the day. See now a great shot of our Trenton Boat Club sculler here, Oliver Main,
who's extended an even greater lead now. He's now 5 seconds up quite comfortably, but it looks like there will be a little bit of competition for that 2nd and 3rd place. It is the Warrington sculler who was in 2nd, followed 0.5 of a second behind, in front of Buell Bridge, with Clares Court School sculling about a second behind that. So I think there will be quite a lot of contention as they come down to the line. It looks like quite a comfortable lead for Trenton Boat Club, but as we said, everything is to play for.
Yeah, and in the last 250 meters here, there's not really any point in calculating the distance that you've got ahead of your opponent. It's just time to jack that rate up and start going for it, and that's exactly what's happening. You can see Oliver Main here in his very relaxed sculling style. He's certainly no stranger to the single. He is absolutely going for it, and he's closing the door on his opponents. I don't think they can overcome that gap, but let's take a look. Clares Court absolutely putting in the sprint, and also on the far side here we've got the Warrington Rowing Club, Adam Pritchard, going for nearly 40 strokes a minute here, and he's making up distance on Clares Court. This might come down to the photo finish. Let's just take a look, Sasha.
Now, I have my money on that sculler from Trenton to cross the line first, but boy, did Warrington give him a real run for his money. Warrington comes across in 2nd, and in 3rd place it is the Clares Court sculler who came up from 5th at the halfway point, 4th at the 3/4 way mark, and came in at 3rd. So a man with a race plan.
Terrific sprinting here. The coaching team at Clares Court School, they know exactly how to prepare their athletes for some fantastic racing, and you always see great pacing from them. They're always so strong in the 2nd half of the race. That just shows the depth of this physiological preparation here. Big shout out to Tom Jost and Jack Jesseman.
Now, in progress on the course is the 2nd A final of this afternoon. This is, again, Open J18 Singles. Now, would you like to talk us through who is coming down the line? Because I have quite a lot to say about this one.
Well, I'm just... Okay. Well, it looks like the sculler from Hartbury is absolutely sprang out of the start. Or is this Durham Amateur, Sasha?
Yes. So coming down, we have Tideway Scullers, Henley Rowing Club, Durham Amateur, Hartbury and College, Northampton, and then another Hartbury and College boat. We actually have an interview with the Lane 5 sculler, Cameron Mackenzie from Northampton Rowing Club.
I'm here with Cameron Mackenzie. Now, Cameron, how was your first race today?
Yeah, good. It was. It's been a struggle with the heat, but it came 2nd in the time trial, so definitely pleased with that. And yeah, then 2nd in the semis as well. So yeah, definitely pleased. Hopefully it continues into the A final. Yeah.
It's a good place to be heading into an A final. How are you preparing for that final?
Just trying to keep it chill, listen to some music, a bit of food in, keep the carbs up, especially in the heat. Keep hydrated as well. Yeah.
And in this event, there have been 97 entries. So how does it feel to make an A final?
Yeah, definitely pretty cool. I've beaten a few people that I wouldn't have expected to beat. Yeah, it's definitely quite exciting. Lots of points coming from it. Yeah.
Fantastic. Well, we're wishing you the best of luck. Thanks for chatting.
And back to the action here. On the course, we've got the A final of the Open J18 single sculls. This is the pinnacle moment for a lot of these young athletes' season here. They're looking to put together a really good performance here, and we're nearing the 500 meter to go mark. And as we know, the third 500 is one of the toughest points of the 2,000 meter race. And who's done the most work, Sasha?
Well, that would be Quinn Mosley of Durham Amateur Rowing Club. I said earlier today that he was the athlete that I wanted to watch, and wow, has he really shown up today. Now, a reminder, Quinn Mosley is actually a J16 athlete, so he is younger than the rest of the field out here, but he has absolutely dominated this regatta season. Again, he came first at the GB Junior 16 trials to then go on and represent GB at the GB France Regatta, where he came first, again winning that single scull category. Now, he is in the J16 single scull category tomorrow, but this is J18. So again, he is younger than his competitors, but he is not letting it show. He is, I think that's 8 seconds ahead of the second place, which was the same distance that he won by at his trial in the A final of the Junior 16 trials.
Yeah, we just had a great shot of him sculling. You can really see how he's propelling that boat forward. Absolutely beautiful technical sculling here from him. But let's take a look at places 2 and 3. This is the A final, so we have some more medals to give out. And at the moment, it looks like lane 4 and lane 5 are absolutely going for it neck and neck, trying to catch up and really secure themselves the place on that podium. It's Lewis Sheesby and Cameron McKenzie of Northampton Rowing Club. And as we head into the red boy territory, there's not much to hold back for. Let's take a look at what these athletes can do. At the moment, lane 5 ahead of lane 4, but Hartpury are known for their strong finish. How will this race end?
This is a fantastic sprint finish from all of them. Quinn, I think, has been leading the pack from the start, is now gunning towards the finish line. He has got clear water over that sculler in lane 4 from Hartpury, Louis Sheesby. But oh my gosh, I think it's going to be on the surge. Will he take the second place? It is Louis from Hartpury University and College that crosses in second, and it's the lane 5 Northampton sculler that we just saw speaking who comes in third. A huge congratulations to these scullers, and a massive win for Quinn there in lane 3. I'm so excited to see what he goes on to do tomorrow in the final.
Absolutely phenomenal for sprint finish from Hartpury. To be slightly down over Northampton, to come up to half a length advantage, that was great. And also congratulations to our interviewee Cameron McKenzie. I think these scullers should be very proud of their performance, and there's certainly more that we're going to be seeing of them in the future as the racing continues.
Now we move on to another A final, actually. How wonderful for us. This is the A final of the Women's Championship Lightweight Single Sculls.
So, lane 1, Dart Totnes, a club that's been very prominently featuring today on the course. Then we've got Newark Rowing Club, Hollingworth Lake Rowing Club, lane 4, Worcester Rowing Club, lane 5, City of Oxford Rowing Club, and in number 6 we've got Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association on their home water. Heidi Taylor will be looking to make a mark at the 1K at the halfway point. Our assistant tells us that she was in 6th place. Let's take a look at what we've got here. It looks like it's Worcester Sculler leading ahead of City of Oxford Hazel Wake, but I know her coach Clive Cooper will have prepared her very well for that race. So let's see how the rest of this 2,000 meter course pans out. Now we're in the crucial point of this race, which is the third 500, where a lot of dreams either happen or go into the background.
I'm excited to see how it plays out. We've had a few showdowns from Kay Corley of Newark Rowing Club and Liana Daniels of Hollingworth Lake, both in the semi-finals today and back at Henley Women's a couple of weeks ago. Now, how will the race shape up for the rest of them? Liana Daniels won by quite a large margin in her semi-final, so I'll be interested to see if she gets to that third 500 and then rows through.
Well, there's quite a big gap at the 500 meter to go mark, and there was about 6 seconds between these between second and third place. Let's take a look at the confirmation we're now about to see on the screen.
There's a lovely shot of one of our umpire boats. Huge thank you to everyone who is umpiring today. It is not shady work, so it's quite hot, and sometimes you are left out in the elements, but we could not do this without us. Now, that is a big gap there opening up between the scullers in first and second, and then in third. A reminder, this is an A final, so medals are to play for.
Yeah, and we've got a fantastic chase going on between lane 4 and lane 5 here. Worcester Rowing Club and the City of Oxford. They are absolutely going for it. Worcester currently ahead. Catherine Jackson with a very healthy lead over Hazel Wake from City of Oxford, but she is chasing her. Now is not the time to let her go, particularly as we head into the last 500 meters. It's now time to take the cat out of the bag and show us what you've got left in your legs. This is your second or third race of the day, so we know your legs are hurting, you know your lungs are burning, but you have still got a sprint finish.
Hazel Wake there really powering it down the course. She has a gold Bucks medal in the lightweight single category from both 2024 and 2025, and raced the single at each Henley Women's Regatta since 2019. So she got second place in the lightweight singles at Met this year. Unfortunately, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the race. She is currently in first position as she gets to the 1500 metre mark. We saw a lovely shot just there of Cameron McKenzie receiving his, I think it was bronze medal in the Open J18 sculls. But if we go back, this is an exciting race. It is Hazel Wake from City of Oxford who is absolutely storming down the course.
At the halfway point, she was 5 seconds behind the sculler from Worcester, but she has asked a lot of questions of her about how much energy she expended in order to get that lead. And she has done her homework beautifully, now leading by open, clear water, heading into the finish line. In about 3 strokes, she will be crowned the British club champion.
Oh, what a shout at the sky there from Hazel Wake in joy as she becomes the Brit Championship single sculls for lightweight. And then in the lane 4 there, it's the Worcester sculler who comes across, followed closely by Liana Daniels, who has held a nice healthy third position throughout the whole of this race. Now, we have the sculler from Dart Totnes and the sculler from Newark coming across the line fantastically. And finally, we have Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association's Heidi Taylor coming down towards the finish line. What a fantastic race that was, and a brilliant scull through from Hazel Wake of the City of Oxford Rowing Club.
Yes, well done to all of our medalists, but the action continues, and now we're straight over to race 75, which is the C final of the J18 women's double sculls. Sasha, how is the field looking at the halfway point?
Well, a certain someone will be excited because we have another bright orange unisuit of Lee Rowing Club coming down the course in lane 6. So in lane 1, we have Hinksey Sculling Schools, Millie Armstead and Marlene Madrian. In lane 2, Trafford Rowing Club with Florence Wistance and Gloria Bainbridge. In lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club's Grace Reed and Lucy Fontana. Lane 4, we have Alice Tate and Sophie Hobby of Christchurch Rowing Club. In lane 5, Walbrook Rowing Club's Rebecca Nyman and Beatrice Strong. And in lane 6, those distinctive orange blades of Lee, Sarah Loser and Amelia Cable.
Look, we can now see on the screen the confirmation of the times at the halfway point. Walbrook with just 2 seconds of lead over Christchurch and Hinksey. That is still something that could be potentially open up to discussion as these athletes now are going through their third 500 meters. We've got some exciting bits of racing ahead of us. Our doubles are such quick boats. They're able to change speed so quickly, and those gaps can vary within just a space of a couple of hundred meters. So let's take a look. But at the moment, going through the 1500 meter mark.
Gosh, it is close there. I mean, at the halfway point, there was a second and a half between first, second and third. We were led by the Walbrook Rowing Club double, but then Christchurch and Hinksey were really having at it. So that's a lovely shot of Hinksey there coming down. Where will they be in the lineup?
It looked like they crossed the 1500 meter mark first, so they've really done a lot of work in that third 500 meters. Looks like they've set themselves up for a really comfortable position to be taking their sprint finish on in the last 200 meters of this race or so. But Walbrook are certainly not going to give up at this point. And Christchurch, they don't want to let Walbrook get away either. This is a very close contention here, and that's the benefit of having such closely matched finals after time trials. We're getting to see some photo finish worthy racing here.
As they come down towards the red boys, we can confirm that it was Hinksey that did put in a considerable amount of power as they came through that third 500. They are now in the first place position. So will Christchurch be able to give them a run for their money? Will Lee, who was in third at the 1500 metre mark, come out of nowhere and surprise us?
Yeah, it looks like Lee are really putting a big sprint in. To my eyes here, it looks like they're ahead of Walbrook Rowing Club, but these angles can be slightly deceptive. From the commentator's tower, it looks like Lee's ahead of Walbrook, but Christchurch is heading with them level and level. So Hinksey maybe half a length lead over the rest of the field, but let's see how this plays out in real time in this C final.
It looks like Hinksey have had a little bit of a steering issue as they are really running over the boys coming down towards the finish line. I think that they may have potentially lost this race. It is the C final of the women's J18 doubles, and it looks like Lee will be crossing that finish line first. Now it is Lee out in front, still with contact with the Christchurch Rowing Club, but it is Lee that crosses the finish line, followed by Christchurch and then Walbrook, who stopped rowing just before the finish line. But Hinksey have come back and done a phenomenal job to, I think, finish in the fourth place position.
That was a little bit of a technical error over from Hinksey, who've just left everything on the course, and that's exactly what it's cost them. But Lee were not going to let that slip by, and they've absolutely capitalised on that move. What a great finish.
Yeah, a fantastic row from Sarah Loser and Amelia Cable from Lee. Now we have there on the screen the winner of the single sculls category. I believe that is Hazel Wake of City of Oxford. A fantastic row from her, a very well-deserved medal. Now, we take you back up the course, away from the action that we have just seen, to the B final of that women's J18 double sculls.
Without further ado, over in lane one, we've got George Watson's College Rowing Club, led by a former Olympic coach, Hamish Burrell. Then we've got Agecroft Rowing Club, home of Graham Thomas, and another GB Olympian. Then we've got Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club over in lane 3. In lane 4, Sir William Bowley's Grammar School. In lane 5, we see another boat from Trenton Boat Club. And over in lane 6, Hexham Rowing Club. At the halfway point, it was Sir William Bowley's, but the advantage was only 1 second, Sasha.
Now, that Hexham crew, I think, came last in their semi-final. They were here last year in the B final again, but they, again, they missed out on the final, so they've actually swapped over Esme Pugh and Emily Lunt. So I think that is really being put into play here. They were second at the 500 metres. They were in second at the halfway point. Will they be able to make the move and win this B final?
You could see with just 500 metres to go, there was about half a length advantage that St William Bowleys have got over Hexham. I don't think that's conclusive at this point. We've seen so many great sprint finishes here, and I believe we're due another one in store shortly just ahead of us. But who will come in third? At the halfway point, it was Trenton Boat Club, but I think that's changed.
I think you're right. It was still Sir William Bowley's Grammar School up there in first, Hexham in second, but in third it was Stratford-upon-Avon. Now, Trenton Boat Club have popped down to 4th, and I think the scullers from George Watson and Agecroft have just switched places. So Agecroft has gone from 5th to 6th, but will they be able to bring it back in the last 500 metres?
So here we are, Borlase pushing off any advantages from Hexham Rowing Club, who are just bravely taking that rate up and sprinting. They don't want to leave anything out on the water. They want to make sure they produce their absolute maximum performance, and they are gaining speed as we speak with each stroke. Borlase will be able to hold that off, and Stratford upon Avon in lane 3 have now taken their rate up to just over 40 strokes a minute. This is absolutely incredible here.
I think Trenton don't want to let them have it. They are really going with them. We talk about that elastic that holds crews together as they race towards the line, and I think that Hexham are making use of it. They have pinged up. They are level with Sir William Borlase, and will they be able to cross the finish line ahead of them? They are sprinting, and will William Borlase respond?
I think Borlase has just responded. There's maybe about a foot, and it's really hard to call, so we'll wait for the official confirmation. But what a great sprint from Hexham to challenge the lead of Sir William Borlase for that long on the course. And in 3rd place, it is Stratford upon Avon, just ahead of Trenton Boat Club. Wow.
Wow, we have George Watson's College just crossing the finish line. They're high-fiving. They're clearly very pleased with that result. How wonderful to see the camaraderie between crews. We saw the Hexham double lying down in their boat. They clearly put their heart and souls into that race, and they can be incredibly proud of the challenge that they gave Sir William Borlase Grammar School.
And here we are, the winners of this race. Hexham Rowing Club, Esme Pooh and Emily Lunt.
It looks like we must have been wrong in our predictions there. I think it must have been taken on the surge that Hexham overturned Sir William Borlase Grammar School.
Nevertheless, now race 77 on the course in full swing. We are 5 minutes into the A final of the women's J18 double sculls, and on the lineup it is absolutely stacked. We've got Sir William Perkins School Boat Club, we've got Hartpury University and College Boat Club, two absolute sculling powerhouses for juniors here. We've got Barnum's Rowing Club here as well, Rob Roy Rowing Club from Cambridge. Then we've got Clare Scott School Boat Club, coached by Jack Jesseman, and then Peterborough City Rowing Club over in lane 6. At the halfway point, it was Barn Elms, the club from Wandsworth, that was leading by just over 1 second ahead of their Cambridge counterparts here. And in 3rd place, Hartpury University. But the distances aren't quite that big here, so anything can still change here as we sprint for the medals in the last 500 meters. Sasha.
Gosh, this is an exciting race. I mean, they're coming down towards us. They are looking quite strong. I mean, when you look at the screen and when you look at the course, it's quite hard to tell who is coming down. I mean, look at that. You've got 3 scullers there in the middle. It is Barn Elms Rowing Club, followed by Rob Roy, followed by Clare's Court, then Hartpury, then Peterborough, and then Sir William Perkins, rounding off the pack of this A final. But it looks like Barn Elms have, they led at halfway, they led at 1,500 metres. I think they are planning on taking the win in this A final.
Just look at the crew in lane 5. Clare Scott School were 2 seconds behind Hartpury at the K mark. With 500 meters to go, they were 2 seconds ahead. And now it looks like they're fancying themselves the silver or the gold medal here. Can they put in enough of a sprint to challenge for the top 2 positions here? As we see here, the conclusive stage of this final, it looks like lane 3 ahead of lane 4. So Barn Elms ahead of Rob Roy. Who's going to get the better sprint towards the end?
I mean, Rob Roy are really challenging Barn Elms in this final stage. We usually have a race for that second position, sometimes a third, but Barn Elms and Rob Roy are both powering it down. Now, Rob Roy are looking a little bit stronger as they come down towards the finish line, but Barn Elms are definitely longer, and they've looked over and they can see the challenge. They are coming down towards the finish line. It looks like it might be a sprint finish. If I had to put my money on it, I think it would be Rob Roy's. Barn Elms just catching a little bit of a crowd there after crossing the finish line, but we will see.
Here we are. The unofficial time difference is 0.4 of a second between Rob Roy and Barn Elms. Rob Roy was just able to get that rate a little bit higher just to get that extra few inches ahead of the Barn Elms crew. But what a great race that was, and a very well-deserved gold medal here.
It was. It is Rob Roy indeed who have won the gold medal for women's J18 double sculls, followed by Barn Elms and then Clare's Court School. Now, Clare's Court actually did a fantastic job. They were out in fourth. They came in at third at the 1500 metres and they really managed to hold, whereas Rob Roy were down in third in the first 500, second in the second two 500s and came in first. So that is a race plan in action. I always like to see it when boats just come up and keep chipping away at the people in front of them.
And I think this event has no shortage of that, so we're certainly looking forward to more close finishes. But now let's enjoy the medalists and let's let the celebrations begin for being crowned the new British Rowing Club champions of 2025.
We have a little bit of a break here, but we see a lovely shot. If you were either by the start or by a screen, you can see the scullers of the Open Championship Lightweight B final loading up onto the stake boats. Now, as we said, a stake boat start is very important to make sure that each sculler, in this case, or sometimes rower, is rowing exactly 2 kilometers and making sure that everyone starts on an even playing ground, and it is the athletes themselves that take themselves across the line first.
So we've got just over 5 minutes until the race starts, and as you start to back onto the start pontoons, we often talk about how quiet of a place that can be before the race, because everyone's just very internally focused. No one wants to make any brush movements. You kind of want to keep your cards close to your chest. As you line up, you can just feel the adrenaline, and you can anticipate it as the race is about to start. So it's important to keep your nerves together, keep your composure, so you can get off to the best possible start and give yourself the best chance of success in the race, particularly ahead of your opponents. And in junior racing, that is so important as well.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And often, especially for these 2 kilometer races on a straight, you're not often allowed to cycle up and down, and so you have to position yourself where you want to be able to cheer, your athletes on the most. So a lot of people end up being at the finish line to try and motivate people towards, in that final stretch of the race, which I think is quite nice because it does make it a calm start to the race, and especially with something that is so intense as a rowing race is. You need to be able to manage your adrenaline so that you don't jump off the start and expend too much energy too quickly, or
typically athletes will have some sort of a pre-race routine, perhaps a ritual. So definitely check your gates, make sure that they're nice and tight, empty your water bottle, make sure you're in a comfortable amount of kit, particularly in this nice, hot, humid weather, so you give yourself the best chance of success. And just relax, trust your training, trust the process, trust your coach. You will have done enough, and just show us what you've got in your legs and we'll keep cheering you on.
Yeah, I know that my pre-race ritual, because I mostly raced in 8s, was always a secret handshake that I had with the girl that always sat in 4 behind me. So it's a nice little calming thing to remind you that you are a part of something bigger. And even if you are a single sculler and you've got no one else in the boat with you, you know that you have so much support on the sides. I mean, we can see here a lovely shot of all the people sitting by the pontoons, making sure that they are there to cheer on their athletes. They can be friends, they can be partners or family. You know, there are a lot of parents who will be out here. There are a lot of junior categories, and so how wonderful it is to be able to come and support your children, and not only for you to see them succeed at something that they love, but for them to feel the support from you.
Yeah, it's great to see both senior and junior athletes racing at the same event. I think it just brings the whole British rowing scene together, and for a number of years there was a separation between the different categories of racing, and now we've got that all in one place, and now we can enjoy the biggest event that British rowing has ever put down. So thank you for all the organisers, thank you to all the volunteers. It couldn't happen without you. And we're just anticipating some more close racing as we head into the final portion of the day. We've got just about 2 minutes until the next B final begins.
Yeah, you've got a lovely shot over there, if you can see a screen, of the competitors' village, as we call it, and the stands that you can sit in to watch the final stages of the racing. Now, there doesn't look to be a huge number of people there at the moment, but that is because it's a work day or a school day. So, as the weekend progresses, I think a lot of people will be filling up those stands. I expect that the cheers that we hear, especially in the finals tomorrow in the later stages of the day, will be tenfold the amount that we've had today. We have had a lot this afternoon.
We're certainly keeping all the officials at the finish tower in full swing, as they've had a lot of photo finishes to review.
It makes it more exciting for us as commentators, though, doesn't it?
And for the spectators looking at the racing from the grandstand also.
Now, you can see there on your screen, the B final is about 2 minutes underway for the Open Championship lightweight single sculls. We have in lane 1 Ella Fullman of Bath University. From Calpe Rowing Club Gibraltar in lane 2, we have Thomas Zammit. We have Celine Iqbal from Marlow Rowing Club in lane 3. Adam McKinley of Queen's University Belfast in lane 4. In lane 5, we have Tideway Scholars School, represented by Cormac Kamitsky, and in lane 6, Ben MacDonald from Hartpury University. We just got told to give a wave, and we weren't quite sure what's going on because we're used to sitting behind all the cameras, but you can see us there. That's the cloud castle up high, so it's not the place if you are scared of heights, but lovely to be here.
It is great to see the drone taking some fantastic shots. I don't think I've ever seen the coverage of Brit Champs to be so pleasing to the eye in terms of how much rowing you can see. And on the course now, through the first 500 metres, we've got the Queen's University Belfast sculler Adam McKinley leading over in lane 4 with just 0.4 of a second ahead of sculler from Marlow Rowing Club Salim Iqbal. Sasha, how do you predict the rest of this race to go?
I mean, I couldn't call it at all. It is still in the early stages, so I'm not going to be putting my money anywhere. I need to see how these athletes fare in that middle section of the race. How do they settle, and how do they keep their rhythm? But here we have a wonderful shot of the medalists from the women's double sculls. That will be, I believe, the Claire's Court, Jemima Don and Lexi Hobbs, who came in third. A lovely shot of them, followed there by the Rob Roy girls, Martha Whiting and Lara Mathams, collecting their golds. So a wonderful shot to see the celebration. There we have Barn Elms, who are waiting to get their silver medals. A really fantastic race from those girls, if you remember seeing it.
Yeah, it was a tough call at the finish with the photo finish, 0.4 of a second difference. But I think these young athletes should be extremely proud of the effort that they've put down, and certainly, like I said, we'll definitely be seeing more of them on the rowing scene in the future years. Here we go, nice smiles and excitement.
Okay.
It's a good way to end the season, unless these athletes will be racing next week at the Home International Regatta. But a lot of the selection will still be up for contention with the results of this week.
We also can sometimes expect to see these athletes racing multiple times across the weekend. This will have been their last race of the day today, but as we've seen earlier, some of these athletes start racing again bright and early tomorrow morning.
Yeah, it's an action-packed weekend, and there's certainly no time to rest. We have got a beautifully designed rowing schedule ahead of us, keeping us intact and on our toes as we watch each race come down the track.
We see that not only do they get medals, but a wonderful little shield to celebrate their win at the British Championships Regatta 2025.
And moving back to the action on the course, the
What a
B
photo
final
finish.
of the
How did that
Open
feel?
Championship lightweight single.
Very exciting. I think we've worked really hard this year, and we're just very glad to see our work pay off.
And wow, it paid off in a really dramatic way. Let me hop over here. And what does it mean to get that gold medal today?
Well, we haven't had the easiest season so far, so it was a nice finish to the season, and yeah, finishing with the bang.
With a bang indeed, you kept us on the edge of our seats. Congratulations.
And in the last 500 meters of this race, we go Open Championship lightweight single sculls B final. Here it looks like lane 4 ahead of lane 3, ahead of lane 2 here, but lane 6 still in very close contention here. All the athletes have begun their final sprint here, and we've seen the rating and the power going up through the gears. Sasha, who's your money on for the remainder?
I mean, I would say lane 6, actually. It's Hartpury University and College Ben McDonald, who was in 3rd at the 500 metre mark, but has got into the lead for halfway and has stayed there. So, you know, I often can't see the lane 6 from where I'm sat. So I'm kind of wandering around the commentary box trying to figure out who is actually in the lead now as they come down to the final, I want to say 100 metres of the race. I think it is the Queen's University Belfast sculler Adam McKinley who is actually now edging out in front, followed by that Hartpury College sculler in lane 6, and then I think whilst lane 2, the Calpe Rowing Club sculler, is really giving him a run for the money, crossing the finish line in 3rd will be the Marlow Rowing Club sculler. We will wait to see the confirmation of those results from the umpire.
And a big shout out to our competitor in lane 1, Ella Fullman, for bravely taking it up through the gears with those men here. And not a big distance between them. Very well done to Ella from Bath University Boat Club. What a great race that was.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. We've got a lovely shot there of Adam McKinley from Queen's Belfast, and I think confirmation that he has got that first place position in the B final of the Open Championship lightweights. Now, there on our screen is the A final for this lightweight men's championship category. In lane 1, we have Oliver Plank of Edinburgh University. Lane 2, James Edgar of Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. Lane 3 is Ben Parsonage of Clydesdale, followed by lane 4, Sylvan Boyer of Kingston Rowing Club. Now in lane 5 and 6, we have Jack Norton of Bath and Benedict Weiss of Ardingly. Talk us through the times at the halfway point of this race. How do we think this is going to shape up?
At the moment, Clydesdale, Ben Parsonage has got a 5-second lead over Sylvan Boyer, but Sylvan from Kingston is a very seasoned athlete. He knows exactly how to race in the single. I caught up with him earlier this season, and he's been really looking forward to racing here. He's been mentioned and featured in the previews of this event, so he's definitely wanting to solidify his place on the podium here, but he's going to need to have a big push. As at halfway point, he was 5 seconds behind place number 1, and as we know, speeds and distances can change in a single so quickly, so I wouldn't write him off, particularly with the amount of experience here, but I think Ben Parsonage has secured himself a very comfortable position to take that final sprint on from. Currently in 3rd place, we've got Edinburgh University Boat Club sculler Oliver Plank, and he comes from such a very well-established program that's producing so many medals. We've seen Edinburgh have a fantastic Bucks regatta. We've seen them make the final at Henley Royal as well, and yeah, they've just been having incredible results.
There in lane 4, Sylvan Boyer of Kingston Rowing Club, as we mentioned, is actually racing 3 times across our British Championships weekend. He's racing in this lightweight men's single. He's also racing in the mixed 4 and the club 4. So not only is he changing boat classes, he's also changing from sculling to sweep. Now, he looks to be contending for that 2nd place position with the sculler from Edinburgh, who is Oliver Plank in lane 6, but it is Ben Parsonage who I think is still extending a lead over the rest of the field.
Yeah, we're now heading into the last 200 meters of this race, so there's nothing to hold back for now. If we want to see Silver make a move, he does need to take that rate up now. Ben Parsonage responding beautifully. He's not waiting for anyone to make a move on him. He is absolutely going for it. He wants that gold medal. And look at him now. He's just gotten himself an extra length of advantage in the last 5 strokes or so.
Yeah, I mean, Sylvan Boyer in his semi-final was almost pipped at the post. He had a very comfortable lead across his race and was absolutely gunning for it in the last few strokes to try and make sure that he crossed the line first. And whilst he is still doing that now, it will be in vain, as it is Ben Parsonage who crosses the finish line first. A triumphant fist raised in the air as he once again wins the championship men's lightweight singles. Sylvan Boyer again also triumphant in his 2nd place, followed by lane 5. It is the Bath University sculler actually who has come up from 4th place throughout the rest of the race into 3rd. Now we will see that those results are confirmed, but crossing the finish line, that was the order.
And you can see here, if you look at any flags along the course, the conditions are very moderate. There's not too much wind going on. So just to illustrate how fast these scullers are, Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club sculler Ben Parsonage, our winner, has pulled a 7:21, which is incredible for a single scull.
What an absolutely fantastic 2K.
And for the remainder of the racing, I will be joined by Charles Barry, the Lee Rowing Club captain. Charles, welcome back to the commentary post here. Let's talk about this C final of the Open J16 double sculls. The competition is fierce here, and it looks like we've got a clear leader at the 500 at the 1K mark.
Yeah, indeed, although actually I would say those 2 crews there we just saw from Tyree Sculls and Newark, 0.6 of a second between them. That could change at any point later in this race, and then a little bit further back as a length behind them, but then the crews in lane 5 and lane 6 looking like to be pretty close as well. I think that's the scullers from St Andrews and Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. They are just half a second between them as well, so some excellent racing yet to come in this C final. for the J16 doubles.
Yeah, absolutely. In lane 5, we've got the Edinburgh Sculler. In lane 6, we've got the Glasgow Sculler. In lane 1 and 2, we've got Molesey and Tideway. So a lot of local rivalries, a lot of local derbies going on here in the different neighbouring lanes. It was a great starting point from Tideway Scullers, like you said, 0.6 of a second at the halfway point ahead of Newark. Newark have been having a great day, producing so many fast speeds. But I think that lead might be changing as we approach the 500 meter to go mark. It looks like Newark are now the stronger crew here.
Yeah, they are powering forward. You can just see them looking in the middle of your screen. They are executing this race so well. Nice and sharp, nice and tidy at the front. Just looking at the front, not too much check, just a little, and just sculling really efficiently and horizontally as we enter now the 1500 meter mark and the final quarter of the race. It does seem that the crew in lane 3, which is the Newark crew, are out and ahead. There seems to be just about, I would say, half a length back to the Scullers crew, so no change from the times we saw at the 1K, but we'll wait for official confirmation in a moment or so. And then a little bit further back, it does seem to be a battle royale between the second Scullers crew, actually, in lane 4, the St Andrew Boat Club crew, and the Glasgow Academy crew. That's the crews in lanes 4, 5 and 6 who are racing for third place. But we'll see. As I say, doubles, still quite a lot to play for, with 350 metres left in the race. No official times from 1500, but how's it looking out the window, Peter?
At the moment, it looks like Newark Rowing Club are absolutely powering through. They want to secure themselves that first place in the C final here. Tideway is not necessarily letting them go, but it is important to start that sprint now, because if you started too late, you might just run out of water. And we've seen that a couple of times today where the crew just lost on the surge despite leading for the whole course. So let's see how this plays out. I imagine the Tideway Scullers athletes will be feeling some pain and lactate from racing earlier on today, but they will leave it all on the line now.
I'm just seeing some shots there of the medal ceremony for the championship lightweight single sculls. So you've seen Sylvan Boyer from Kingston Rowing Club, and then Ben Parsonage there with getting his photo taken with someone, maybe his coach, who just put in an absolutely exceptional performance in the lightweight single sculls, which was an absolute pleasure to watch as a spectator. And now in the commentary tower, as we go into the C final, we've got an absolute pleasure to watch this race. It looks like it's going to be some really close racing now. As you can see on those 500 metre times, it is just 3 seconds between first and fourth, and it does seem that Newark crew are being challenged so hard by Scullers in lane through. And on the far side, I think there's a change in lead for third as well. It seems like that the St Andrew Boat Club crew have pushed ahead, and they're now moving up from third. They're challenging for second. We've got 50 metres left in the race. It does seem like that the Newark Rowing Club crew will hold on by half length, but now it is St Andrew. They are almost level with Scullers as we go 2 strokes to the line. Will they be able to come through? I think they've still got a canvas advantage from Scullers, and across the line. Very, very close racing there for this. And it's only a C final, Peter.
Wow, I'm just a little bit lost for words. Like you said, with 500 metres to go, there was a 3-second difference. That is certainly not the margin that it was as we crossed the line here. What a great, fabulous sprint from the Edinburgh Scullers here. And great work for Tideway as well. They've really closed that gap on Newark Rowing Club.
Yeah, indeed. I'm just looking at the official times now. So it seems like there was only 2 seconds that separated first and third in that race. Just seeing some shots there of a crew from Windsor Boys School, which will be in the next race up against some other crews. But yeah, really fantastic racing in the C final. Anyhow, as we were saying, we're going to shots now of the B final. So this is between George Watson's College A in lane 1, Harry Vernon Call and James Palmer. In lane 2, Harry Goodwin and Fraser Whitehead at Buell Bridge Rowing Club. Lane 3, Otto de Jong, Sebastian de Laurens Castellet from Walbrook Rowing Club. We have Vincent Grettin and Audrey Sully from Lee Rowing Club. Pick up the Lee. And then we have a second George Watson's crew, Rory McNabb and Rory Burden. And then finally from Windsor Boys School in lane 6, we have Joseph Hill and Joseph Melville. And how's the race been looking at the halfway point there, Pete? We're just getting the times up. It's incredibly tight.
At the halfway point, George Watson's College powering through ahead of Walbrook, who've had a fantastic semi-final here, and Windsor Boys School just 0.7 of a seconds behind them. Then closely contested by Lee and another George Watson's College crew and Bewley Bridge. So 5 seconds between first and sixth. almost overlap on all the crews.
Yeah, and this is the thing, the time trial process followed by the semi-finals has pushed all of these crews together, which means that there are no medals on stake in this race. We're still going to see some exceptional racing, and I think these are the sorts of things that will matter enormously to rowers. These are sometimes these minor races, the ones that you remember can be memorable, just these battles of wills, a battle of pride. And as we head up to the 1500 metre mark, we're just getting the panning shot from the camera, so we'll wait for it to swivel round. The times are still pretty tight, and indeed, to my untrained eye, looking out of the window, it does seem to me that the scullers in lane 3 from Walbrook have moved up. They were rated at second at the 1000 metre mark, but I'd say that they're moving up closer to the scullers in lane 1 from George Watson College, who have been first throughout this race so far. And as the camera at the halfway point on your screen swivels round, we will see that it is the scullers in just a moment longer. We will just see that it is the scullers in lane, I think it is the scullers in lane 3 have now overtaken, yes, by just a babble. And there's a competition from the far side, so the Windsor Boys B are really pushing there. I think that's an incredibly tight race for first place now in this B final. I'm just waiting for the official times to come up and we'll have an understanding of whether I read the screen correctly. And yes, there we are. It is Walbrook who are up in first now, have overtaken George Watson's. Windsor Boys, look at that, 0.3 of a second. Some incredibly interesting steering lines. Pete's just drawing some waves for me on the screen in front of me. And then the two Watson's crew, and then Lee just a couple of seconds back behind that. How's the race shaping up to you, Pete?
Well, it looks like there's a magnet between the Walbrook and Lee crews as they started to row towards each other. It was getting quite close there on the distances, but I'm looking at the Windsor Boys on the far side, because if there's one thing that I know is that you must never write off Mark Williamson's crew in any side-by-side race, and I believe in about 2 strokes they're going to start to take the lead. Has George Watson's College overcooked the first half of this race and trying to work up that lead? Windsor Boys are now asking questions of everyone on this field. Who's got the most left? It looks like they wanted the most. They've started their sprint and they're well over 40 strokes a minute, Charles.
I mean, amazing. We just saw that drone shot. It's like the 2 outside crews in lane 1-6. George Watson's, Windsor Boys, and then Walbrook in the middle. Such an unusual setup. And I'm afraid, as we go into this thing, they're also being pushed now from the other George Watson's crew. I'm afraid that with just 100 metres to go, I still can't call who's going to come across the line first. It looks like maybe that far Watson's crew, who've been a bit of a dark horse in this race, they were in 4th earlier. They're now going through, and they've gone through, I think, Windsor Boys. They've gone through the other Watson's crew. They've gone through Walbrook. Another change of lead. Incredible pacing here from this George Watson's crew, who appear to finish across the line first. It's Windsor Boys second, and actually, no, just look on the line. The other Watson's crew snuck through to take 3rd ahead of 4th for the Walbrook crew. And Lee now in 5th. What a crazy race.
Unbelievable scenes. I don't think anyone could have predicted that at any point in this race. For that other George Watson's crew to come out, like you said, seemingly out of nowhere and challenge Windsor Boys School, Mark Wilkinson will still be really proud of them. Walbrook worked a bit too hard in trying to get ahead of 500 metres to go. But George Watson's won. Pulled it out of the bag, and 2 medals for the Scottish crew.
Incredible. They were 6th at the 500 metre mark. They were 5th at the 1K mark. They were 4th at the 1500 metre mark. And at the finish line, they were 1st. Amazing. Well, we're all getting very excited up here in the commentary tower, and we can see some lovely drone shots of the crews who are just having a rest and processing what has just happened to them. Meanwhile, back up the course, we now have, after that incredible B final, we now have the A final. And Pete, who have we got in this race?
Right now on the screen we can see the crew from Sir William Borley's Grammar School just edging out and securing themselves that lead over the rest of their competitors. I can see here Wallingford Rowing Club B, Exeter Hexham Composite from 2 sides of the country. We've got Windsor Boys A, with Sir William Borley A, Hereford A and St Ives A. So very spread field, but it doesn't look like they're spread very far apart on the course.
And we just got the times flashing up on my information system here, so it looks like that the crew of Gabrielle Lorenzi and Fred Britton from Sir William Borley's have led at the 500 and are now still ahead at the 1K. It's the Hereford crew of Oscar Sudal and Hugh Pritchard who were in 2nd place by about 6 seconds actually at the 1K mark. Then back to 3rd place was the Windsor Boys School of Alex Moss and Will Markham. 4th, Finn Willis and Stanley Sharp of Wallingford. 5th, Jack Bovenloo and Daniel Corbett of St Ives, and finally in rounding out in apologies, it's the Exeter and Hexham Rowing Club composite who are in 5th, and then that St Ives crew in 6th.
So just under 3 seconds between the 2nd and 4th place. We don't know who's going to end up on the podium. It could go either way. Is anyone going to challenge Borlase in the pursuit of that silver or bronze medal here? They've done a lot in order to secure themselves a lovely clear water advantage, but I wouldn't write Windsor Boys off at this stage, and I think with just 1 second ahead of Worcester, they're going to go for it.
Well, we'll just have to wait for the 1500 metre times to flash up. They are just going through that point just now, almost just through that point now. Here comes the camera swiveling round. And by the way, Pete, you mentioned this in passing, but I am still amazed that there's a composite between Exeter and Hexham. Those are nowhere near each other in this country. I don't know how maybe they train here. It's a halfway point between the two clubs. But yes, as the camera swivels around, it's still sticking straight on the middle of your screen. That Sir William Borlase School still seems to be out in front. It was 6 seconds at the halfway point. Will it be 6 seconds as we go out here? What an incredible feeling it must be to be 500 metres away from a gold medal with this kind of lead.
Well, it is. It can be very exciting, but it's important to keep that composure because anything can happen until you cross the line. And it's not for no reason they've worked up such a nice advantage. They're moving beautifully well together. Such a well-drilled crew technically. Well done to their coach.
Yeah, and although we're fangirling over the gold medal crew, back in further behind, the silver and bronze medal positions are wide open. As you can see on this drone shot, it's the crew in lane 2 from Hereford and the crew, our famous composite. It's the Windsor Boys School crew in lane 4 and the Wallingford crew in lane 6, who are all battling it out for the silver and bronze medal positions. 3 crews, 2 medals. Where are they going to go?
At the moment, it looks like it's Wallingford versus Windsor Boys. Windsor Boys perhaps favourites on paper, but Wallingford have been performing really well, coached by Katie Greaves, Olympic medalist from the GB rowing team. Let's take a look. I think Windsor Boys have taken the rate up a little bit sooner. They've started that sprint slightly earlier. Will that pay off, Charles?
I mean, this lead from William Borlase looks absolutely unassailable, but further back, this race for silver and bronze is incredibly close. I think it looks like that the Windsor Boys School have their hands on the silver medal, but the bronze medal I can't call between these two crews, between the Wallingford crew on the outside and the Hereford crew in lane 2. And Hereford's had an exceptional performance at this regatta so far. Will they be able to add another medal to the roster? I think the Wallingford crew are out in front, looking at this drone footage I can see on me. Looking out the window, I've got no idea. But as we go into the last 50 metres of this race, it is William Borlase who have had a commanding lead. It's narrowed somewhat, but they're still out in front. They're looking dead ahead now at the opposition. Their bow ball goes across the line first. That's a gold medal for the Windsor Boys School. And now as we go, second is Windsor Boys ahead behind Borlase. And it is Wallingford who will take the bronze medal position, just eking out a slight advantage over Hereford.
Hereford have really jacked the rate up, but it just wasn't enough to overthrow the advantage that Wallingford have worked for this whole race. Wow, what a spectacular finish that was.
I mean, incredible. Incredible to just be out at the front by such a margin. I think they had only half a second at the 500 metre mark, but then they'd extended that to 6 at the 1k mark. So that second 500, they just decided they were going to go. They were going to take the gold medal from everyone else, and they held it all the way to the line. Very interesting pacing strategy, because the other crews definitely tried to come back on them, but they held it. 6-second advantage from the 500 to the 2-kilometre race. Amazing racing.
You cannot discount that sort of psychological advantage in junior racing. It does really pay dividends all throughout the course. It is a brave decision because your legs have to be able to support your bravery as you head on along the course, but it paid off for them, and well done for that beautiful, famous win.
Right. We're now back to another C final, and this time we're going up the course to the women's J16 single sculls. This is race 84. In lane 1 we have Jessica Atkin from Trent Rowing Club. In lane 2 we have Paige Darnley from Dart Totnes Amateur Rowing Club. In lane 3 Emily Grant from Cambridge 99 Rowing Club. Lane 4 Evie Woodbridge from Sir William Borlase's. Lane 5 Amy Steele from Maidenhead. And lane 6 Maya Wheeler from Barn Elms Rowing Club. And at the 500 metre mark, it appeared to be that Jessica Atkin of Trent Rowing Club had taken a very slight lead of just 0.2 of a second over Amy Steele of Maidenhead. And in third place, some 4 seconds behind them was Emily Grant from Cambridge 99.
Yeah, it's a very even field to start with. I guess it's really important to see who's going to settle into the most comfortable rhythm that they can support for the rest of this race. In the singles, you have to really focus on the mission and what's ahead of you, but also if you can grant yourself that little bit of mental comfort of being able to see everyone else in your field of vision, you can really start to make some serious moves for the rest of this race. And I think that's exactly what the Trent Sculler has done. 0.6 of a second, but that does give it that psychological comfort here.
Someone was saying to me, when you're running, the tactic in running is to be just behind the leader, because you can see them and they can't see you. Whereas, of course, in rowing, you're going backwards. So having that advantage, as you say, just allows you to maintain control of the situation. But I would say, I wouldn't say if I was in the Trent crew that I would feel like I had the situation very much under control. Just 3 seconds, less than the length between first and fourth, I think, there, which means, of course, this lead could change multiple times, as we have seen already in the racing in the last few.
It's so close, and I think that's exactly why we've got so many viewers now coming up to the grandstand and watching the final bits of each race as we head on the course. You can see here from the camera angle, it's really difficult. Like you said, 3 seconds is almost nothing to separate these athletes. I think Barn Elms is one, Maya Wheeler here. She will want to make a push. We are now past the halfway point of this race. We are in the toughest territory where medals either grow, those medal hopes either grow or they go to die here in the third 500. It is by far the physiologically toughest portion of this race, and who's going to maintain it the best, manage it the best?
Well, meanwhile, while we wait for a little bit of an update on that race, we're going back to the medal ceremony for the J16 doubles, the A final, which we saw just a moment ago. So we're seeing the crew there from Wallingford receiving their bronze medal. Congratulations to Finn Willis and Stanley Sharp, as you can see on your screen, and their coaches, of course. Then we've got the Windsor Boys School crew. That's Alex Moss and Will Markham. Congratulations to both of them as well for their silver medal, and we should in a moment see the gold medal winners of that from Sir William Borlase's in a commanding performance, Gabrielle Lorenzi and Fred Britton, who will be panning onto your screens for their medal ceremony very shortly. In fact, I think we're just walking across now to see them while some photos are taken. There they are. Congratulations to Sir William Borlase School for that medal ceremony.
It's almost a cliche to see the Borlase rowers in a Hudson boat. It is such an indistinguishable relationship between that club and that boat hull. But it does work wonders for them, and they've won a lot. I certainly expect them to win a lot more in the future.
Right, well, while we wait for an update on the times, they're just flashing up now. So there's been a change of lead in the C final that we were commentating on a moment ago. So it is now Maya Wheeler of Barn Elms Rowing Club who has taken the lead. She's moved from second up to first, and therefore Jessica Atkin has dropped back from second into first. Meanwhile, there's also been some quite dramatic changes at the pack. So Paige Darnley from Dart Totnes, who was in sixth at the 1K, is now in third. And the pack has reshuffled accordingly. Still absolutely nothing. 6 seconds between first and last in this race, which is about 2 boat length. A margin which is easily changeable. As we saw in the previous race, one of the scullers took out a 6-second advantage in 500 metres at the beginning of the race, and a sculler can easily do the same in this final 350 metres.
What do you think that shuffling comes down to, Charles? Did some athletes spend a little bit too much energy in the first portion of this race to put themselves in contention? Or the field is just so close, anything does happen in the singles?
I mean, the thing is, in rowing, right, there is a theoretical optimum pacing strategy, which is apparently the parabola, go out fast, pace it through the middle, and then sprint to the finish. But of course, that requires skill, and it requires the psychology that you were talking about to trust yourself. And sometimes, actually, just as you were saying, getting out in front and executing your plan. I mean, the thing is, it's so lonely out there on your own in a single scull. There's no crewmates, there's no Cox to tell you this is when we go to read the field and call a push. You have to do it all yourself while staying upright and executing your plan. And as we now enter the final 100 metres, it's still really close. It seems that Maya Wheeler of Barn Elms Rowing Club is still out in front, but she is being pushed so much by Jessica Atkin of Trent Rowing Club and Paige Darnley now of Dart Totnes. I'm afraid it's too close to call here in the commentary tower. It's probably just half a length in it, Pete.
Yeah, from this angle, looks like Barn Elms has got such a great advantage, but it's maybe about half a length between her and the Trent Rowing Club.
I think actually Jessica Atkins is going to push through her. She's going to go through it on the line, literally in the last stroke. Amazing. What a comeback.
Oh, my world. That is
Wow.
unbelievable. She was 3 seconds down with 500 meters to go, and she has come out about a canvas ahead.
Wow.
What a turn of events.
Wow, she was in first, then she was pushed back to second, and then she's first again. What an incredible psychological strength to have, to be able to just turn that around, stick to your game plan, not get too worried, and then sprint for the line. Incredible.
She almost set a trap for the Maya Wheeler from Barn Elms by letting her get ahead and thought, no, actually, I've got a bit more to show in the last 250 meters. Just you wait, I'm going to overtake you, and that's exactly what happened. Unbelievable.
Crazy. Right, we're moving on now to the B final, which you can just see on the screen. So, the same category again, J16 single sculls, which is proving to be a fantastic event. In lane 1, we have Ruby Wells from Warrington Rowing Club. Lane 2, Phoebe Asquith from Hartbury University and College Boat Club. Lane 3, Ella Hardman of Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Lane 4, Rosie Hendry of George Heriot School. Lane 5, Evie Jenkins from Notts County Rowing Association, so a local favourite perhaps. And finally in lane 6, Olivia Wheelahan from Trenton Rowing Club, Trenton Boat Club, I should say. And just looking at the times, Pete, looks like that it's Phoebe Asquith out in front.
A very good advantage here. She's worked out in the first 500 meters. Perhaps she got off to an absolutely flying start just to secure herself some advantage ahead of her opponents. 5 seconds over the local sculler Evie Jenkins from Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association. And in third place, just 1 second behind her, not even the Scottish sculler from George Heriot School in Edinburgh.
Yeah, very commanding. We should be seeing the 1K times flashing up in a second because they are now well clear of that point. And indeed, the camera on screen is, I think, situated at the 1500 metre mark, so we should get a bit of a race update. I mean, I don't dare call who's out in front. It does look like, out of the commentary tower window, that the sculler from Hartbury University and College Boat Club is out in front, or possibly pushing the sculler from Notts County Rowing Association very, very hard, which is interesting because I think that's a slight change of the positions from what we saw earlier. And indeed, as the camera pans round for the 1500 metre mark, it's going to be very tight between Evie Jenkins of Notts County and Phoebe Asquith of Hartbury. Just waiting for that perfect shot as we line up. We've got a few more degrees to rotate before we'll see the horizontal. Yep, a few more seconds, and it does look like that Evie Jenkins has now taken the lead out of Phoebe Asquith's hand by just a length and a half there now. So she's clearly had an excellent middle 500. And just looking a little bit further back, look at that, 1 length between the crews in third place.
Wow, that is an unbelievable turn of events. I was just looking at the course through the binoculars. It does look like there's absolutely nothing to separate Evie Jenkins in lane 5 and Phoebe Asquith in lane 2. So she's really got to work, Evie, in order to make up that 5 second advantage here. And I think we're in for an even closer finish than anything we've seen so far.
Yep, so we're seeing that. And actually, what a turnaround, because the times at the 500 metre mark were that Phoebe Asquith had a 5 second advantage over Evie Jenkins. It's now that Evie Jenkins has a 3 second advantage over Phoebe Asquith. So she's turned an 8 second deficit around in that middle kilometre. Wow.
Wow, that is either an interesting pacing strategy from Phoebe, or that is next level preparation over from Evie Jenkins. 8 seconds difference, that is almost unbelievable split. If you tried to do that on a rowing machine, I'm not sure you could finish the 2K.
Well, I mean, I can't finish a 2K anyway, Pete, so let's not get into that too much. And as we approach now the final 300 metres of this race, it is still Evie Jenkins from Notts County Rowing Association who is out in front. But I wouldn't write off Phoebe Asquith just yet. She's still only a length away, and perhaps as the boys are about to turn red, she will have a commanding finish. She's racing slightly lower by the looks of things than Evie Jenkins, so perhaps she's about to turn that around. Meanwhile, looking back, it's still very close for the scullers vying for third place in this B final. Again, no medals in contention, but still, pride is on the line, and I think it is still Evie Jenkins is going to hold on unless Phoebe Asquith has an amazing turn of speed, which she might have in the last few strokes. And indeed, she's now being pushed very hard by Olivia Wheelahan from Trenton Boat Club on the far side, who is moving herself up into third place as we enter this final 50 metres of the race.
Yeah, Evie's just really gracefully moving that single through the water. This Blaze just want to accelerate. It looks like it's coming a bit harder to Phoebe here. She's working her absolute hardest, and I think she will secure that second place position ahead of our sculler over in lane 6, Olivia Whelan. But she has had a great second portion of the race. She has made up so much distance.
Yeah, and as we see on your screen, it's Rosie Hendry just going across the line, followed by Ella Hardman, Nottingham Union, and in a moment's time we will just see Ruby Wells of Warrington Rowing Club rounding out this B final of the women's J16 single sculls. I mean, incredible racing. This is only their second or third season, and to see the discipline, the tenacity, the pacing, shows incredible maturity and incredible skill. And I can't wait to see the A final, which has just set off, come onto your screens.
So without further ado, we've got Nottingham and Union A crew, we've got Strathclyde Park A crew, we've got Glasgow A crew, we've got another Harpreet sculler, and then we've got Lambton A sculler and Sunderland City A sculler. So fully action-packed here, full of A scullers in this A final. And as we go through the halfway point, Rosie Reynolds from Harpreet in first place with 4-second advantage, Charles.
Yeah, over Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club, and then rounding out third, just a second behind her, is Stevie Gildert from Strathclyde Park. We have Eleanor Wessoncraft College in fourth, about a second further back from them, and then a little bit further back we have Anya Knight and then Alyssa Stoker from Sunderland, from Nottingham Union and Sunderland City Rowing Club, respectively.
A bit more spread than we would have expected between first and sixth place than we've seen in some other finals, but perhaps maybe these athletes who are now leading the pack have been holding an extra card up their sleeve, which they are now revealing as the medals are to play for.
Well, I mean, we saw an 8-second turnaround in that last race, and there's a nice shot from the drone. So actually, it looks pretty like that it's Rosie Reynolds out in front, but then the race for second and third between lanes 4 and 5 between Caitlin Warnock and Stevie Gildert. And it looks like Stevie Gildert, who was behind Caitlin Warnock, is now trying to go through her, but Caitlin is not giving up. She is sticking in there, and it's bow ball to bow ball. And then behind them, the race for fourth between Anya Knight and Alyssa Stoker, I believe. No, Eleanor Wessoncraft College is also neck and neck. And the camera is just panning around to give us a shot at the 1,500 metre mark. It is definitely going to be Rosie Reynolds out in front for this A final. And again, another occasion where we're seeing one top-class sculler way out in front of the pack, Pete.
So as we head into the business end of this A final here, Rosie Reynolds very comfortable, 3 lengths lead ahead of her competitors here, who are desperately trying to secure themselves also a place on the podium, but perhaps give us some sort of a challenge here. We see a bit of a shuffling in terms of order. Lane 4 ahead of lane 5 here, so Glasgow ahead of Strathclyde.
Caitlin Warnock has responded to the challenge from Stevie Gildert. Stevie Gildert just had her bow ball out in front, and Caitlin Warnock has said, you know what, I'm not having any of that. I am just going to push and push and push. And she's moved out from being half a canvas down now to half a length up, and I would say it's moving now to maybe 3/4 length up. Maybe she realises she can't get the gold medal. Who knows? She probably can't see that far back because it's behind her, but she is definitely not going to let Stevie Gildert through by the looks of things. Will Stevie Gildert have a response to move up from bronze to silver medal position as we enter the last 250 metres of the race?
I think we're entering this fantastic portion of the race where the rates are just about to start to go up. We've seen athletes here now make that push from the mid-race pace rhythm, now taking the rate up, going through the gears, shortening up the stroke. And like you said, if you're not going to get gold, at least make sure you don't lose silver. So that's exactly what Caitlin Warnock from Glasgow is doing. She's pushing, she's managing every push that Stevie from Strathclyde is throwing at her, Charles.
Yeah, I mean, a fantastic scull by Rosie Reynolds. She looks like to have a pretty comfortable ride to the gold medal position now. The boys are just turning red, so she's got 150 metres to go. I mean, but then again, the two behind her are pushing and pushing and pushing, but it looks like she's comfortable. And then the question is, can Stevie Gildert move up against Caitlin Warnock, who's in the silver medal position? There is just a length in it, and a final sprint from Stevie Gildert could seal the deal. And just with 50 metres to go now, it is Rosie Reynolds sculling, tremendously well, tremendously effectively. All credit to her, all credit to her coaches. She is going to take the gold medal in this, the women's J16 A final single sculls. And behind her, it is Caitlin Warnock, who has endured so many challenges and questions, and she has answered them all. She is going to take the silver medal position, 1.5 lengths ahead of Stevie Gildert. What absolutely fantastic racing. And Anya Knight of Nottingham Union Rowing Club is just coming in across 4th, and we will shortly see Eleanor Wessoncraft College in lane 2, and then Alyssa Stocker in lane 1.
Wow, I am speechless. I almost cannot believe that these are only 16-year-old athletes. The level of maturity and technical proficiency that has been displayed here is just astounding, and it just shows how much junior rowing has stepped up in this country. Wow.
Yeah, well, congratulations to those athletes, and I'm sure we will see them, at least the ones getting medals, on the medals podium very shortly. But yeah, incredible racing. And indeed, the next race, we're going back, of course, back down to a C final, and some nice panning shots there. The single sculls is all having a break, and we're just seeing on screen now the C final. This is for the women's J18 pairs. So I have to admit, some of the preliminary races in this category weren't close racing, but having been through that filtering process, I'm hoping for something pretty close. Anyhow, in lane 1, we've got Amelia Pearson and Ellie Landstill from Sir William Perkins School. In lane 2, Elsa West and Jessica Robertson from Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. Lane 3, Mika Zammit and Maya Norton from Calpe Rowing Club, all the way here from Gibraltar. Incredible. Lane 4, Kaya Campo and Olivia Igapong from Peterborough City Rowing Club. Lane 5, Orla McNulty and Charlotte Hull from Wallingford. And lane 6, Newark Rowing Club, Georgina Joy and Emily Jackson. And I'm afraid we haven't got a great set of times to work with to tell you how the field is panning out, Pete, but how's it looking to you?
At the moment, we're nearing the 500 metre to go mark. I believe from...
Oh, we've just got some times on the screen, Pete. It looks like Newark are way out in front.
Wow, that's a 13-second advantage that they've worked out over Peterborough City and 1 second ahead of Sir William Perkins. It doesn't look like anyone is going to challenge that field, but this is a Coxless boat. It's a J16 pair. And as we talked about before, pairs are so elusive to get right, so it's important to not let that big advantage get into your head. You need to stay composed, you need to keep your nerves, and you just need to not let anything bad happen. Just execute on your perfect race plan, trust the process, and let's see how the rest of this race will shape up as we head into the last 500.
Yeah, so absolutely incredible. I'm not quite sure what Newark did there to secure themselves such an advantage. We haven't got any official times to look at on our information system here to have a compare between the racing, but I saw on my screen there just 5 seconds between the rest of the pack. So although it looks like that Newark have put themselves very firmly in the position of C final champion, the other placings are still yet to be determined. We're just seeing the Newark crew, and look at that, there's no one else on the screen. Look, they've rode off it, and no one else has rode on it. What an incredible commanding performance. I mean, they must be kicking themselves thinking, I should have got in that B final. Why didn't I get there? Maybe they're just delighted to be here. But then, behind, when the pack does arrive, it's incredibly close. We've got Sir William Perkins, I think, crossing across first, and then I think that was Peterborough in lane 4, but we'll have to wait for more times to come up to confirm that.
And that is quite possibly the biggest gap that I've seen in the whole racing today.
Phenomenal. Anyhow, we are just seeing the medals final on screen. This is for the women's J16 single sculls that we've just had the pleasure of commentating on. So we're seeing the bronze medalist there. That is Stevie Gildert of Strathclyde Park Rowing Club. And now being awarded their medal for silver is Caitlin Warnock of Glasgow Rowing Club. Those two having such a fantastic grudge match between them earlier in the race. And in a moment we will pan back to see the face of Rosie Reynolds, the champion women's J16 in the single sculls earlier, as we just cut across now. Congratulations to Rosie Reynolds for her fantastic scull. She just stayed ahead and never let anyone into the discussion.
Unbelievable performance from Rosie. Very, very mature sculling.
Yeah, congratulations. And in the background, we will go back to the race. We are seeing the Newark crew just commanding lead.
Right, should I just lift them this way? That's it. 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
And again, just looking out the commentary tower window, Pete, Newark way ahead of the pack. But what's happening behind them?
It looks like there's a fight for second place going on here between lane 3 and 4 here. We've got we got Calpe from Gibraltar and Peterborough City here going absolutely neck and neck. They were 3 seconds apart at the halfway point. It looks like Calpe is ahead of them, but over in lane 1 we've got a great push from Sir William Perkins. A little bit of steering difficulty, but they are absolutely going for it, and I think they're going to finish second here.
Yeah, I mean, they've pushed and pushed and pushed. They were in third, and they've regained that margin. But again, actually, this is moving. All three crews here are moving very closely. It is advantage to William Perlich, but Calpe perhaps fading a little bit as Peterborough pushing. Who's going to take it on the line? I'm afraid I'm going to have to wait for this to go. I think I think that's a canvas to William Perkins.
Yeah.
Then Peterborough, then Calpe.
Yeah, 1 ahead of 4, ahead of 3, ahead of 5, ahead of 2.
Incredible.
Wow. Here we are, underway with the B final of the women's J18 Coxless pairs. We have 5 competitors in this race: Weybridge, King's Chester, Clares Court, Aberdeen A and Aberdeen B here. At the 500 meter mark, it was Aberdeen A ahead of King's School Chester, just ahead of Aberdeen B. So a very closely packed field here. And at the 1K mark, Weybridge was 4th, just 1 second ahead of Clares Court, that were in the 5th spot. You can see on the screen here, King's Chester now taking the lead ahead of Aberdeen A, which is 4 seconds ahead of Aberdeen B. So it looks like we've got very clear favourites here at the halfway point.
Yeah, and it's good to see that we're getting some competitive racing in this event. Again, as you were saying, the pair is a really tricky crew to make go fast, because you're not only codependent with your pairs partner, but actually pairs are not, not everyone knows this, but pairs are not actually totally symmetric, and you have a little bit of a wiggle through the stroke, and the person at bow will have more leverage at the catch, so it requires great tenacity, finesse, as well as being quite a heavy boat, which means you need to give it a great amount of beans as well. You've done a lot of pairs racing in your time, haven't you, Pete?
Well, I've actually mostly exclusively sculled.
Oh, well, then that was a rubbish segue to get you to talk.
But in terms of,
I'll quiz you on your sculling experience a little later.
In terms of pairs rowing, though, it's hugely important to realise the balance not only comes from obviously the technical ability and the core stability, but also just the power application. One of these athletes will have a foot rudder here, so that means they'll be responsible for making calls and steering, which is really tricky. But also they have to manage their power output, because if they tend to overpower their crewmate, that can also lead to some complications, not just in terms of your direction, but also your stability and balance.
Well, it looks like with that wonderful drone shot we've got there, that actually it's the crew in lane 5 who are out in front, or sorry, in lane 4. That's the King's School Chester well out in front, and then it is the 2 Aberdeen Schools crews. It looks like the A crew is just staying ahead of the B crew there, but only a length between the two. And even if this was not a race with other crews, I'm sure they would be delighted to be pushing themselves to see if they can get one up on the A crew. Just 350 metres left in this race, and it is the King's School Chester who look like they're set to be staying ahead. They just need to go straight and true and not let themselves get too phased by any pressure from the other crews, and they will be able to claim the title of B final champion.
They would love to end their season on such a high positive note. If you don't make the A final, your job is to win the B final, and that is exactly what it looks like they've taken themselves upon before the start of this race. They've got a comfortable lead, but Aberdeen are coming back. There is a bit of steering going on from Aberdeen A. It looks like they're just about correcting it, but they're about to row into the B crew, who is sprinting. Will they overtake them because of that? What a scene's near the finish here.
And that's the thing, it's not only that you've got to row fast, row hard, and balance a complicated boat, but you've also got to make sure you don't rotate your foot very slightly and put the rudder off in an angle which will slow you down and put you towards the other crew. So many things to think about while you're trying to work as hard as you can. Imagine trying to do a squat jump 40 times a minute while also rotating your foot very slightly from one side to the left. So much to think about, but it is the King's Colchester front, and this B crew are not going to let the A crew from Aberdeen out without a fight. They've now got an overlap. It's half a length. The bow ball's in front of the bow. Is it going to be... Oh, it's half a canvas there in favour of the A crew, but wow, they were more than a length down just 250 metres ago, and they have turned that around.
Well, I hope...
They are giving their coaches something to think about.
I really hope the coaches are going to put these two pairs together and race them in the 4 for the rest of the weekend.
Well, maybe that will happen later. I'm looking forward to it. And just rounding out the final now, it's the crew in lane 5 from Weybridge, and then Clare's Court, Grace O'Lee and Lily Gator. And well done to Lucia Paletti and Eleanor Williams, winners of that B final of the women's J18 pairs.
Very dominant for 3/4 of that race. Let's move on to the A final of the women's J18 Coxless pairs. We have a clear leader here in lane 3. Charles?
Yes, indeed. It is the crew from Sir William Perkins, who not only have shown that they can be dominant in the sculling, but they can be dominant in the sweep as well. And this pair of Maddie McGregor and Annabelle Thornton has a commanding lead over the rest of the pack. To be honest, it's almost like someone's thrown an arrow, and we've got a perfect chevron down the course with the middle lanes, which have been seeded higher. That's the traditional way you do it in rowing, out in front, and then the outer lanes falling back.
Wow, that is an absolutely incredible position to find yourself in, with just about halfway to go for St William Perkins here. You could see they were 7 seconds ahead of Nottingham Rowing and Nottingham Union Composite here. Well done. I think the coaches will be really proud of the way that they've prepared them for this final. This is an incredible advantage. Can anyone do anything to St William Perkins, or are they untouchable at this point?
So just moving from that drone shot, moving from what was right to left on your screen, in lane 1 we have Emily Orr and Iris Barr from Glasgow Academy Rowing Club. This is their B crew, because in lane 2 it's Ruby Foss and Sophie Swanston, the Glasgow Academy Rowing Club A crew. As we were discussing, we had Maddie McGregor and Annabelle Thornton from Sir William Perkins in lane 3. Then we have Emily Ferguson and Amy Page, who are a composite of Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. So that's 2 local clubs here who row on the Trent. And then we have another composite, which is of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and Glasgow University, Isabel Sonica and Zoe Cochrane, respectively. And then finally in lane 6 we have Beatrice Ayres and Phoebe Cole of Leeds Rowing Club. And there is the shot from the 1500 metre mark. Looks like that was the crew from in lane 4 from Nottingham and Union Rowing Club Composite, who were in taking the second place position. They are being pushed now to the crew on your screen, the crew on your left in lane 5. That's the other composite, our Scottish composite of Clydesdale and Glasgow. They are still some 2 lengths down on them, and I don't think that they're going to have any much difficulty, really, unless something spectacular happens. And this crew, I should say, from Sir William Perkins, similar to that double we saw a few races ago, they have just disappeared into the distance with the gold medal position between their teeth.
Wow, with just 300 metres to go, I think William Perkins, you can see them starting to go up through the gears and make sure they secure themselves that place that they've worked so hard for. But I'm looking at the moment at the Nottingham double trouble composite here being chased by the Scottish double trouble in the pair here. I think there's going to be a fantastic rivalry here for the silver medal position. I don't think the bronze medal here is in question, in contention, but let's take a look as anything can happen. I think Nottingham's still quite securely ahead of Clydesdale and Glasgow. And look at that Perkins boat. Wow, the level of power and comfort. That boat is just running so well. It's an absolute beauty to watch.
Yeah, there's very little check on the boat. They're just working it and pushing as horizontally as possible. The stern is gliding smoothly through the water, and it looks like all credits to them. That William Perkins School crew is going to take the gold medal in this, the women's J18 pairs. But further back, it does look like that the Nottingham crew are going to take the silver medal, but they are being pushed and pushed and pushed by the Scottish Composite, who are now just a length behind them. And whether they can sprint through them, I don't think it's going to happen. All credit to the William Perkins crew who crossed the line first, and then it looks like it will be second for the Nottingham Composite and third for the Scottish Composite.
Well done to St William Perkins. What a dominant way to win a gold medal here at British Rowing Championships. You can see the celebrations here. They are so proud, and they should be. Well done to their coaching team, Chris Boddy and Natalie Holden as well. Absolutely incredible season they've had.
Right, well, thank you, Pete, for commentating. Great to do a shift with you. You're going to be handing over now to Carol, I believe.
Absolutely, and we're hoping to see some more extra fantastic racing here. So we'll catch up with you soon, but as for now, I'm handing over to Carol.
And after that very exciting J18 pairs, we're now switching age category to do the J16 pairs for the women. And this is the C final. Carol, in this race we have an exciting matchup. We have in lane 1, Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association B crew. This is Kate Parker and Jennifer K. Ellis. In lane 2, Mac Mark Swirling and Mackenzie Park, also from Aberdeen, the C crew. Then we have Daisy Mark and Victoria McLaren from Glasgow in lane 3. Emma Cox and Martha O'Meara from Newark in lane 4, and then we've got a crew from Tyne Amateur Rowing Club, Jess Wake and Rebecca Country.
Yeah, I'm delighted to see 2 Aberdeen Schools pairs in this C final because they have been seat racing against each other most of this year. We've got a faster pair in the A final 2 races time, so they've all been sitting in various boats racing each other most of the season. So I'm really happy to see 2 of them in the C final.
Indeed, brilliant. But I'm afraid to disappoint you. But although all credit to those Aberdeen School rowers, but it is the Glasgow, another Scottish crew, who are way out in front. Just looking at those times there at the 1,000 metre mark, they are 14 seconds ahead of the pack. Incredible.
Absolutely. They've got a new coach at Glasgow Academy, and he's working wonders with them, doing so well. You've heard the name Plank earlier on. It's another big rowing dynasty in Scotland. Ollie Plank was racing the lightweight, and it's his dad who's now coaching at Glasgow.
I was going to say, when you say plank, actually makes me think of very painful core exercises, but I definitely take your word for it.
They're very good for you.
Indeed, and in just looking at the pack and the times we saw earlier, although there was a massive advantage for that Glasgow crew, we haven't got the official times all up for the one came out, but it was only something like 2 seconds between second, third and fourth, and so the racing here is very much going to be all about what the final placing will be in the middle of the pack.
Oh, absolutely, and I don't know what's been like when you've been doing commentary, but when I was on with Peter earlier, it was amazing how much things changed in the last 500. Just people just rushing and just making big pushes in the last 500 just to push themselves over the line. So it's always really nice to just see these big pushes at the end of the race.
Indeed, we had a race where there was a sculler who was 3 seconds down and went to being 5 seconds up, so they took 8 seconds out of their opponent in a kilometre.
I did hear that, and I was amazed, and I did hear the comments about trying to do it in an ergo, and there's not a hope.
Yes, indeed. Anyhow, while we don't speculate on my fitness levels, we are seeing the medal ceremony now for the women's J18 pairs, and we've just seen the bronze medal awarded to Isabel Sinica and Zoe Cochrane of Clydesdale Amateur Rowing Club and Glasgow University. And this is now the silver medal being awarded to Emily Ferguson and Amy Page of Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, respectively. And the camera is now just panning across to see Maddie McGregor and Annabelle Thornton from Sir William Perkins School receive the gold medal for their fantastic row in the J18 pairs final. I mean, just blew the rest of the competition away, frankly.
Oh, absolutely. They had a huge lead in that race. It was just wonderful to watch. Interesting that silver and bronze both went to composites, though.
I know. Is that the future?
That is an interesting little comment, especially in pairs, because often it's a perceived wisdom is you need to be in a pair together a long time to race it successfully. But silver and bronze both going to composites.
Well, at least in Nottingham composite, you are right next door to each other, whereas...
well, I suppose Clydesdale, Glasgow, same bit of river, absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah. Okay.
There was a composite earlier in the competition, which was Hexham and Exeter.
I did hear that and thought, well, that's interesting.
Yes. As I say, perhaps they trained somewhere like here as the intermediate point between the two. Anyhow, back to the race we're watching. We're seeing a fantastic performance from this Glasgow crew. Absolutely.
Glasgow Academy, as I said earlier, doing really well these days under their new coach, Mr. Plank, Kevin Plank, and this is showing today. And this,
Maddie, Annabelle, congratulations! That was incredible. Talk us through your race.
And a very tight race behind them for the second and third place in the
Well,
final.
we had a bit of an interesting start, and then
we'll now hear from one of the medalists.
We just had our race plan and we did it. So yeah.
What made the start interesting?
Well, I missed it, and Maddie got a bit stuck, so we missed. Yeah, it was I wouldn't quite say a capsize, but it was not ideal.
Well, you ended up with a pretty ideal situation. Let me come back here. And so I saw, as you crossed the finish line, you got on past and then there was a little secret handshake going on. What does it mean to win together as pair partners?
It's so good, and we've raced together since J15, so it's so good. That handshake we created went in our first race together in junior interregionals, and we've done that ever since. Every time we're in a boat together at a race.
Well, it's clearly bringing you good luck. Congratulations.
Right, and great to hear from the medalists on the podium. And we've just seen some great racing there from another Scottish crew, Carol.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm delighted to see Glasgow Academy. What a commanding lead they had. Probably all down the course, but great racing for the minor places in this C final. So Aberdeen Schools in lane 1 came second, followed by Newark over in lane 4 and third. Aberdeen Schools C crew in lane 2 in fourth place, with Tyne over in lane 5 in fifth. Some phenomenal performances today.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm always blown away with how adaptable and quick to learn junior scullers and junior rowers can be. Especially, at Lee Rowing Club, where I'm based, and you may have heard that on the commentary a few times today, we do run a lot of adult learn to row, and the pace that the juniors can make is phenomenal.
I think, in my experiences, it's no fear. You put juniors out in a single sculling boat and they just go and do it because they're not worried. Adults are always worried about this early bath situation.
Well, they don't want to look foolish, and
but every sculler's life there is a stage where you will go in.
Indeed.
So embrace the going in and just get it over and done with.
Indeed.
And I think pairs as well. There's very rarely in a pairs rowing career you will not have an incident or two.
So just turning our attention back to the racing, we have a women's J16 pairs B final now in progress. You've seen the C final, it's now the B final, and this is between Nell Bowden and Cecily Gordon of Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 1, Hannah Wang and Katie Curd of Weybridge Rowing Club in lane 2, Katie Zammit and Sophia Rose Charrington of Calpe Rowing Club, again from Gibraltar, very impressive, Maisie Seed and Jasmine Dunn from Warrington Rowing Club in lane 4, Masha Kraskova and Louisa Gorn from Tyne United Rowing Club in lane 5, and Jennifer Walton and Isla Pride from Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club in lane 6. And we were told by a relative, shall we say, of the Warrington crew, a very important fact, which is they've only been sweeping for 3 months, and here they are.
And I find that incredibly impressive. We were talking about juniors and the confidence they have. and you tell juniors, and I've coached juniors, you tell them, oh, off out in the pair today. Yeah, okay. What do you want us to do? Well, 2 500s, and off they go and do it quite happily without worrying about consequences. They just go out and figure out themselves what they need to do with their hands, their bodies, to make the boat sit.
Impressive, so impressive. Now, earlier in this race, it was the crew from Calpe in Gibraltar who were out in front by just a second over the Warrington Club. So those rowers who've only been in this boat for 3 months, they managed to put themselves at the 1K mark out in front. Incredible to be winning this B final. And indeed, just looking out the commentary tower window, it is a race really for first place between lanes 3 and lane 4. So it does seem that the Calpe crew in lane 3 have come back a bit on that Warrington crew in lane 4. But as we enter the last 250 metres of this race, it's probably only a length in it for this, of the pride of who will be able to claim the B final champion title.
To my eyes, it looks as though it's going to be with Calpe at the present. Warrington just slightly behind them, but Calpe just lifting it up as they're coming towards these orange boys. They've seen the orange boys, and now they're starting to lift it to pull themselves away from Warrington and just claim that honours of being 7th women's junior 16 pair in
the competition. Yeah,
in
indeed.
the competition.
I mean, they are rowing much smoother than the Warrington crew, but I mean, as we just said, in fairness, this Warrington crew have been rowing for 3 months, and I tell you what, I have some adult pairs who don't look anything like as good as that at my rowing club. Names shall remain nameless.
Absolutely, and every club has them where they think it's a good idea to race a pair. Yeah. Great result there for Calpe. They're really delighted. Big punch in the air. Warrington taking that second place. And then we've got Weybridge coming in third.
And a little shaking of the hands there from the Warrington crew. Great to see the camaraderie amongst the teammates, and I'm sure they'll be delighted with that. It might only be the B final, but to get to this result after 3 months of rowing, incredible.
And then we've got Tyne United, Queen Elizabeth High School over the far side, and Wallingford on the near side just coming in to complete their race. I think that juniors have great sportsmanship. They appreciate each other in the boat. They appreciate their competitors. They always tend to sit and just give everybody a cheer as they come through over the line. So there's a lot of respect for each other with the juniors.
There was a crew, I think it was from Derby earlier, who I have to admit the margin between them and their competitors was considerable, but nonetheless they were delighted to be in the race, and they rode up and cheered their competitors. And it's great to see, as you said, the sportsmanship.
That's very important. It seems to be fading in some places. But I do think it's important to have that respect for the competitors.
Well, as we now move on to the A final of this category for J16 women's pairs, we have in this race the A Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association crew of Ines de Kock and Charlotte Meekins. We have Lydia Shufflebottom and Merle Emmon from City of Bristol Rowing Club in lane 2. We have Isla Evans and Jasmine Irvin Sellers of William Perkins in lane 3. Matilda Phillips and Elsie Sumner of Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 4. Jessie Clayton, Ava Dowman, also of Wallingford Rowing Club, they have the title of A Crew in this race. And then finally, Zara Barnett and Poppy Clothier of Millfield School Rowing Club on lane 6. And just looking at that wonderful drone footage we got there, it does seem that the crew in lane 1 from Aberdeen have a commanding lead over the pack, which is no doubt brings a delight to your eyes, Carol.
Absolutely. They took part in the Junior 16 match last weekend and won.
Fantastic.
So delighted to see them doing so well, and I was surprised that they didn't sort of have a faster time in their semi-final earlier, but I was watching them in the time trial earlier this morning, and they seemed to nail that pretty well.
Sorry to cut you off there, Carol. So the times at the halfway were about a 2-second advantage over the William Perkins School for the Aberdeen crew. Then in third, it was Wallingford, who were just 1 second behind them in third, and then a bit of a gap, a length back to the Wallingford A crew. So remarkably, the B crew from Wallingford beating the A crew. That will bring a smile to their faces, no doubt, if that holds to the end. And then it was City of Bristol in 5th and Millfield in 6th.
Watching the time trials this morning, you were with me watching time trials, and it was interesting to see these crews race. And Millfield, I sort of put a wee asterisk at them because I thought they were going very well indeed. But it's nice to see them in the A final. Not often a club you see in an A final, but Millfield School doing very well indeed.
And we've had some interesting steering there just on the drone footage. Things have normalised again, but we had the crew in lane 4 from Wallingford, the B crew, steer right up towards the William Perkins School crew. They've separated out a bit again, but again, that's the problem with pairs, is not only do you have to push really hard, not only do you have to rotate technically, but you have to keep your foot perfectly still so that you're not rotating it anywhere and activating the rudder. And this drone footage is showing that although it is the Aberdeen School who seem to be comfortably ahead for first in this A final, the silver and bronze medal positions is neck and neck between this Wallingford B crew and this William Perkins School. I can't call it even on this drone footage.
It's hard to call in the drone footage. It's hard to call when you're looking up the course. I'm delighted to see Aberdeen School still out in front in that position. But as you said, it's going to be this race for the line. In fact, both these crews, lanes 3 and 4, Wallingford and Sir William Perkins, just starting to pick it up now. Aberdeen School starting to pick it up now as they come towards the line. And this is going to be a race. Of course, this is the A final, so it's all about the medals.
Absolutely.
And it's about the colour of medal that you want.
And it's the Aberdeen crew, just a little glance over her left shoulder from the stroke of that pair. She knows she's got 100 metres now to a gold medal. What a wonderful feeling. She can see, she's looking over shoulder for the line. Where is it? She must be hurting so much, but she wants there. But meanwhile, this battle for silver and bronze medal, it's so close, I can't call it. It looks like the Wallingford are perhaps going through William Perkins. It's bow ball to bow ball, 50
Perkins
metres.
are coming back. It is... Oh!
It's going to be on the surge. Who's going to push?
It's going to be Perkins. Perkins are just getting the canvas in front there. Wow!
Incredible
What
incredible
a push
racing.
on the line there.
Side-by-side battles. It's not only to deal with the multi-lane, but literally that was a dogfight between the two crews. Who was going to get it? Who was going to get their bow in front of the line?
And then it was the A crew from Wallingford, followed by City of Bristol, and then Millfield School. 6th in the UK. It's not to be sneezed at.
Absolutely not.
So
Incredible.
We should be proud of that performance. Great racing again. It's just best place to watch racing up here, apart from the heat. But yes.
Yes, it's the Eagle's Nest or the commentary summit, but it's also a sweatbox up here. So we're very envious of everyone who's out in the fresh air and the breeze right now. Anyhow, moving back up the course, we've got some lovely shots there of the Open JAT and Coxless 4s. This is a straight final. In lane 1 we have the Windsor Boys School. In lane 2, St George's College Boat Club. Lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club. Lane 4, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club. Lane 5, Clare's Court School Boat Club. And in lane 6, Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club.
And if you look up the course, there's very little to choose between these 6 boats.
I mean, it looks like 6 seconds between first and fourth. So these medals are going to be contested all the way to the line.
But I think St George's College have got their noses just marginally in front of Wallingford, who are marginally in front of Nottingham and Union, who have got huge overlap with Clare's Court.
So the times at the halfway point of the 1K were that St George's College was out in front, and they had a 2-second advantage over Wallingford Rowing Club. Then it was third, just 2 seconds behind them was Nottingham and Union Rowing Club, so obviously local favourites. And then behind them was Clare's Court School. And as the camera pans around for the 1500 metre mark shot, it does seem that the crew in lane 2 from St George's College is out in front, a length advantage over the Wallingford Rowing Club crew. So there's no change there in the positions, and then a big gap back to third for the Nottingham and Union Club. So no change again there in the position 2. Looks like actually what we're seeing is a stretching out of the crews in that same rank order.
I was just thinking the other races have come from time trials and semi-finals, which has made it quite tight. This just came from I think a race for lane order. So maybe that's why we're seeing such differentials. But a good performance from St George's College here to get themselves out in front and maintain that lead. I think they're being challenged by Wallingford now. I think Wallingford have just picked it up in those last few strokes and are just inching their way along the St George's College boat, just to sort of give them a bit of a scare, see what they've got left in the tank.
Yes, although I would say, just looking out the window, that the St George's crew is looking a little bit neater than Wallingford crew, just the fatigue perhaps setting in, particularly with some of the strokes there, as they're just slightly not getting it in sharp enough, but that's because they're going, they're pushing, they're giving it all. They can tense the taste, they want to win this final. Wallingford, they're now gone overlap, and you know what, I might be criticising their technique, but they are giving it absolutely everything they've got, because they're going, and they're trying to go through them.
I think they are going big style, the legs are on, that drive is really pushing it down. Oh, this is going to come straight to the line.
Yeah,
St.
I think it's just
College,
a couple of seats advantage now. A couple of seats advantage to St George's.
If that. Oh boy, this is going to be a cracking finish if you're
The rates are up. The rates are above 40.
Gosh, can they hold on
it's
to it?
It's one seat in it. I think it's just St George's by one seat. They've led all the way. Will they lose it on the line? It's going to be, I think, St George's. 2 seats to St George's. And utter jubilation from the St George's crew. Hands straight in the water. Still splashing the water. They are absolutely delighted with that result, and fair play to them. They just took it by the scruff at the start. They were up at the 500, up at the 1K, and well done to that Wallingford crew. Incredible pacing, just obviously not quite enough.
They tried their best. You can see how hard they tried. They tried as much as they could do. They came so close. Brilliant race.
Absolutely fantastic racing, and I think a 10-second gap between them back to the rest of the pack.
I was so excited, I forgot to look who came third. Sorry.
Well, according to the computer, it was the Nottingham and Union Rowing Club crew who came third in a time of 7:03 compared to 6:52 and 6:51 for the Wallingford and St George's College Boat Club. And then rounding out the race, it was Clares Court in fourth, Windsor Boys in fifth, and Queen Elizabeth High School in sixth.
Phenomenal race. Fantastic race. We just got some pictures of the pontoon of the medalists in the women's junior 16 Coxless pairs picking up their medals.
Yep, so this is Matilda Phillips and Elsie Sumner from Wallingford Rowing Club, who took the bronze medal in that women's J16 pair A final, which we saw a few moments ago. And we're now just panning across to the silver medalists, William Perkins School Rowing Club, this is Isla Evans and Jasmine Irvin Sellers. Congratulations to them on their silver medal. And in a moment we will pan across to the winners of this category, which was from Aberdeen Schools Rowing Association, which was Innes de Kock and Charlotte Meekins.
I was just going to say commonly known as Lottie to our friends.
Yeah, this is the local knowledge. The local knowledge.
It's always handy.
And here we are now just panning, had a few shots of their coach with the William Perkins School. And here we are, the Aberdeen School, this is Scott and Lottie Meekins, there we are, receiving their gold medals. And Carol is looking out the window of the commentary tower adoringly with great pride on her face to see this result.
I'm just wondering which coach is going to go up and get the coach's medal, because everybody in the coaching team has an input to everybody in the club, which is brilliant. Oh, there's Holly. Holly Reid, the coach of the junior 16 pair, coached them for the junior 16 Cup last weekend. Very experienced coach, lots of experience, and a very good rower herself back in the time. She picked up many medals here in the junior championships.
Well, and the smiles of pride in those girls who are winning that race, I think must make all the training, all the cold days absolutely worth it.
And we get a lot of cold days up in Aberdeen.
Right, we're now moving on to the C final. You can see the pictures on your screen now of the Open J16 Cox 4s. So we've had Coxless 4s, a very technical boat. We've had difficult small boats. We're now having a boat which requires not that much skill, if I'm honest, but it just requires sheer amounts of power. And we'll be interesting to see how this one plays out. So in lane 2, we've got only 4 crews racing this one. Lane 2 is Queen Elizabeth High School Rowing Club. In lane 3, Hampton School Boat Club. In lane 4, Liverpool Victoria Rowing Club, and in lane 5, North Staffordshire Rowing Club. And the times just on screen there, it looks like Hampton have a fairly convincing lead. Pretty spread out race actually, 7 seconds from second to third, from first to second, sorry, about 5 seconds between second and third, and I think something like 10 seconds actually from third to fourth. So this is only the C final. And perhaps not as tight as some of the racing we've seen in the other categories, where there has been a pressurised time trial, a pressurised, very tight semi-final that's led to those tighter races that we've seen earlier.
I think I remember watching these races earlier, and I'm sure I thought Hampton were going very strongly, unless there's another Hampton crew appearing later on. Nope, doesn't seem to be. So oh yes, there is in the B final. So it's maybe the Hampton A crew that I was thinking about.
Yes, indeed, and this is a slightly reduced scale final. The others have got 6. And we're now just seeing the pictures from the medal ceremony for that Open J18 Coxus 4. Now, I earlier said that because it was a small number of crews that it wouldn't have a silver, bronze, etc. But I was clearly wrong in that, because I'm watching Wallingford Rowing Club there collect their silver medals in the.
No, it's sorry to correct you. It's Nottingham and Union picking
I'm
up
so
their
sorry.
bronze
It says Wallingford on the screen, but
it's Wallingford just coming in to pick up their silver medals because I can spot the blades.
Anyhow, well, let me do justice to Gavin Ward-Peart, Alfie Armstrong, Daniel Kitchen, and Oliver Fisher of Nottingham Union. Well done on getting the bronze. And now here, rightly getting their praise, is Wallingford Rowing Club. This is Zachary Carter, Harry Ireland, Ben Phillips, and Fergus Caulfield. Congratulations to them on that silver medal. And in a moment, we will have the shots from the gold medal crew as well.
And credit to Wallingford for all wearing the same matching caps.
I know.
That is just a smart thing to do, and just show professionalism.
I've got into hot water as a commentator before about commentating about boat manufacturers, so I shall stay silent on the subject. Needless to say that you're right, they're all the same cap from the same manufacturer.
Professional. And here we have the Hampton School boat just maintaining that lead that they've had all the way down the course in the C final of the Open Junior 16 Coxed Fours. On their outside we have Liverpool Victoria, just about a length and a half behind, and then we have Queen Elizabeth High School in this near side nearest to us on the commentary position, and then North Staffs just trailing the rest of the field.
Yeah, pretty commanding victory there for the Hampton crew as we go across the line. And I see the St George's College crew aren't even near the pontoons. That's why we didn't get a quick picture of them. They're just going to row up in a second and get their medals. So
I think they're waiting to get full credit. Just have the pontoon to themselves. And why shouldn't they?
Exactly, and why not? And why not? And just rounding out this race, it is the crew from Queen Elizabeth High School, I believe, in lane in lane 2, just rounding out the this C final of the J16 Coxed Fours.
If we look up the course, we can see that the B final has started, in fact well underway, and in this one we have Mediterranean in lane 1, Hampton School in lane 2, Wallingford B in lane 3, Aberdeen Schools in lane 4, Brentford in lane 5, and a composite from King's School Ely and Rob Roy in lane 6.
Yep, indeed. And just looking at, I know we've got one provisional time, which tells me that Mediterranean were in 6th, but I'm afraid I don't know anything else other than that, so not very helpful. But Mediterranean Rowing Club, I learnt today, they are next door to Calpe Rowing Club, also in Gibraltar as well, so amazing that they've come this far to sunny Nottingham to enjoy some great side-by-side racing.
Going back quite a few years, they've always supported the championships at Nottingham. They've always come over in big force, often trying to borrow boats and being helped out by other junior clubs, and it's great to see them here.
Absolutely, I fully commend them. And there we go, we've got some time. So actually looking, as I can see out the window, pretty condensed pack. There's only 4 seconds there between 1st and 5th. I can't, now it's left off my screen, it's not on my information system, so I can't tell you exactly who was where, but it does seem to me that this is going to be a very interesting race in the second half.
I think it's maybe the crew in lane 1 just off the pace there slightly, maybe a length behind, but not far behind the composite in lane 6. The middle of the field, that is very, very tight.
Very tight. And we're now seeing the pictures of that St George's College Boat Club crew who were the winners of the Open J18 Coxus Fours. This is Noah Croft, John Carter, Jonathan Butler and Ben Winfield. Congratulations, gold medalists in this category.
But looking at this B final, this is just going to be a cracker as it comes towards us. There is nothing between Hampton, Wallingford, Aberdeen Schools and Brentford in the middle of the field. The composite, Rob Roy, King's School Ely, is just hanging on to Brentford's coattails, not letting them go away. I think it's a Mediterranean crew that's got a bit of a gap of clear water.
So at the 1K, the halfway point, it was Hampton out in front, and then in second was Brentford, 2 seconds behind them. In third was Aberdeen, 0.7 of a second behind them, and out in fourth was Wallingford. And at the 1500 metre mark, I'm just getting the times now, so Hampton still out in front. Second is now Aberdeen, just 0.3 of a second behind Hampton. Then behind them it was Wallingford, 0.6. and then fourth, 0.8 of a second back to Brentford. So another reshuffling of the pack. And this last 250 that's about to start looks to be extremely exciting, Carol.
Good to see. I think Hampton has still held on to that lead. Aberdeen Schools pushing them very, very hard, but going with Aberdeen Schools, it's Wallingford. And you can just see these crews now starting to pick it up. Hampton have just picked up their rating just there, just as they came into these Orange Boys. Aberdeen Schools have gone up too, and they're sort of pulling Wallingford along with them, because Wallingford's stuck between these two faster crews, so they're being sucked along. But look at Brentford. Brentford are going as well.
It's neck and neck between these three crews. It looks like Hampton are out in front. This is only the B final, remember, but still really exciting racing, and I'm afraid it's too close to call between the crews of Wallingford, Brentford, and in lane 2.
I think my bias is going to come in here. I think Aberdeen Schools have got themselves in front.
Yes, sorry, I got them the wrong way around. It's Aberdeen out in front.
It's a yellow boat that's out in front. What a finish there.
And it looks like Wallingford possibly second, and then third is too close to call between Brentford and Hampton, and I think it might be Brentford on the line. It's going to be photo finish. Oh, I think that might have just been Hampton, a bow ball or so in front of them. Congratulations
half a bow ball, if that, but what
Aberdeen.
a finish from Aberdeen.
And we're waiting for the official result to come up on our screen, and it appears that actually I was. Well, actually, no, I don't think that's quite right. We'll have to wait for them to check
Don't
that.
second guess the finished judges. They get very sniffy.
It said there was a 5-second gap between those two crews, and I can assure you a bow ball was not 5 seconds.
No,
so
absolutely
anyway,
not.
And it's just being reconsidered now, so we'll let the judges work that one out.
Absolutely, but what a finish there.
Incredible. I mean, the Cox 4, as I was saying, it doesn't require necessarily as much finesse as other boats, but what it can really reward is confidence and pacing. Just being able to sit at where you know is your right bit and then really go for it as a sprint finish. And as we just saw, Aberdeen turned the tables on Hampton to power through.
If I recall, I think in the Aberdeen boat there's a very experienced Cox, and she knows exactly what she's doing. Experienced Coxie 8s and 4s. So if it's Lily, great job.
So yes, I'm afraid I don't have a revised time yet to give you between those two crews, but the placing on my system was that it was Aberdeen first, Wallingford second, Hampton third, and Brentford fourth. And I think it was just a smidgen in front, Hampton in front of Brentford.
Now,
anyhow, the A final.
Charlie, we've had so much excitement in the B final. I'm looking forward to this A final. So the A final, we have Leeds in lane 1, Clares Court School in lane 2, Wallingford A in lane 3, Great Marlow School in lane 4, Windsor Boys School in lane 5, and Henley Rowing Club in lane 6. All big names.
Indeed, and looking at the times, it was Wallingford Rowing Club's A crew out in front at the halfway point, just 1.5 seconds ahead of Clares Court. And then in third place was the Windsor Boys School, known for their sculling, but actually doing quite well in the sweeping here because they're in the bronze medal position at the 1K point, 1.5 seconds back, and then being pushed a second behind them, 0.7 of a second behind them by Great Marlow School. And indeed, it's still really close. And looking at that drone footage, it looks like the crew in lane 3 from Wallingford is still out in front, but they're getting a lot of pressure from the crew in lane 2. That's Clares Court. And then a little bit further back in lane 5, it is the Windsor Boys School, who are probably they look like they might be going through the Clares Court crew. It's too close to call, and we've still got 750 metres left of this race.
And as an athlete, this is a hard race to race because you are being pressurised from all directions. You're being pressurised from the sides and crews closest to you. So, yeah, absolutely great race to watch.
And it's not like a single scull where perhaps you're in your zone and you're thinking about it. You've got a Cox in front of you or behind you who is telling you exactly where everyone is and telling you, and either mitigating that pressure or ramping it on as you may see fit. And there we see the shot of the 1500 metre mark, and that is bow ball for bow ball between Windsor Boys and Clares Court School as we go through into the last 500 metre mark. This is all about pacing, psychology and grit. Who can dig in, who can dig deep and push through to the line. And the spectators are ramping themselves up against the barriers here in the last 300 metres. This is going to be a cracking final. And indeed, I wouldn't say that the Wallingford crew's lead is unassailable because Windsor Boys in lane 5 are pushing through Clares Court. I think they might have gone through them now and are now thinking, maybe I can have Wallingford too. Maybe I can take that gold medal position because this is an A final. And there's 3 medals to play for.
I think Clares Court are coming back, to be honest, in lane 2. I think they're starting to push on and really attack Wallingford.
Indeed. And I think, yes, you're right. I think they've upped their rate. They're looking pretty smooth and tidy. And can they now have they paced it so that they've saved their energy reserves for the last 500, now 350 metres?
Windsor Boys School are motoring on there, though. I think, it's going to be really hard. This sprint for the line is just going to come all down. Do you think Wallingford have got enough left in the tank to fight off these challenges?
It does look like they just have enough advantage, perhaps a little bit of water just to protect themselves. But as I say, that Windsor Boys crew, they're looking so smooth. Look at their bow. It's not going up and down at all, which is very unusual for a Coxless, I can assure you.
Absolutely.
They are rowing so well. And it's just a question of can Wallingford dig deep, not tire themselves out too much, and just hold on. But the Windsor Boys School are coming. They are pushing. They are pushing.
Absolutely.
I think Clare's Court dropping back to bronze.
Yeah, they've
being
given
pushed
up
out.
on that one, but I don't think it's safe bronze.
No, I don't think it at all. They're now getting pressure from lane 4 from Great Marlow School, and it is Wallingford who are just going to stay by half a length ahead of Windsor Boys, and it looks like Clare's Court will just cling on. Yes, after pressure from both Great Marlow School and from Henley Rowing Club out on the far line.
Absolute brilliant finish there.
Yeah. Wow. So while it wasn't necessarily a constant change in the pack, it was too close to call at many points.
Absolutely. To see so many crews so close to that bronze medal, it takes guts to hold on to it. And credit to Clare's Court School to hold on to that, because I thought they were being challenged very harshly there.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Indeed. I think it's a credit to those crews that can just stick at it. That Wallingford crew, they were asked so many questions by both Clare's Court, by Windsor Boys, and the other crews as well. And fair credit to them to stick at it and hold their nerve despite all that pressure from those other crews. And that Windsor Boys crew, they almost paced it absolutely perfectly, just a little bit more perhaps than they would have taken it.
You could see the pedals coming off that boat. They were really giving it everything on the legs these last few strokes, really, really motoring on.
Indeed. And we will be expecting some more racing. We've got a few more to go. We've got Club Coxus Fours for women, the final, and we should also have the Open Coxless Fours for category as well. But there's just been a bit of reshuffling of timings, so we might have a bit of gap in racing while I wait for those to be sorted out. And we'll be seeing the medal ceremony, no doubt, very shortly for those Coxless Fours who've just been racing. And just to inform you while you're waiting, wondering what's going on, we've got some excellent shots there of the Ducks, who are loving the fact that we've got the rowing races on. So there's been a few just changes of the schedule. So there was a race that's been moved to the last race of the day that was meant to be happening now. That's why there's a gap. And then there's also been a race that's been scratched for the Open Coxless Fours, so the C final's been scratched. So we are expecting the next race to be the B final of the Open Coxless Fours, but that is scheduled officially for 6:30. So we may have a slight wait of a few minutes while that is scheduled. But in the meanwhile, aside from the Ducks, we should be seeing a medal ceremony very shortly for that fantastic race of the J16 Coxed Fours.
And as Charlie said that, we just see them appearing on the pontoon.
And just like magic, it's almost like the producers are listening to me.
Yeah, confirm we do have interview.
So you're seeing on your screen now the Clare's Court Boat Club crew. This is of Finley Garston, Will Kriegland, Thomas Cox, Theo Shukri, and coxed by Ollie Payne-James. Congratulations to them, bronze medalists in that fantastic J16 Coxed 4 final.
Right, moving to P2.
And we're just panning across now to the Windsor Boys School Boat Club, who came second and are receiving their silver medal from the organisers. This is of Castor Chute, Sam Moss, Aidan Manwaring, Alex Calver, and coxed by Alexander Kostoya. Congratulations to all of them.
That's it, straight lift that medal up for me. That's it, 3, 2, 1. And then together, coat. Alright, lose weight, lose weight. He's right there.
You've got time to cut away from me before P1 drops on.
Right, coach, you get a medal too. Right, and then everyone looking this way. Lifting those medals up. That's it, 3, 2.
And as we see the Windsor Boys School crew having a nice shot with their coach, we should be in a second, although they're not on the pontoon, so I shouldn't jump. What's the expression? I shouldn't jump the...
jump the gun.
That's the one.
Jump the gun.
I was saying I shouldn't jump the horse, that's not right.
You could try.
We're now seeing, just coming onto the pontoon, the winners of that J16 Cox Fours, which of course was Wallingford Rowing Club, who held off all the challenges from before, and there's an enormous roar of delight from the crowd gathered at the medal ceremony area by the finish tower, and they're just now on screen receiving their gold medal from the organisers. Congratulations to Frederick Hendy, Freddie Elsmore-Wickens, Sean Stewart, Arthur Liddy, and coxed by Seth Bissell. Congratulations to all of them.
And Stroke, lift that goal up for me. There you go. 3, 2, 1. There we go. Coach's medal to Katie up there. Yep. Where's Coach? You get a medal too. Right, and then Coach, you want to pop yourself in?
Are you still live on the Campbell?
Right, everyone
okay. As soon as this picture's done, Chris is jumping in.
3, 2, 1. Perfect. Well done, boys. The ball's going to go for me too. Katie, stay there. Katie, stay there. Close so you can see Katie. Well done, boys. Thank you.
Okay, let's go.
Incredible. Wallingford Rowing Club, congratulations. How does it feel being gold medalists?
It's unbelievable, to be honest. We just fought hard, and then we just got it at the end.
Amazing. You fought really hard. You kept us on the edge of our seats right till the finish line. Talk us through what was going through your mind at the finish line.
To be honest, I was a bit scared right at the end because you could see Windsor catching and they raced really well, and then right at the end we sort of just gave it everything, technique out the window, just pulled as hard as we could really.
Well, it seemed to work. Well done. And you had a lot of support on the bank. How was that, having people shouting?
It was good. It was very good. I think all of our hard work in the winter is just paying off, and it feels good to see the outcome.
Pretty good outcome and a lot of hard work, I'm sure. And so talk me through, what's it like doing this as a team, doing this as a crew?
It's brilliant. You just get to win together, and it's one big experience, really. It's great.
Amazing. And Cox, Seth, how do you feel about your crew today?
No, I'm really pleased with it. Yeah, it was a close race, but it was really fun. Good fun.
It all went to plan then?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, congratulations, Wallingford Rowing Club.
So we're now going back up the course for this B final of the Open Club Coxless Fours. We have London Otters in lane 1, Hinksey in lane 2, Evesham in lane 3, Dark Totnes in lane 4, Bedford in lane 5, Clare's Court in lane 6. I do love watching Coxless Fours.
It is, in my opinion, and as a Cox, this is a bit bizarre opinion perhaps to have, as a former Cox I should say, a bit heavy for it now. The Coxless 4, in my opinion, is the ideal of rowing, or at least sweep rowing. It is everything everyone wants to. It's fast, it's agile, it responds to your technical skills, it is demanding, but it is rewarding, and I just think it's a beautiful boat to row. It does require, as we said, a lot of skill from the steerer. It has a lot of skill from the crew to keep it straight and keep it technical, and I just love to see fast Coxless 4s racing.
Totally agree, and it is a real crew boat because you have to rely on each other. You have to rely on the steersperson to do a good job, but the steersperson's got a big job to do, and it's usually somebody else that makes the calls within the boat because you need somebody to make the calls, and you know, they go through the race plan because it is all self-contained within this tight-knit 4 people in the one boat.
Yeah, I mean, there was a race, I'm involved with Lee Rowing Club, and there was a race they had at Henley Royal, and actually one of the other crews came into them a bit, and they tried to react to that. And you just have to have such calmness. Not only do you need to be pushing your body to the absolute physiological maximum, not only do you need to be executing this really complicated technical movement perfectly, but also you need to have the awareness around the race to be able to make calls and give the crew reassurance that they're doing the right thing.
And be responsive. Be responsive to challenges, be responsive to different game plans, and I'm sure all these 4s will have talked through all these scenarios with a coach to figure out the best way for them to achieve their potential.
And it looks like we're going to have quite a good race because there's not much between the first 4 crews. So out in front at the 1K mark, which you can see on your screen, or just could see on your screen, it was Evesham Rowing Club in first. Then second place was Hinksey Sculling School, ironically in a sweep event, for 1.5 seconds behind them. Then in third place it was Dark Totnes, 0.7 of a second behind them. And in fourth place was Bedford Rowing Club in lane 5, about 1.5 seconds, about half a length behind them. And then a bit of a length back, and then a bit of gap to the Otters behind them. It's a condensed final, this, because due to some scratches, we were going to have a C final and a B final, but this has been pushed together into a single B final, so a bit more mixed abilities than perhaps we were going to have.
Yes, but I would much rather see a 6-boat final than 2 4-boat finals. So, you know, having every lane filled makes it much more exciting.
Gives you more to talk about, Karen.
Absolutely. Never short of things to talk about.
And as well, the camera is just panning now for the 1,500 metre mark. It does look like that crew from Evesham are still out in front, but they are being pushed very hard by this crew from Hinksey in lane 2. It looks like that the Hinksey crew have got overlap. We're just waiting for the camera to swirl around to the 90-degree position, so we're giving you accurate lane assessments. And I would say, gosh, they're getting closer and closer and closer. And as they go across the line, it's just a third of a length now between Hinksey and the crew from Evesham.
Well, I was just thinking Hinksey were starting to make a move through Evesham there. Just to my eye, I thought they were just getting themselves marginally in front of Evesham, but I could be wrong.
Well, we'll wait for the times. It does look like that the crew in lane 4 from Dark Totnes are still in third position as we go through the 1,500 metre mark. This is the B final, of course, so no medals, but I think, yes, I do think that Evesham are being challenged very strongly by Hinksey. I think they're still out in front. I think they're still maintaining that half or a third length lead advantage. Maybe they're responding to the push off Hinksey and just trying to get themselves set up for this final 350 metres of the race.
It's great when commentators disagree because my eye's got Hinksey in the lead marginally over Evesham, but I know Charlie's got Evesham marginally in front of Hinksey, so we'll just have to wait until they become closer so we can settle the argument.
What do they say? Recollections may vary. So. Yeah, it does.
A cracking race, no matter who's first. It's a cracking race between Hinksey and Evesham.
And I think this is a grudge match. It's going stroke for stroke all the way to the line. It's a battle between the two crews here. The crew in lane 3 from Evesham and lane 2 from Hinksey. And I still think Evesham have just got half a canvas advantage.
I think Hinksey have got the bow ball in front.
And both crews, well, the thing is, it might have changed by the time we get there.
I think Evesham have just taken it up there and just gone in front. They have gone in front. Look at that.
They are rowing very, very smoothly, that Evesham crew.
Made a move there and is paying off big style.
And it looks like they've now got their bow ball just from the 3-man. It looks like a half-length advantage there to the Evesham crew as they go across the line. And rounding out the podium, not that this is a medals race, is the Dark Totnes crew, followed closely by the Bedford Rowing Club crew. And then we have a bit of a gap back to Clare's Court, who are just going across the line, and then the London Otters, who are a few strokes away from the line themselves.
Cracking race there between Hinksey and Evesham. I'm sure when they sort of chill down, they will recall that one with great pride and joy. Even if you lose a race, you've put your all into it. So it's really good to sort of recollect these really tight races.
And you were talking about sportsmanship. We just saw Ivan Kuzmin, the 3-man of I think it was the Hinksey School crew, just giving the thumbs up in recognition of the efforts of Evesham there in that last race, just on the screen. So good
sportsmanship, absolutely.
Now, that was the B final. It's time for the A final. Who have we got in this race, Carol?
We have Dark Totnes, another Dark Totnes boat in the A final. So their clubmates in the B final. Tideway Scullers in Dark Totnes lane 1. Tideway Scullers in lane 2. Globe in lane 3. Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 4. University of Birmingham in lane 5. University of Surrey in lane 6.
And I've just seen the 1K times flash up on screen. Still looks pretty close. Look at that. It's just a length between first and second, and then probably another length back to between second and fifth. So everything could change in this race. It's the Globe crew who've had a very strong season and did pretty well at Henley Royal Regatta. Been competing with the lead throughout the season, as fellow East London clubs do. But yes, they're out in front. And then it's back with Nottingham in second, Tideway Scullers in third at the 1K, and Birmingham University in fourth. But as I was saying, there was just 3 seconds separating second, third, fourth, and I think fifth. And as we go through then into the last 750 of this race, there's plenty of room for the lead to change.
That was a lovely shot of the Globe crew and the concentration on those faces as the camera panned down the boat. It was just very much focused within the boat, doing the job that they've been sent out to do, and very focused, very driven, not really paying much attention to the other crews, but just doing their race.
Yeah, and we have got some incredibly experienced athletes in this crew. I know for a fact that the Scullers crew of Nick Palmer, Jameji Onguoe, Malaki Rendell and Matthew Rowe, very, very experienced, got multiple seasons and Henley campaigns doing them. They look to be in second place, but they've got their bow ball there on this drone shot on the 3-man of the Globe crew, and they're putting them under pressure. And behind them, it's still pretty close back to the Nottingham crew in lane 4. And as we go through the 1500 metre mark, yes, it's a 3/4 length advantage to Globe over Scullers, but it's still pretty tight, and anything can change in this last 500 metres.
I think, just looking at up the course, just by my eye, I think Tideway Scullers are really making a move in this last 500.
Yes, they've gone from 3/4 of length to half a length, and they're just, I think Globe are holding them, but they're going to push again, and we'll see whether they can close that gap even more.
That is so tight, isn't it? Just coming into this final phase of this race, that is Globe holding them off, but Tideway Scullers still pushing really, really hard there. But half a canvas in it. Wow.
Yeah, half a length, I think, something like that between the two crews. They're matching each other's speed. Will one of the two have an extra gear that they can use now to change the course of the race? Because it does look like Advantage Globe, does look like Globe will be the winners of the A final of this Open Coxless Falls for club crews, unless Scullers have something to say about that. What do you see, Carol?
I think Scullers have said something. I think they've just gone up a couple of pips there, and I think they are just bow ball to bow ball with Globe now. Can Globe respond to that challenge?
It looks like they are because they're still. You're right. It has tightened. The bow ball's now sitting on the 2-man of the Globe crew by the looks of this drone shot I'm seeing. But you're right. It's edging forwards, and maybe it's now just getting up towards the bowman. And we've got 100 metres to go in this race.
Look at them go. Look at Tideway Scullers go. But Globe have gone too, and what a push they are pushing on. They don't want to be overtaken, and I don't think they're going to let.
And let's not forget the bronze medal position. It's Nottingham versus Birmingham behind them. Bow ball to bow ball. It does look like the Globe are going to take it on the line, and they do. It's Scullers second, and I think Nottingham just hold off that challenge from Birmingham.
I took my eye off that part of the race, but what a finish there.
Wow. And obviously, handshakes all round in the Globe crew. They are delighted. The 3-man slumps back. In exhaustion, he has had to work so hard because Scullers pushed and pushed. And rounding out the pack, it's the other crew from Dart Totnes of this, the A final of the Open Club Coxless Fours.
What a race. We've got one more race under our on our programme, and this is the Women's Club Coxless Fours. Moving from one Coxless Four to another one.
Yep, so this is a rescheduled race, and it will be taking place now. And maybe it will be the first race we do. No, it's already underway.
It is all underway. I just looked up, saw the umpires launch following it down the course.
I was just about to say, I was wondering if it was the first race we'd actually see set off from the start because they've been coming so thick and thin. We've not had time for the cameras to catch up with.
Well, Sasha and I had the privilege, the first race of this morning, to see them get on the start. The women's beginner fours, get them on the start and line up, and we could talk people through the start process, which was lovely. As you say, 5-minute racing, you don't have that luxury these days.
So, this is the Women's Club Coxless Fours. We've got Newark Rowing Club in lane 1, Warwick Boat Club in lane 2, Nottingham Rowing Club in lane 3, Notts County Rowing Association in lane 4, Wallingford Rowing Club in lane 5, and York City Rowing Club in lane 6. And we're just waiting for the times from the first 500 metres, which they've gone through, to flash up on screen to give us an idea. But it does look like that Wallingford crew in lane 5 to be out in front, although, of course, this angle's still quite sharp that I'm seeing on screen. A bit deceptive. Also looks like that there's a bit of a tussle going on between the Nottingham Rowing Club and the Notts County crew in lanes in 3 and 4 as well. But we'll just need the camera to swing around a little bit further before we can give an accurate assessment of where everyone's up to.
I'm with you. I did think the Wallingford crew were right in front, and looked as possibly as though they still are right in front. But as you said, good battle going on here between the two Nottingham crews, Notts Rowing Club and Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association.
So as we go through the 1,000 metre mark, we have the camera at 90 degrees, and it is Wallingford with clear water on Nottingham, who have only a canvas ahead of Notts County Rowing Association. So a bit of a grudge match going on here between the a bit of a Nottingham derby between Nottingham Rowing Club and Nottingham County Rowing Association for the second and third position. Just 0.6 of a second separating those two crews.
And as we've seen in the past, 0.6 of a second isn't that much at all.
No, and easily overturned. And there's the drone shot, so you can see, yes, Wallingford out in front, but these two Nottingham crews
overlap.
There's a gnat's whisker between the two of them. I'd say probably a canvas, maybe, to the Nottingham crew over the Notts County Association.
The third of a length, maybe. You know, we're disagreeing about inches here.
Keeps it interesting. You know.
Centimetres, as you say, it's very interesting.
And indeed, it looks like that this is going to go all the way to the finish line between those two crews. But meanwhile, we are seeing the winners of the Open Club Coxless Fours, who were racing earlier. So this, as you're seeing on the screen, is Nottingham Rowing Club, who have taken the bronze medal position. Congratulations to Robert Jeffcott, Hugh Madeley, Henry Cross and Corey Johnson, who are receiving their bronze medals now on the podium.
Right, and then George, look this way quickly. That's it. Lift your medals up. 3, 2, 1. Great job, lads.
Okay, moving to P2.
Second place we have Kyrie
That's it. 3, 2, 1. Good stuff. That's it. So you lift that medal up. And 3, 2, 1. Great race, fellas. That's it. 3, lift that medal up for me. And 3.
And as now the Tideway Sculler School on screen are receiving their silver medals for that Open Coxless 4 final, this is Nick Palmer, Dimenji, Onguoe, Merlake, Randall and Matthew Rowe. I hope I've got those names right, but I probably haven't. Congratulations to you for the silver medal in the Open Club Coxless 4s. And we will wait for the gold medalists very shortly. But meanwhile, back on the course, we have racing ongoing, which you might see in the background of this shot. And here we are, a lovely drone shot. And it's still Wallingford out in front by just a length. And these two Nottingham crews are not giving each other an inch, Carol.
I think Notts County have come back on Nottingham Rowing Club. And I think they're just about half length behind Wallingford there. So it's really push on push on push. I think stroke for stroke, I cannot separate these two crews from Nottingham.
Yeah, we've got the well, no, because they're both from Nottingham. But the there's 0.7 of a second between the two crews officially at the 1500 metre mark. But I don't think it's anything like that. And it is the Nottingham County Rowing Association crew who have gone through Nottingham Rowing Club and moved themselves up into the silver medal position. And you know what? They've got a sniff. They can probably just see the the stern of the Wallingford crew in their peripheral vision, the bow of the Notts County Rowing Association. They're going. But how are you seeing it, Carol?
Nottingham Rowing Club just pumping it up now as they come towards the line. They see what's at stake. Maybe they've left it too late. I think they...
Great cheers from the men's Nottingham crew for the women's Nottingham crew. And this is going to be so close. I think it is Wallingford, half a length, and it is, a canvas. A canvas for Notts County Rowing Association to Nottingham Rowing Club, separating out the 1, 2 and 3 positions, and then a bit of a gap back to the crew from York City in lane 6, who are just approaching the finish line alongside the crew in lane 1 from Newark. And we will see the crew from Warwick Boat Club, I believe, in a moment's time.
Absolutely. And
well, what an exciting final race of the day.
Absolutely. Those three boats were so close together, just the canvas after the canvas after the canvas. What a finish. These ladies should be so proud of their efforts. And, those three crews will all get medals.
Yeah, and congratulations to all of them. And here we are talking of medals, we are seeing the gold medal, the winners of the Open Club Coxless 4s. This is Globe Rowing Club. Congratulations for your win in that event. This is Peter O'Callaghan, Joseph Kobucks, Gianluca Vartan and Jack Davidson. Congratulations. They are British club champions in the Open Club Coxless 4s.
I know it's tempting, but don't lift it.
3 to lift that gold up for me. 3, 2, 1. Well in.
Confirm.
And then who wants to hold the back? Stroke man. Right, fellas, everyone looking this way, lifting your medals up. Yeah, boys. That's it. 3, 2, 1. Great job, fellas.
This is the medal presentation ceremony for race number 97, the Women's Club Coxless.
And we're just seeing on screen now the medalists from the Women's Club Coxless 4 event. So we've had the open category and it's now the turn of the women. And on screen you can see the crew from Nottingham Rowing Club who are now receiving their bronze medal for that race. Congratulations to Josephine Bowman, Eve Thomas, Kathy Beaumont and Annie Beaumont, perhaps their relation. But anyhow, congratulations, bronze medalists in the Women's Club Coxless 4s.
An automated response. That's impressive. Come around. No, if not, everyone just looking this way.
Moving backwards to P2 as they're getting set up.
And in second place, we have Nottingham County Rowing Association. Well done to Ella Abraham, Madeline Granger, Emily Bell, and Anna Shaw.
Right, 3, 2, lift that medal for me. That's it. 3, 2, 1. Awesome. And then, last but not least,
and just on screen now, it is the other crew from Nottingham who are medalists in the Club Women's Coxless 4s. This is the Nottinghamshire County Rowing Association crew of Ella Abraham, Madeline Granger, Emily Bell and Anna Shaw. Congratulations to them all.
That's it. And everyone lifting up your medals. There we go. And 3, 2, 1. Great job, girls.
And as we see some lovely drone footage of the medals podium, it is Wallingford Rowing Club, winners of the Women's Club Coxless 4, who are just navigating their way onto the landing stage to receive their medals. Smiles beaming from their faces, waving to the crowd. Congratulations to the crew of Isabel Hollow, Lily Clayton, Florence Shazili, Annie Collins, as winners and British club champions in the Women's Coxless 4.
Lift that gold up for me. That's it. 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Great job.
Just waiting for her to get here.
I have some bonus good news. Yeah, I was going to say you're going to like this.
Okay. Ready when you are.
Okay, so you're going to put yourself around the...
Okay.
Right, and then everyone looking this way, lifting up your medals and or flags. There we go. And 3, 2, 1. Great job, guys. Stay there, guys. Stay there. We need the official 1, 2. Okay, everyone look at me. Thank you. Well done.
Wallingford Rowing Club, congratulations. That was a real fight to the line, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good fun though. That's why we're here.
That is why we're here, and you did it amazingly. How does it feel to have that gold medal around your neck?
Pretty good. Yeah.
Well, it suits you, it really does. And so, Wallingford Rowing Club's had a pretty good day at the office today. What does it mean to be part of this club, representing them at the British Championships?
Oh, there's so many of us. It's just genuinely so much fun. Like, you know, getting a vote, don't know. It's all a bit chaotic at Wallingford, but we get the job done. We've got lots of medals. It's great. Love it.
And you get the job done in style as well. This is the last race of the day. You've rounded things off for us. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. Very tired, but it's been a very good day.
And how are you going to celebrate this evening?
We've got racing tomorrow as well, so...
Okay, so maybe celebrate with an early night. Yeah, well, an early night in pasta, that was. Excellent. Well, that's a good note to finish on. Thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
And after an incredible day's racing here at the British Rowing Club Championships 2025, thank you for listening, thank you for watching, from me and from Carol.
And I hope you've enjoyed it today, and if you've enjoyed it today, come back and join us tomorrow.
Look forward to see you tomorrow for more great racing. Thank you and goodbye.